I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 176, Surrounded by Enemies. It seems those ugly sea monsters have a powerful and deep-rooted force behind them, perhaps even possessing a maritime civilization similar to human societies on land. Wu Wei suppressed a rising anger, and upon closer reflection, realized that the ocean in this world was equally important. Leaving aside the fact that the ocean is far wider and deeper than land, and boasts a far greater diversity of species, could such an environment and conditions give rise to a vast civilization? The fact that these low-level sea monsters could attack Amparo Port alongside a powerful level 7 sea monster is enough to demonstrate that a powerful individual or social system is leading and ruling behind these sea monsters and sea monsters. Could it be the ocean lord mentioned by fishermen? Or some god of the ocean and tides? In any case, the ability to control and gather so many forces at once indicates that the power behind them is absolutely not to be underestimated, and is already deeply entrenched in this world. Since they are hostile forces, we should suppress them severely from the front, and at the same time, slowly corrupt them from within. Wu Wei leaned back in his chair, resting his arm on his hand, and pondered silently. Others might not have this ability, but he is the god of light of this world. He refuses to believe that with his current strength, he can't defeat a group of ocean natives. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. His consciousness has been separated from his body in the lower realm for some time now. It's time to go back. Spreading faith to the unknown ocean requires a lot of planning and preparation, and it can't be resolved in a short time. So Wu Wei gave a few instructions to his steward, Saint Luke, entrusting him with the affairs related to the Divine Kingdom. He then separated his consciousness again and returned to the tavern in the lower realm's economic city. Hao Yuan. In the Thorn City Tavern, at a small table bathed in orange candlelight, Wu Wei yawned, lazily waking up as if he had just had a pleasant dream. You finally woke up. Beside Wu Wei, the voluptuous and fiery Liliana was leaning against a table, resting her chin on her hand. Seeing Wu Wei slowly wake up, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Haha, this liquor is a bit strong, I accidentally fell asleep. Wu Wei chuckled, picked up the glass of golden ale in front of him and rinsed his mouth, which earned him even more eye rolls from Liliana beside him. Putting aside whether golden ale, a low-alcohol beverage, can actually get you drunk, rinsing your mouth with ale in front of her was simply not gentlemanly at all. Brother Blake, how long did I sleep? Wu Wei patted Blake Litton, who was sitting next to him, and asked, where were we talking? Brother Wu Wei, you slept for over an hour, longer than usual when you have an episode. Blake was very concerned about his older brother Wu Wei. After receiving a gesture from Wu Wei that he didn't need to worry, he continued sincerely, Cousin Daniel was talking to us about returning home. He wants to invite you to represent the Church of Light and go with him to the Duchy of St. Violet. Because you have a connections, brother, Daniel wants you to protect him. After Blake's summary and explanation, the companions around, especially Daniel Litton and Jem Conrad, the master and servant, all showed awkward but friendly smiles. The old servant Jem Conrad's face was a little hot from smiling. How could such a transaction of interests, such a covert effort, be so openly discussed? He was now really curious to know how this straightforward, almost naive young Master Blake had managed to defeat his rivals and successfully inherit the title. Ahem, as Cousin Blake said, Daniel, being more composed, coughed lightly and readily admitted, our Lord of Light is compassionate and his divine power is vast. He will surely protect every devout believer. With that, Daniel clasped his hands together and silently offered a respectful prayer to the God of Light, then continued, my holy Violet Duchy is currently rife with internal strife. Everyone wants a piece of the pie from my grandfather. I cannot stand by and watch my grandfather's life's work be destroyed by outsiders. Therefore, I hope Brother Wu Wei can represent the Church of Light and lend me a hand. Similarly, I wish to spread the vast radiance of the God of Light across the land of my holy Violet Duchy. Daniel looked at Wu Wei with sincere eyes, and it was clear that every word he spoke came from the bottom of his heart. His open admission also earned him higher regard from Wu Wei, who secretly thought, This kid really has the air of a general. In life, everyone prioritizes their own interests, but how to consider them and how to express them is an art. Rather than hiding it, it's better to be open and honest. This actually brought Wu Wei, the god of light, and his believer closer. Daniel was now indeed a devout believer, even willing to open the gates of the Holy Violet Duchy to welcome the Church of Light into the country. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple statement. Outside, it's a promise concerning immense benefits, even generations of benefits, enough to make almost every religious group in the world flock to it. Making such a promise was enough to show that Daniel had truly submitted to the God of Light. However, Daniel also had a selfish motive. He hoped to inherit his grandfather's legacy. He was unwilling to let the family business fall into the hands of others, and reclaiming his rightful inheritance was also a way for him to fight for his pride. The matter was quite clear. Helping this former hereditary prince reclaim his right of succession was a trivial matter for Wu Wei. Once this was accomplished, the Church of Light, after establishing itself in the Holy Violet Duchy, would at least multiply its power several times over. At that point, he, the God of Light, would have firmly established himself on this continent, even possessing the power to challenge a nation. He naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. So Wu Wei raised the corners of his mouth and readily agreed. The great and benevolent God of Light naturally does not wish to see national turmoil and the bloodshed of civilians, much less abandon his devout followers. Now, on behalf of the magnanimous and loving Church of Light, I grant your request. Really? Really? Daniel was overjoyed. After confirming that Wu Wei's words were true, Daniel immediately led his old servant Jim to rise and respectfully toast Wu Wei, saying gratefully, "Thank you, my Lord of Light, for your boundless love and mercy. Thank you, Brother Wu Wei, for your great help. Brother Daniel, you're too kind. There's nothing I can do, my Lord has always been boundless love and mercy," Wu Wei replied, clinking glasses with him and exchanging a few pleasantries. The two, along with several companions around them, then began a new round of drinking and merriment. In the eyes of the master and servant, with a mysterious and unpredictable Wu Wei and the great divine assistance behind him, their originally perilous return journey had greatly increased their chances of success. For Wu Wei, this was an excellent opportunity to expand his power and develop his followers in a vast and resource-rich duchy. Cooperation between the two sides would definitely be a win-win situation. The carefree Blake was drinking happily, even taking out his harp and playing a song. He was overjoyed. His two former brothers had now become three, a truly celebratory occasion. But Liliana, among the crowd, was completely stunned at this moment. Her beautiful eyes, filled with curiosity, gazed at Wu Wei, who was drinking heartily. You might think this guy was a con man, yet he always managed to pull off miraculous turns at crucial moments. But if he wasn't a con man, he was always full of empty boasts, frivolous in his behavior, and utterly unserious. Just like now, with a few words, he had a former prince of a powerful duchy become his sworn brother, even willing to open his kingdom's gates and allow the entire Church of Light to reside there. This was truly too amazing. Wu Wei and his companions emerged from the tavern close to midnight. The night sky resembled a black veil spread out, and under the glittering starlight, the cobblestone streets of Thorn City appeared so peaceful and serene. Such a beautiful scene could never be appreciated in Earth cities, filled with optical pollution. After parting ways with Daniel, Blake, and the others, Wu Wei strolled leisurely along the streets. The night breeze was cool, and Wu Wei, gazing at the starry sky, couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling refreshed and invigorated. At this moment, most of the residents of the bustling Thorn City were asleep, but squads of well-trained Templar knights patrolled the streets and alleys in an orderly fashion, guarding the peace of the region. Now, Wu Wei, in the name of the God of Light, had spread the Church of Light and his faith throughout the Earl's territory, subtly changing the face of many towns. For example, Thorn City, once dirty, barbaric, and filled with thugs, had gradually become peaceful and tranquil under the edification and management of the Church of Light, resembling the main city of an Earl's territory. The key to civilization truly lies in education, Wu Wei remarked. He had brought some of Earth's, and even his own, ideals into this world, and in doing so, he was changing it. Especially now, standing in this city, this feeling was particularly strong. Now, he felt as if he had become a true god, an omnipotent god, capable of changing the world. Of course, this was just his current personal feeling. His divine nature was still incomplete, and he himself had not yet reached the true state a god should be in. In fact, ever since he inexplicably transmigrated into the god of light, he had been somewhat unaccustomed to it for quite some time. Even now, he couldn't clearly articulate the difference between humans and gods. Perhaps, it was precisely because they accomplished what humans could not that gods were created. Putting his thoughts aside, Wu Wei began walking along the cobblestone street towards his residence. His identity on Earth was that of a human, so he had a place to live, and many places at that. The reason he needed a place to stay for the night was that after he separated his consciousness, he couldn't just leave his body lying around on the ground, could he? As for tonight, Wu Wei simply swaggered to the church. His residence there was next to that of the Holy Maiden of Light, Katerina. It was so late, the young saintess who had toiled for him day and night was probably already asleep. Wu Wei didn't go to greet her, but returned to his room. After relaxing briefly on his bed, he drew his divine sense back into his divine kingdom. Welcome, Lord of Light. Before the gates of heaven, bathed in holy light, the Archangel of War, Saint Luke, had been leading his people in a long wait. Upon seeing Wu Wei's return, they immediately bowed respectfully in unison. Behind them stood the enormous body of the sea serpent Visca, and over 300 neatly arranged sea monster corpses. These were the spoils of war brought back by Saint Luke. While Wu Wei was drinking in the mortal realm, these spoils had already been processed, the cores had been extracted, and several buckets of serpent blood alone had been collected. Now, they awaited Wu Wei's careful inventory. Saint Luke, you've done well. I'm very pleased. Wu Wei approached, not immediately inspecting the spoils, but instead standing before Saint Luke to praise him. Not long ago in Port-Empro, these sea creatures came with overwhelming force, seemingly intent on destroying the town. It was only thanks to Saint Luke's display of the might of the Angel of War that the tide was turned, preventing further losses. You flatter me, my lord. It is our honor to display your divine power. Saint Luke was modest, stepping aside to introduce, these are the heretical sea creatures who dared to defy my lord. Please take a look. Wu Wei nodded, approaching to examine them closely. Unlike his previous observations from afar using the Eye of God, now standing directly before this ferocious sea monster, its imposing presence and ferocity were palpable. Even knowing it was dead, the murderous aura emanating from its body was still incredibly intimidating. This sea serpent exudes a chilling aura. It seems to have already harmed many innocent lives, Wu Wei thought to himself, scrutinizing it from head to toe. This terrifying sea monster had a mouth full of sharp teeth, even the smallest one being thicker than his forearm. If one were to pull out any one of them, it would indeed be a sharp short sword or dagger. Especially its 2 rows of alternating canine fangs, each as long as a person and thicker than his waist. If bitten by this monster, the tragic end would undoubtedly be being cut in half at the waist. In addition, the serpent's head was covered with crown-like bone spurs and webbed feet, its wings were like claws, and it had bony fins on its back, showing that its body was perfectly suited for swimming in the sea. Coupled with its terrifying strength of level 7, if it were at sea, humanity would be no match for it unless a military fleet was deployed. Even a powerful war angel like Saint Luke would likely struggle to defeat such a monster if it were at sea. Thinking of this, Wu Wei's heart suddenly sank, and his sense of crisis intensified. Saint Luke was able to successfully kill the giant sea serpent Visca because of the advantage of terrain. If they were in the sea, Saint Luke's abilities would definitely be greatly suppressed. Moreover, what if there were more than one monster like Visca, but 2 or 3? If that happened, even Saint Luke would probably not be able to handle it. Reporting to my lord, Saint Luke, standing beside Wu Wei, respectfully replied upon seeing Wu Wei's thoughtful expression. From what I understand, this giant sea serpent has plagued that sea for nearly a century, destroying countless ships and devouring countless people, and no one has ever been able to defeat it. Today, my lord issued a decree to eliminate this giant sea serpent, truly ridding the mortal realm of a great scourge. However, Saint Luke paused slightly, his tone becoming somewhat grave. From what I've inquired, this giant sea serpent is merely a monster raised by the sea monster clan behind it, and the heretical force behind it is likely very, very large. It seems that eradicating this heretical force will not be easy. Wu Wei nodded slightly, agreeing with Saint Luke's point of view. Behind these sea monsters, there must be a vast force. Especially that so-called Ocean Lord, Wu Wei was absolutely certain that he was far, far stronger than this giant sea serpent, Visca. My lord, Saint Luke said, then whispered a reminder, the sea creatures dwell in the deep sea, always shrouded in mystery. Humanity's understanding of them is extremely limited. Judging from their audacity in defying you, their revenge will likely come soon. St. Luke was once human, but he had lived inland for a long time, and his knowledge of the sea creatures was limited to legends. Today was the first time he had ever seen the so-called sea monsters and sea creatures. In fact, most of the knowledge that humans in the lower realm had about the sea creatures came from rumors and legends passed down through generations. They only knew that in the deep sea, there existed a powerful race with a civilization no less advanced than that of humans, whose territory and population might even be larger than that of humans. As for anything else, they knew nothing. However, one thing was certain: the sea creatures were the rulers of the sea. Fishermen and merchants on land who wanted to make a living from the sea and cross the ocean had to pay tribute and taxes to the sea creatures, which is the origin of various sea sacrifices. Not long ago, Wu Wei, the god of light, abolished the cruel sea sacrifices with a wave of his hand. Not long after the decree was issued, on the very day of the sea sacrifice, the sea creatures retaliated. Such blatant revenge demonstrated just how arrogant and domineering they had always been in the coastal waters. Now, Wu Wei not only abolished the sea sacrifice but also, during the sea creatures' retaliation, brutally beheaded the great sea serpent Visca, along with hundreds of sea monsters. This forceful response undoubtedly set a precedent with the rulers behind these sea monsters and sea monsters. It was like a gang fight. Wu Wei, the mastermind, not only wrecked the other side's territory without a word but also killed their henchmen who came looking for revenge. Faced with such a situation, it would be a miracle if the powerful figures behind the sea creatures let it go unpunished. St. Luke, I understand your concerns, but before the holy and majestic light, any heresy will be reduced to ashes. Wu Wei remained outwardly calm, maintaining his composed and strategic demeanor, but inwardly he was filled with resentment. He is now completely hostile to the ocean lords of that region, and those sea creatures will definitely not let him and the Church of Light off easily in the future. As for how many ocean lords there are, and how many races and forces exist, he doesn't know yet. However, based on current speculation, the strength of this single ocean lord is probably no less than that of a human duchy. The army, sea beasts, and powerful creatures under such an ocean lord's command would definitely be enough to give this weakened god of light, and the Church of Light, which currently only has one earldom, a serious problem. Besides, Wu Wei couldn't help but recall that among the major human kingdoms, there was also a minor deity who called himself the Lord of the Undead. Of course, to the old god of light, this Lord of the Undead was indeed just a minor deity, but to Wu Wei, the current Lord of the Undead was an insurmountable mountain. If the Lord of the Undead hadn't been unable to discover the location of Wu Wei's divine kingdom, he might have been able to destroy Wu Wei's divine kingdom and annihilate his godhood with his own power alone. After all, Wu Wei's current godhood is far too weak. Moreover, the major human kingdoms may already be secretly plotting something against the Church of Light. It's important to understand that the current major human kingdoms all originated from the former Empire of Light. The resurgence of the Church of Light undoubtedly poses a serious threat to the ruling elite of these human kingdoms. The reason Wu Wei's Church of Light hasn't yet faced sanctions or suppression from the kingdom is because its scale is still small, confined to this insignificant earldom. Furthermore, the upper-ranking marquises and dukes, fearing the kingdom's intervention if things escalate, are secretly plotting to eliminate the Church of Light. Therefore, the marquises and dukes in this region have been suppressing the news, leading outsiders to believe the Church of Light is merely a rural religious group using magic and illusions to fool the people. Thus, even rumors of miracles are largely unbelievable. This has allowed Wu Wei's Church of Light a brief period of quiet development. However, this peace is short-lived. It's foreseeable that as the Church of Light continues to grow, to the point where even Wu Wei's good friend in the lower realm, Earl Black Lytton, can no longer provide sufficient territory and protection, attacks from marquises, duchies, and even the kingdom will inevitably follow. Chapter 177. What? Is this some kind of money-grabbing mobile game? This is going to be a lot of trouble. The thought of being surrounded by hostile forces gave Wu Wei a headache. His small divine kingdom was only in its initial stages, everything was in ruins, and yet, at this crucial moment, he found himself caught in a crisis surrounded by numerous hostile forces. He truly felt a sense of urgency, like a ship on the brink of collapse. However, from another perspective, these crises were inevitable. This world is only so big, and its resources are limited. If Wu Wei wanted to grow and establish himself in this world, he had to compete with it. And in the future, he would not only have to fight against this world, but also venture into the depths of the universe to compete and plunder with the various powerful beings there. Only in this way could he continue to survive and establish himself in this universe. Perhaps this is the pressure one must face to become a god, Wu Wei silently sighed in his heart. As long as one lives, one inevitably faces pressure. Even ants in the lower realms have their own survival pressures, and gods naturally have theirs as well. Wu Wei could face this with some composure. Now that so many problems have arisen, he must consider how to deal with them. The first step is morale. In clashes between two equally matched forces, the battle often hinges on the morale and cohesion of their followers. The higher the morale, the stronger the cohesion, and undoubtedly, the greater the fighting ability. Fortunately, Wu Wei wasn't worried about this. The angels and gods he had created and purified would all swear to protect him, the god of light. As long as he was fearless and set an example, as he was doing now, he could greatly boost their morale. Sure enough, with a few words from Wu Wei and the display of his divine power, Saint Luke and his followers were immediately filled with righteous indignation, their morale soaring. It seemed that at Wu Wei's command, everyone would fight to the death against the invading sea race. Wu Wei was very satisfied with this reaction. Since morale was not a problem, he needed to expand his fighting strength, which was the key to dealing with the various crises that followed. Saint Luke, take your men and dispose of the giant sea serpent. Send all its bones, fangs, scales, and skin to the divine weapon hall. Put the snake meat in my refrigerator. Wu Wei instructed Saint Luke to process the giant sea serpent. These items needed to be disposed of first. As for the refrigerator, as a modern person from Earth, food-loving nation, Wu Wei naturally had to have one. This refrigerator was located in the basement of Wu Wei's villa, and it was extremely large. The entire basement was a refrigerator. Moreover, with just a little divine power, it could keep all kinds of food fresh for a long time, allowing for convenient access. Keep a few of the strongest sea monsters as specimens for research, and take the rest to the transformation pool for digestion and decomposition. Wu Wei then instructed his people to take the lower-level sea monsters for decomposition. These sea monsters were likely cannon fodder among the sea races. Their strength was generally low, with the vast majority around level 1 or 2. Occasionally, a few individuals could reach level 3, likely elites or leaders among these sea monsters. Fortunately, there were many of them, which would provide Wu Wei with some divine power. Soon, the results of the divine power conversion were in. The powerful core of the great sea serpent Visca, along with the corpses and low-level cores of hundreds of sea monsters, provided Wu Wei with nearly 50 points of divine power. Excluding the divine power consumed in this event, the gain from this single instance alone reached over 40 points. Adding to the divine power accumulated through natural growth and trading over the past few days, Wu Wei now possesses a total of over 780 points of divine power. This number filled Wu Wei with a surge of pride. After so much waiting and effort, Wu Wei, had finally amassed a considerable fortune. The joy of this reward made his lips involuntarily curl into a smile. Divine power is omnipotent. As long as I keep accumulating divine power, what do I have to fear from the ocean lords? What do I have to fear from the undead lords? Wu Wei thought joyfully to himself. Now that he had such a large amount of divine power at his disposal, how to improve his combat strength was up to him. Not long after, Saint Luke returned to report after processing the great sea serpent meat. Upon seeing Saint Luke, Wu Wei had an idea. He would elevate this loyal war angel to level 8 legendary angel. Level 8 beings were legendary figures in this world. As long as they lived, they were living legends. Even the kings of empires would show them deference, erecting statues in their honor to befriend such peerless powerhouses. Wu Wei surmised that among the unknown forces, human kingdoms, kings, ocean lords, or the unexplored void, there must be level 8 legendary powerhouses. What could his divine kingdom possibly possess? Only a war giant, and even that was merely a temporary body for Wu Wei, with limited usage time. Using this war giant's body to bully the weak and put on a show was passable. But if he truly faced a level 8 enemy, without Wu Wei using his divine power as a cheat, defeat was inevitable. After all, his own divine soul was still too weak to withstand the drain of the war giant's body. Moreover, how could this god, who was forced into this role, compare to those who relied on their own abilities to gradually reach the level 8 realm in terms of combat experience? Therefore, promoting St. Luke, this powerful battle angel, was definitely the best choice at present. Divine Spark, promote St. Luke to level 8 angel. Wu Wei's mind stirred, and he immediately activated his Divine Spark. Upgrading St. Luke to level 8 light elemental life requires 500 points of divine power, which is far more cost-effective than upgrading other beings. Wu Wei currently has more than 780 points of divine power, which is more than enough for the conversion expenditure. However, not only did Wu Wei's conversion attempt fail, but the warning message that appeared next to his Divine Spark almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Warning. The Divine Spark is currently in a state of extreme weakness and cannot meet the conversion requirements of a level 8 being. If you force the conversion, it will cause the Divine Spark to shatter completely. My lord, do you wish to continue the conversion? Wu Wei immediately rolled his eyes in his heart. It's about to shatter, what's the point of continuing the conversion? Now, under the increasingly powerful guidance of Wu Wei's divine soul, the Divine Spark has begun to gradually merge with him and has gradually gained some intelligence, though this auxiliary intelligence can hardly be called true intelligence. Alice, in the end, it's still because he's too weak, he can't even fully absorb the Divine Spark. Only by completely absorbing and merging the Divine Spark can he fully obtain the power of the old God of Light, and even surpass the old God of Light. Putting aside his chaotic emotions, Wu Wei began to reflect and examine himself. He had been wandering in the lower realm for too long recently, and had indeed been too carefree, to the point that he forgot he should repair and upgrade the Divine Spark. The current Divine Spark, and the Divine Kingdom under it, are still the same initial Divine Spark that was on the verge of collapse and extremely weak, not even reaching the LV1 he had expected. Such a weak Divine Spark can only support St. Luke to become the most basic War Angel, which is a level 7 line-type god, and that's already its limit. Naturally, it cannot allow St. Luke to advance further. In that case, the most urgent task is to prioritize advancing to godhood. Wu Wei immediately checked the conditions for repairing and advancing to godhood, and the results filled him with frustration once again. Repairing and advancing to godhood requires 1,000 points of divine power and a Heart of the Earth. The Heart of the Earth is similar to the creation stone he had previously searched for. Both are fragments of the primordial power of the universe. With the knowledge Wu Wei inherited from the old God of Light, he knew that all things in the universe originated from chaos, the origin of all elements in the world. However, after the birth of the universe, chaos evolved into all things in the universe, namely various basic elements. Thus, certain primordial powers derived from chaos, over time, condense into special crystals, which are treasures like creation stones or hearts of the earth. The earth stone that Wu Wei needs now can be found on planets or planes with life, belonging to the basic primordial power of that planet. It's easy to explain with godhood, but where is Wu Wei supposed to find an earth stone now? Moreover, advancing to godhood requires 1,000 points of divine power, and he's still more than 200 points short. Reflecting, Wu Wei had no choice but to reflect again. He had indeed been carefree in the lower realm, neglecting the crucial matter of searching for advancement materials. Now, with an urgent need, where was he going to find them in time? It seems I must prioritize finding the Heart of the Earth. Only by finding the Heart of the Earth can his divine kingdom advance, and only then can he truly become powerful. Wu Wei thought to himself, and after carefully inspecting his divine kingdom since his godhood couldn't be upgraded, he discovered even more problems. Now, thanks to the efforts of many divine citizens, his previously dilapidated state had been completely transformed. Broken buildings and scattered garbage had been cleaned up. Damaged roads and houses had been repaired, and flowers and greenery had been planted along the roadsides, creating a vibrant scene. However, his divine kingdom was only about the size of a small village, with even the divine fields and livestock crammed around the houses. Even the winged horses he created had nowhere to graze, forced to fly overhead every day. This predicament truly made the God of Light feel ashamed. Furthermore, and most importantly, due to the limitations of the divine kingdom's area and divine power, the entire kingdom could only house 360 people. Currently, 169 people live there, and it was believed it would soon be full. If, at that time, more heroic spirits sacrificed themselves, they would be left outside the gates of heaven, unable to enter. In addition, due to the limitations of divine power, the number of believers Wu Wei considered his lifeblood had reached a maximum of 300,000. This meant that while people from the lower realms could still worship Wu Wei, He could only accept 300,000 believers, and the daily generation of faith power was limited. If he didn't advance his divine power, then all the later believers and the faith power they generated would be wasted. Seeing this, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the old god of light looked down even on fanatical believers. Only the Holy Spirit could catch his eye. It turns out everything is finite. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Self-blame was useless now. Who told him to be so playful before? Sigh, being a god isn't easy at all. After a long sigh, Wu Wei calmed down. Now he finally understood how to be a good god. Believers, divine power, and the indestructible nature of his divine status and godhood were all indispensable. Saint Luke, go and select 100 of your people who are most suitable to become warriors. I want to build a powerful guard to protect my divine kingdom. He was about to travel to the Duchy of St. Violet with Daniel, and they would have to cross the seas along the way. However, he couldn't advance to St. Luke or improve his godhood level, so he had to find another way. For example, using his existing divine power to arm his people and build a powerful guard was definitely a very rational approach. Your Majesty is wise, your subordinate will obey your will. St. Luke also understood their current situation, so he bowed to Wu Wei and took his leave. He then immediately summoned his people and began to carefully select them. Most of Wu Wei's existing divine citizens were soldiers who had died in battle. They were originally strong and capable soldiers with excellent combat abilities, and these abilities were perfectly preserved after becoming divine citizens. Selecting 100 elite soldiers was no problem. Soon, 100 people were selected. Looking at the rows of strong divine citizens before him, Wu Wei felt a surge of excitement, as if he were a general about to lead an army into battle. However, Wu Wei's current divine power was limited, and his number of divine citizens was also very limited. He could only arm this many soldiers. Divine Spark, promote all 100 divine citizens to level 5. Wu Wei waved his hand, and a vast amount of brilliant divine power immediately poured out like a tidal wave. Divine citizens are light elemental life forms, so each one requiring 5 points of divine power to advance to level 5 requires 500 points for 100 people. In an instant, the divine citizens before Wu Wei, empowered by divine power, experienced a rapid increase in strength, becoming ferocious and powerful, as if they could stand tall and split mountains. Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. The sheer scale and magnificence emanating from 100 level 5 divine citizens gathered together surpassed even that of St. Luke, a level 7 war angel. This was the epitome of sheer numbers. Not enough. Wu Wei glanced around and ordered again, St. Luke, take them to the Divine Weapon Hall and the Pegasus stables. Equip each of them with the best gear and a Pegasus. Then, you will put them under rigorous training. No slackening allowed. We obey your will. We will not fail our Lord's expectations. St. Luke and the 100 newly promoted divine citizens were filled with surging emotions and soaring morale. They understood that their divine kingdom and the supreme God of light were threatened by external heretics, and they were the backbone of the fight against them. They were deeply proud. To increase production and armaments, Wu Wei repaired a divine weapon hall to 30%. Furthermore, among the previously promoted heroic spirits, Wu Wei discovered 3 green-grade heroic spirits with medium potential. Wu Wei then reassigned the 3 green-quality heroic spirits to 2 blacksmiths and 1 armorer, based on their talents. Now, his divine kingdom, including the original blacksmith Jerome and armorer Brown, possessed 3 green-quality blacksmiths and 1 blue-quality and 1 green-quality armorer. Undoubtedly, the manufacturing efficiency and quality of weapons and equipment within his divine kingdom would be greatly improved. The subsequent production of the Pegasus needed to equip the divine kingdom's guards, along with the repair of other major buildings, quickly depleted Wu Wei's existing divine power. Fortunately, after equipping 100 divine kingdom guards and repairing the main buildings to a certain extent, Wu Wei only had a little over 30 points of divine power left. However, he wasn't worried. If he lacked divine power, he would fight the enemy for it. He currently didn't have any truly level 8 legendary experts under his command, but with these 100 fully armed guards, he could absolutely crush any level 8 expert under his feet. Chapter 178 The Heart of the Earth. Port Ampro. Some time has passed since the sea serpent Visca attacked the port. The towering waves and the roaring serpent are now a thing of the past, but the port's recovery is far from easy. The dilapidated lighthouse on the shore, the shipwrecks floating on the sea, the damaged merchant ships, the old tavern almost submerged in sea sand, seaweed, and marine debris. Everything speaks volumes about the past tragedy. Even the air seems to carry a sense of desolation. At the docks, sorrowful civilians are bending over, using long wooden poles to salvage fragments of sampans. On the ruins of the old tavern, the owner sighs as he cleans away sea sand and algae. Further along the beach, several elderly people have secretly erected a makeshift altar, offering prayers and repentance to the Sea Lord. A sunset has appeared on the horizon, its magnificent colors painting half the sky crimson. Under the sunset's glow, everything seems stained with a blood-red light, like the oil paintings displayed in shop windows, the colors intense, yet all the more shocking. Suddenly, the silence of the harbor was shattered by the rapid sound of galloping hoofs. The commoners on the dock instinctively turned to look, only to see a group of knights in armor and splendid attire galloping towards them, the thunderous hooves shaking the ground. Behind them followed a luxurious carriage wrapped in gold leaf. Under the driver's frantic whipping, the carriage was pushed to its limit, the carriage itself swaying precariously. The people inside, however, still weren't satisfied and kept urging them on. The rapidly spinning wheels rolled over the still clean black rocky ground, shoving mud and sand everywhere, even splashing some onto the carriage's glass windows. The commoners on the roadside, caught off guard, were splattered with the mud and sand, yet dared not utter a sound of anger. For the carriage bore a gleaming golden coat of arms. That coat of arms belonged to the local lord, Viscount Taylor. It's the lord. Quick! Pack your things away. The old men on the beach scrambled to their feet at the sight and hurriedly began gathering their belongings. In the chaos, they didn't even notice the offering bowls on the table that had been knocked over. The commoners on the dock, clearing silt and salvaging driftwood, paled. They quickly grabbed their tools and scrambled to avoid the galloping horses. A few were a little slower and nearly got hit head-on by the charging war horses, their linen robes instantly soaked with cold sweat. Amidst the chaos, the knights and carriages came to a swift stop on the dock. The knights quickly dismounted, and a man leaped from the carriage. This man was about 30 or 40 years old, dressed in dark red nobleman's casual clothes. His round belly seemed to burst at the seams, and he sported a small, glossy black mustache. He was bloated and had a glib tongue. This middle-aged man was Viscount Taylor, the Lord of Port Ampro. Because he alighted from the carriage in such a hurry, Viscount Taylor's clothes were somewhat disheveled, and even his normally meticulously combed hair was sticking up. He didn't bother to tidy himself up, and was still hurriedly instructing his old butler, "The Earl will be arriving soon. Keep a close eye on things, and make sure nothing goes wrong." "Don't worry, sir," the old butler replied confidently. "The supplies I've prepared are the best, and the dinner dishes have been prepared since this morning, every dish meticulously chosen. I guarantee the Earl will feel your sincerity and care." Viscount Taylor finally breathed a sigh of relief. With his servant's help, he straightened his clothes and accessories, took a deep breath, and the anxiety and excitement on his face slowly subsided, forcing a warm yet respectful smile. Ever since receiving news that the new Earl was coming to Port Ampro for supplies, he knew his opportunity had finally arrived. As the Lord of Port Ampro, his income naturally didn't come solely from seafood and taxes. The maritime merchant fleets were his primary source of income. Since the death of the former Earl Raymond, he had lost his patron, and business had become increasingly difficult. Many nobles within the Thorn territory coveted his business, and lately, there had been constant attempts to sabotage him, both openly and secretly. If he couldn't find a powerful patron soon, he might lose his exclusive business. He had been frantic with worry for the past 2 days, but the only one capable of protecting him, Earl Black, had remained completely unresponsive to his invitations. But then, by divine intervention, at this crucial moment, he received news that Earl Black was coming to Port Ampro for supplies. Could there be more exciting news than this? If Earl Black came, he was confident he could persuade him to grant him protection. He now held a trump card. He wasn't afraid Earl Black wouldn't be tempted. And this new Earl Black, backed by the Duchy of St. Violet and the Holy See of Light, had an unfathomable background. If he could seize this opportunity to align himself with him, not only could he protect his business, but countless other benefits awaited him. Viscount Taylor imagined a grand road paved with gold and jewels slowly unfolding before him, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together in anticipation. Just then, a streak of light suddenly streaked across the devastated harbor. As fast as a shooting star, it reached the harbor in moments, transforming into a colossal object that hovered in the sky and began to descend slowly. Against the sunlight, This colossal object was submerged in a dazzling display of light and shadow, its edges blurred, only the enormous shadow it cast on the dock remaining distinct. Viscount Taylor instinctively looked up, then his eyes widened in shock. The colossal object hanging above him looked like a giant sphere studded with crystals. In the sunlight, its surface refracted brilliant, multicolored light, dazzling like an oversized gemstone. With its arrival, immense wind pressure roared down, and waves surged across the sea. The roar of waves echoed from the sea, crashing against the dock and sending up countless white sprays. Even the flags flying in the harbor were whipped about wildly by the gale. Gun, Master Gunt's Archmage Tower. Viscount Taylor swallowed hard, his portly face contorted with shock, as if he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Master Gunt had been settled in Grewtown for so long that even the most oblivious nobles would know, let alone Viscount Taylor, who was eager to curry favor with a new earl. Moreover, Master Gunt's Archmage Tower was uniquely designed, one of a kind. How could he not recognize it? He never imagined that waiting for Earl Black at the dock would lead him to Master Gunt's Archmage Tower. This was like a windfall. Taylor Emerson's luck was truly about to change. Master Gunter is a very important figure, one that you can't even invite by invitation. The old butler, realizing what was happening, exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining. If we entertain him well, the master might be pleased and agree to make you magical equipment. You don't need to tell me that, Viscount Taylor said, taking a deep breath, his spirits lifting. Let's go greet our distinguished guest. With that, he straightened his collar and braved the immense wind pressure as he walked towards the edge of the dock. The gale nearly distorted his plump face, but he seemed oblivious, his eyes still gleaming with excitement. At that moment, the Archmage Tower descended from the sky, its 8 enormous mechanical legs firmly anchoring it on the sea at the edge of the harbor. While most of the surrounding commoners didn't know what this behemoth was, driven by the most basic human decency, they had already discreetly carried their belongings away from the whirlpool of the dock. Only a few curious and fearless individuals secretly huddled in corners to watch. Amidst the curious and excited gazes of the crowd, the doors to the lower levels of the Archmage's Tower slowly slid open, and several figures emerged. Viscount Taylor's eyes quickly swept across everyone's faces, his gaze lighting up when he saw the blonde, blue-eyed Blake and the unshaven Jimmy. He immediately approached them. "Good day, Earl Blake." He first gave Blake a graceful aristocratic bow, then turned to Jimmy Gaunt beside him. "Good day, Master Gaunt." "Good day, my friends." His attitude was respectful yet courteous. After greeting the two, he even remembered to greet Wu Wei and the others beside him, his manners impeccable. After all, in his eyes, anyone who could be associated with these two was no ordinary person, and currying favor was always a good idea. "You are the Lord of Port Ampro, Viscount Taylor." Blake casually exchanged pleasantries with him. Viscount Taylor, as a lower-ranking noble within the Thorn territory, was nominally a vassal of Blake, a direct subordinate who could command troops from opposing factions during wartime. Serving higher-ranking nobles was a tradition, an obligation, that had existed for tens of thousands of years in the Plane of Light, so Blake wasn't surprised to see Viscount Taylor at the docks. Daniel, Liliana, and the others were clearly used to this, skillfully adopting their airs. Only Jimmy remained impatient, completely ignoring Viscount Taylor. Wu Wei glanced at him, then quickly looked away, lazily shrinking behind the others. It was a strange coincidence, he had only issued a divine decree yesterday, ordering the Holy See to search for clues to the heart of the earth, and yet, a clue had already been found. And this clue, surprisingly, came from Jimmy, the alchemy master. Frankly, he was quite startled when he first heard this news from the Holy Maiden of Light yesterday. The heart of the earth, formed from the essence of the earth, is one of the 5 primordial stones of the universe, with only a handful forming in the entire plane of light. However, divine objects conceal their true nature. Unlike the stone of creation, the heart of the earth does not emit any obvious fluctuations. Instead, it appears as an ordinary stone devoid of any magical energy, indistinguishable to mortals. Only a deity like Wu Wei can see through the appearance to its essence and find it among countless ordinary stones. Finding the heart of the earth would bring about a dramatic transformation in Wu Wei's power, and for a moment, his heart burned with fervor. Chapter 179 Black Pearl Abalone. Fortunately, Wu Wei had a way to identify it. As one of the 5 primordial stones, the heart of the earth often naturally displays mysterious patterns on its surface, very primordial divine runes. Moreover, earth elemental stones, formed from the convergence of energy, are pure black and incredibly hard. Even sacred artifacts cannot cleave them. If a stone possesses all these characteristics and shows no magical fluctuations, it's highly likely to be the heart of the earth. Jimmy Gaunt had just seen such a stone. A familiar mage had specifically brought it to him for identification. Unfortunately, after studying it for a long time, he couldn't figure anything out except that the stone was excessively hard. In the end, he could only attribute the unusual patterns to coincidence and returned the stone. Upon hearing his description, Wu Wei knew it must be the heart of the earth he was looking for. Unfortunately, the heart of the earth wasn't in Jimmy Gaunt's possession, but rather in the mage's holy land, the Patrick Islands. The main purpose of this voyage, besides dropping off Duke Daniel and Blackback in the Duchy of St. Violet and broadening their horizons, was to retrieve the heart of the earth from the Patrick Islands. The stop at Port Ampro was purely for resupply. The journey was long, and even using the Archmage Tower would take several days, and the tower's supplies were insufficient. Wu Wei, how's the war giant's blood you promised to get for me? I even lent you the Archmage Tower for this small vial. You can't go back on your word. Jimmy had somehow gotten close to Wu Wei, his voice a thin beam of magic, reaching Wu Wei's ears without alerting anyone. Wu Wei turned his head and saw Jimmy pretending to be nonchalant, looking away. Unfortunately, his acting wasn't very good. His pale face, from being deprived of sunlight, betrayed obvious nervousness. He looked like a thief. The war giant was one of the two Lightbringers. Coveting his blood naturally required acting like a thief. He chuckled softly, and with a flick of his left hand, a small crystal bottle appeared in his palm, containing a pool of scarlet liquid that rippled gently. Look what this is. This is. Jimmy turned his head, feigning casual glance, then his expression brightened instantly, the blood of the war giant. He reached for the bottle. However, before his hand could even touch it, Wu Wei snatched the crystal bottle away, adding with a smile, I'll give it to you when we get to the Patrick Islands. Jimmy's face immediately filled with resentment, his gaze towards Wu Wei like that of a heartless man who had abandoned him after a brief encounter. Wu Wei remained unmoved. If he gave the blood to Jimmy now, he would definitely disappear into the laboratory and never come out again. Then, who would control the Archmage Tower? You little brat. Seeing Wu Wei's attitude, Jimmy knew things were hopeless, and his expression immediately fell, as if he had lost millions, drawing glances from Liliana and Daniel beside him. While Wu Wei and Jimmy were secretly exchanging pleasantries, Blake and the others' small talk with Viscount Taylor finally came to an end. Viscount Taylor said he's prepared supplies for us and would like to invite us to a salon dinner while the supplies are being moved. Blake relayed Viscount Taylor's message, looking at the others with a questioning expression. What do you all think? I hope you can give me the opportunity to host you all, Viscount Taylor added from the side, his plump face displaying a humble yet enthusiastic expression, clearly conveying his desire to curry favor with him. Wu Wei shrugged, I don't mind. As long as it didn't interfere with his trip to the Patrick Islands, he didn't care where they ate. The others had no objections either. After a brief discussion, they decided to accept Viscount Taylor's invitation to the dinner at his estate. Viscount Taylor was overjoyed and immediately ordered his old butler to announce the arrival. Soon, cart after cart of supplies was delivered. The carts carrying supplies were piled high, stretching from the edge of the dock all the way to the streets of Amprog town, winding like a long snake. A group of burly male servants, shirtless, unloaded supplies from the carts and carried them into the Archmage's tower. Be careful, don't break the water-based protective film on the wicker baskets. Not even a slight bump is allowed. The vegetables and fruits in the boxes rely on this film to stay fresh for a long time. The old steward squinted at the servants, his gaze stern, as if he could see through any attempt to shirk their duties. Hearing the words water-based protective film, Wu Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but glance at the translucent film covering the wicker baskets. He had only recently heard of this thing. It was supposedly a one-time use magical item created by the mages of the Patrick Islands, used to preserve vegetables and fruits. It was a bit pricey, but it could effectively solve the problem of supplying vegetables and fruits during long voyages. It must be said that when necessary, the abilities of those magicians were truly remarkable, in no way inferior to modern scientists. Your Excellency, gentlemen, the carriage is ready. Please follow me. Just as Wu Wei was observing the preservative film, Viscount Taylor had already summoned the carriage and extended an invitation to the group. Wu Wei didn't delay and casually chose a carriage to sit in. It had rained a few hours earlier, and the roads near the port were quite muddy. The carriage swayed and bumped along, occasionally hitting pebbles, making it rather uncomfortable. Having been accustomed to the smooth comfort of a sedan chair in his previous life, Wu Wei found it difficult to adjust to this cramped and unstable carriage. Fortunately, Viscount Taylor Manor was very close to the dock. After sitting in the carriage for a short while, they arrived at the manor. "My lord, we have arrived at the manor. Please alight." The driver respectfully opened the door for Wu Wei. As Wu Wei stepped out and looked around, he immediately felt much better. The manor sits right by the sea, with a sandy beach where waves crash against the right. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the sea shimmers, a truly beautiful sight. Rose vines twine around the manor's exquisitely crafted iron fence. The variety of roses, though unknown, blooms vibrantly despite it being midsummer. A gentle sea breeze carries the delicate rose petals, which sway softly, releasing a sweet fragrance that soothes the soul. "The banquet is about to begin, please follow me," Viscount Taylor said, leading the group towards the main building of the manor, where the banquet would be held. As they walked, he continued to introduce the meticulously maintained sights of the manor, a century-old angel statue, a half-century-old artificial fountain, and fragrant roses cultivated for centuries. The list goes on. Wu Wei wasn't particularly interested in these things, glancing at them only briefly before looking away. Viscount Taylor's enthusiastic introductions were merely background noise to him, quickly forgotten. The others clearly weren't very interested in these things either. Daniel and Black, having grown up in the Duchy's castle, naturally possessed a broader perspective than a mere viscount. Liliana and Jimmy, though of humble origins, were exceptionally capable and respected wherever they went. Their knowledge and experience were also beyond the reach of ordinary people. Perhaps sensing their lack of interest, Viscount Taylor wisely quieted down, quickening his pace to lead them to the main building of the manor. Inside, the banquet hall was already prepared. Unlike the castles built for war, the architecture of this resort manor was exquisite and magnificent, exuding an air of extravagance with its meticulous decorations. Gentlemen and ladies who had arrived early were already seated on the sofas, conversing quietly over wine glasses, their elegant attire and laughter creating a serene atmosphere. Under the candlelight, the crystal goblets filled with wine reflected a dazzling light, and the ladies' elaborate and ornate skirts shimmered with light, creating a dreamlike scene. Everything before them, compared to the horrific and chaotic scene at the docks just moments before, seemed to exist in another world. For a moment, Wu Wei was dazed, almost thinking he was watching a medieval European movie. However, he quickly recovered. This wasn't a movie, it was a legitimate aristocratic salon. Come to think of it, he'd been awake for a while, and while he'd killed quite a few nobles, this was his first time attending a proper aristocratic salon. No wonder he felt like he'd wandered into the wrong movie set. Unlike his dazed state, the others seemed completely oblivious to the scene before them, walking in naturally and finding seats. Soon, other guests noticed them, raising their glasses to greet them. Wu Wei's gaze swept across the banquet hall, finding quite a few people, nobles in magnificent attire, clearly wealthy business guild leaders, and elegantly dressed butlers exuding a refined air. In a corner stood a middle-aged man wearing a black leather mask, unassuming yet possessing an air of understated elegance, seemingly a noble who wished to conceal his identity. However, these people all looked quite unfamiliar, seemingly not nobles from the Thorn territory, but perhaps Viscount Taylor's business partners. "Gentlemen, today I have invited a distinguished guest, let us all welcome him." Viscount Taylor walked to the center of the banquet hall, raised his glass, and enthusiastically introduced Blake to everyone, offering a welcoming speech. Viscount Taylor's speech officially opened the salon, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall immediately became lively. Many gentlemen raised their glasses to Blake, expressing their welcome. Their eyes held both fervor and restraint. If it weren't for their sense of propriety, they would have wanted to immediately pounce on Earl Blake and curry favor. A powerful earl with a fiefdom was someone worth befriending wherever he went. Meanwhile, Daniel, Liliana, Wu Wei, Jimmy, and others accompanying Blake also received a warm welcome. However, it was clearly a polite enthusiasm, treating them as Blake's attendants or ordinary friends who had come to broaden their horizons. Meanwhile, at the edge of the banquet hall, a specially hired band played lively dance music. Plates of exquisite food were served on the tables on both sides for the guests to help themselves. The atmosphere in the entire banquet hall became joyful and enthusiastic, Even the servant's steps seemed lighter. Wu Wei's demeanor was extremely relaxed, as if he were leisurely watching flowers bloom and fade. It's no wonder, although Wu Wei was just an ordinary person on Earth, Earth was ultimately more advanced than the plane of light. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs run. And now, Wu Wei was even more revered as the god of light. Although this god of light wasn't powerful enough yet, a god was still a god, high above and looking down upon the mortal world. Your Excellency, this is the black pearl abalone I specially prepared for you. At this moment, Viscount Taylor suddenly approached, followed by a male servant carrying a golden tray. On the plate, an abalone the size of a wash basin wriggled slightly, exuding a fresh, briny aroma. The black pearl abalone is exquisitely delicious, yet it only comes from a hidden reef in the nearshore waters. The reef's interior is narrow, with swift currents and many dangerous sea creatures. Only female martial artists of level 3 or higher, skilled in swimming, and of petite stature, can venture into the sea to collect it. The annual yield is only about 100, and most are supplied to the capital. It is the most precious seafood in my territory. Viscount Taylor's cheeks trembled slightly as he spoke, his manners impeccable, yet his eyes held undisguised pride. This month, only 10 black pearl abalone were harvested. I selected the 2 largest and fattest ones and had them specially raised. Only such a delicacy is worthy of the Earl's status. With that, he clapped his hands, and a male servant immediately brought forward with a golden platter. A middle-aged chef wearing a chef's hat picked up a small silver knife and, with swift, deft strokes, scooped out the abalone meat, slicing it into thin slices. The chef casually picked up a slice with the tip of his knife. The slice was as thin as a cicada's wing, translucent in the candlelight. Excellent! A cheer erupted from the surrounding crowd. The nobles and merchants in the banquet hall had gathered around, applauding the chef's exquisite knife skills with admiration. Slicing abalone wasn't difficult, but slicing live abalone so evenly and thinly was no easy feat. Amidst the cheers, a small, magical oven was brought out. The tall, robust chef picked up a glistening abalone slice with the tip of his knife and gently placed it on the smokeless magical oven. The edges of the abalone slice immediately curled up. In less than 3 seconds, the abalone slice was perfectly cooked. The chef picked it up again with the tip of his knife, sprinkled it with prepared spices, rolled it up carefully, and then cut it into bite-sized pieces, placing it on a golden plate. A sweet and fresh aroma filled the air, instantly whetting everyone's appetite. Black pearl abalone must be eaten fresh, killed and served immediately. The abalone slices shouldn't be thicker than parchment paper, but they also can't be too thin. Too thin and they won't retain the juices, too thick and it will affect the texture. The grilling time shouldn't be less than 2 seconds and no more than 3 seconds, and there should be no open flame during grilling. Only in this way can its freshness be fully brought out. Viscount Taylor, in high spirits, acted as a guide, taking a golden plate from the chef and presenting it to Blake like a precious treasure. Please, Earl, have a taste. Even when sliced thinly, the abalone, the size of a wash basin, was still larger than the plate. A single thin slice filled an entire palm-sized golden plate. Black pearl abalone is indeed a rare delicacy. I haven't had it in a long time, Blake said, without any intention of tasting it. Instead, he pushed the small plate in front of Wu Wei. Brother Wu Wei, you should try some. Viscount Taylor was taken aback, glancing at Wu Wei with a suspicious look. Wu Wei had been captivated by the delicious aroma and, too lazy to pretend, picked up his fork and took a small piece. The abalone slice was grilled to perfection, its bouncy, smooth skin revealing a rich, savory juice. The slight spiciness of the spices perfectly masked the abalone's natural fishy smell, highlighting the exquisite flavor of this top-quality ingredient. A few chews filled his mouth with fragrance. In a word, incredibly fresh. So fresh that his tongue almost fell off. Wu Wei sighed contentedly. Delicious. If he were on Earth, he would never have tasted such a top-tier delicacy. In modern times, a single, exceptionally fine abalone would probably cost hundreds of thousands, even millions. These human nobles certainly know how to enjoy life. They're incredibly extravagant. Seeing Wu Wei's reaction, Viscount Taylor's face lit up with a smug look, which he quickly suppressed, signaling the chef to continue grilling. The grilled abalone slices on the plate were quickly devoured, and everyone who got a bite couldn't help but show a satisfied expression, praising the black pearl abalone highly. Even the well-traveled Blake, Daniel, Liliana, and Jimmy were quite content. The true foodie Wu Wei was even more satisfied. Indeed, traveling more among humans had its advantages, otherwise, where could he have tasted such delicacies? He was already thinking of getting more black pearl abalone to cultivate in the divine realm, so he could enjoy one from time to time, adding a bit of enjoyment to his life as the god of light. The banquet was a resounding success, with everyone enjoying themselves. Soon, the meat and vegetables on both tables were removed and replaced with dessert. The guests, having eaten and drunk their fill, couldn't help but start cheering. "Viscount Taylor, while the black pearl abalone is delicious, we didn't come all this way just to freeload a meal." A middle-aged nobleman, seemingly a carbon copy of Viscount Taylor, raised his glass to him, a knowing smile on his face. "My friend, should we begin the main event?" These words immediately stirred the atmosphere, with many joining in the commotion, the entire banquet hall inexplicably becoming noisy. Braden and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What main event? Wasn't a noble salon just for eating, drinking, and chatting? What could possibly be the main event? "Since everyone is so insistent, I certainly can't disappoint you." Viscount Taylor straightened his clothes and stood up from the sofa, raising his hand with a reserved smile and lightly clapping his hands. Clap! The crisp sound of the clapping instantly echoed throughout the banquet hall. The next moment, the heavy curtains on the stained glass windows were abruptly pulled down with a muffled thud, plunging the entire banquet hall into darkness. At the same time, countless candles were lit, their soft yellow light flickering and illuminating the entire banquet hall. A mysterious atmosphere permeated the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Wu Wei's eyes lit up. Could this be the legendary after-dinner tradition? Chapter 180 The Fighting Nation. Amidst everyone's anticipation, as the blackout curtains were drawn, the vast manor hall seemed to plunge into darkness in an instant. However, servants quickly lit lamps, and the entire hall became bright and warm. Even the air seemed to acquire a faint, pleasant fragrance from the burning lamps. "This is beeswax, pure beeswax," Daniel whispered to Wu Wei beside him from his seat. "However, it seems some special incense has been added. You know, it's something the rich like. If you don't like it, Brother Wu Wei, I have some cooling balm here that can relieve some of that heat. It's just a small amount, no need to worry." Wu Wei waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't a concern. Wu Wei had been in this world for a long time and had gained some understanding of it. Speaking of beeswax, it was a precious and valuable commodity. Besides its high medicinal value, beeswax candles were different from the paraffin wax used by commoners, which emitted black smoke when lit. Candles made of beeswax not only do not produce any pollution, but also produce a brighter flame when lit, and have the effects of purifying the air and strengthening the body and mind. Due to their scarcity and high price, only upper-class nobles like Blake and Daniel, or occasions like the Royal Theatre, could afford to use beeswax for lighting. Of course, although the price is expensive, the effect is also very obvious. Using beeswax for lighting, and with a carefully designed mirror reflection of the lamps, will definitely make the entire room brilliantly lit and very grand. But now, Viscount Taylor has lit dozens of lanterns and used hundreds of beeswax candles of various sizes. This is not just grand, it is downright extravagant. As for the incense that Daniel mentioned, it is a special potion added to the beeswax by wealthy merchants and nobles who are obsessed with pleasure. After all, nobles and wealthy merchants who indulge in excessive pleasures often find themselves lacking in stamina, so a little incense to enhance their enjoyment is often the best thing to do. Daniel was also a meticulous person. He was worried that Wu Wei, who only had level 2 strength, would be affected by the incense, so he gave him a warning. But don't forget, Wu Wei's true identity is a god with a powerful spirit. Even if you were really poisoned, he could cure it in a minute. However, many of the wealthy merchants and nobles present, along with their entourages, began to turn red-faced and excited. That kind of greedy atmosphere had already filled every corner of the hall. What a decadent life! Wu Wei stroked his chin and slowly looked around. He thought to himself that this fat pig like Viscount Taylor had long controlled the maritime trade of Amproport and the surrounding area. It seemed that he was already rolling in money. And these wealthy merchants and nobles present were so extravagant. If you just scraped some of the wealth here, it would probably be terrifying. Clang. Just then, a series of sounds of chains being pulled came from the side door. The whispering guests in the hall instantly fell silent, their gazes fixed on the side door. The first batch of goods to be brought in that evening was about to be delivered. "Gentlemen, The goods about to be brought in are the finest male slaves ever produced in Thorn Ridge." With this loud announcement from Viscount Taylor's old butler in the center of the hall, the main event officially began. However, the word male slave made Wu Wei exhale a breath of stale air, instantly losing much of his interest. As an outsider, he already had some understanding of the slave system in this world. Generally, female slaves were more valuable than male slaves, especially young and beautiful ones, who were highly sought after everywhere. Male slaves were far less valuable. In many cases, male slaves were much cheaper than female slaves. After all, in this world, male power held a significant place, and those in power and high-ranking officials were mostly men. Their preferences and needs naturally determined the market's price trends. One thing is certain, though, whether man or woman, once enslaved, their lives are plunged into darkness, with no hope beyond a miserable death. The very program Viscount Taylor has arranged is likely the slave trade, rampant among the nobility. A moment later, with the clanging of chains growing closer, tonight's goods, dragged by several servants, finally reached the center of the hall. Wu Wei, who had just frowned, relaxed upon seeing the group of male slaves, his expression immediately brightening. There were 100 male slaves in total. They were naked, wearing only loincloths, and every hand and foot was chained. Around their necks wore crude collars, symbols of slavery, and they were all linked together by iron chains, preventing them from moving freely. They entered and lined up neatly in the hall, their expressions ranging from numb to indignant. Many bore scars from swords and knives, but without a doubt, they were all strong and exceptionally brave. Wu Wei examined them closely and realized these male slaves were unlike the Eastern men he was familiar with. These slaves had dark brown hair, sharply defined facial features, high-bridged noses, and were much taller and more imposing than those around them, especially their strong legs, powerful arms, and large, muscular chests, every feature exuding a strong masculine aura. To fetch a better price, Viscount Taylor had even ordered his men to apply essential oils to these slaves, making their muscles even more pronounced. At first glance, they resembled the Greek sculptures Wu Wei had seen on Earth before. Each body was a beautiful blend of wildness and power. God, scan these male slaves. Wu Wei secretly scanned them and discovered that their physical attributes were all as strong as wild beasts, with at least level 2 strength, and 30% of them even reaching level 3. As soldiers, this level was comparable to the king's personal guard. They were probably even stronger than the Templar Knights that Wu Wei had carefully cultivated. Unfortunately, perhaps due to racial characteristics, these foreign male slaves were all tall and strong, clearly much more robust in terms of physical attributes. It was somewhat unexpected that these strong and powerful warriors had been reduced to the lowest of slaves. Haha, Lord Blake, and my friends, haven't you had your eyes opened? Perhaps noticing the surprise of Blake and Wu Wei, Viscount Taylor patted his fat belly and laughed smugly. They're all Harris-born warriors. Harris? I've heard of that race. Daniel's eyes lit up, as if he remembered something, and he turned to Wu Wei and Blake to introduce them. The Harris are not from our empire. They live on the distant western coast, where they have established a united city-state based on large tribes. They are a warrior nation where everyone is a soldier. My friend, you have great insight. Viscount Taylor did not recognize Daniel's true identity, but in order to curry favor with Earl Blake, he still smiled politely. The Harris are enemies of our empire. Half a year ago, the powerful Western Sea overlord, Henry the Black Skull, plundered a Harris town. Through an intermediary, finally managed to buy a group of strong Harris male slaves from Henry the Black Skull. Henry the Black Skull is a notorious pirate in the West Sea. Even the king's navy can't handle him, Daniel whispered in Wu Wei's ear again. Wu Wei nodded in response, secretly admiring Daniel, the duke's grandson, for his extensive knowledge and experience. It was indeed fortunate that he, the god of light, had managed to subdue him. However, it now seemed that not only were sea creatures causing trouble, but pirates were also dominating the seas, and neither sea creatures nor pirates seemed to be underestimated. For him, the god of light, to expand his faith and territory throughout the world was no easy task. Therefore, upgrading his divine status was now urgently needed. Of the 350 Harris male slaves I purchased, only 100 survived the 3-month sea voyage. Viscount Taylor, now facing the crowd and deliberately raising his voice, declared, these 100 are the healthiest and strongest Harris warriors. Now, all 100 Harris male slaves will be auctioned off. The old butler, standing in the center of the hall, received a glance from Viscount Taylor and immediately announced loudly, "Starting bid. 80 gold francs." Whoosh! The numerous wealthy merchants and nobles present, along with their personal servants, immediately began a noisy discussion and bidding. 80 gold francs were not cheap. An ordinary farmer couldn't earn even 1 gold franc after a year of hard work. Moreover, a decent young female slave on the market only cost a dozen or so silver zacks. However, compared to 100 strong Harris warriors, the starting bid of 80 gold francs was undoubtedly a very fair price. These 100 Harris male slaves, once bought, would be top-notch bodyguards, mercenaries, and gladiators. Of course, for those with particular fetishes, these 100 male slaves would undoubtedly be the finest male servants in the entire Thorn Ridge, and even the entire duchy. In short, it's a one-time purchase, much cheaper than slowly raising a 100-man army. Wow, Brother Wu Wei, exotic lands, pirates, slaves, and strong Harris warriors combined, it's practically an epic myth. I, your humble servant, really want to compose a poem to express my surging emotions. Black Linton, brimming with artistic talent, once again conjured up countless scenarios in his mind, grabbing Wu Wei's hand, ready to burst into song. However, Wu Wei pressed him down. All right, just consider it material to accumulate. Didn't you see the auction is going on? Black said oh, and sat down in great agreement. The auction quickly entered a heated phase, with the price soaring to 135 gold francs. Based on the surrounding discussions, Wu Wei learned that the two fiercest competitors were Duchess Daisy's steward and a slave owner from a neighboring city. This slave owner was no ordinary man. He owned an underground gladiatorial arena and was a very influential and wealthy figure in the area. If he could acquire these 100 Harris male slaves, whether as bodyguards and henchmen or by sending them to the arena to become gladiators, it would undoubtedly enhance his reputation and bring him immense wealth. As for Duchess Daisy, her background was equally impressive, but her deeds sent chills down Wu Wei's spine. Duchess Daisy was born into nobility and married a minor hereditary count of considerable renown in the kingdom when she was young. However, Duchess Daisy was extravagant and dissolute, and within a few years, she had caused her husband's death, subsequently inheriting his hereditary title. With her family as her powerful backing, no one objected to the hereditary title, nor dared to. Thus, Duchess Daisy, possessing vast estates and properties, intensified her extravagant lifestyle, particularly her fondness for men. Her count's mansion was filled with various virile male servants. She frequently exchanged servants with other duchesses and noblewomen, or organized parties, indulging in pleasure day and night. Every year, many fine young men were abused to death by them. Now, Duchess Daisy is nearly 40, weighs well over 150 pounds, and her tastes have become increasingly bizarre and morbid in recent years. If these 100 Harris male slaves were to fall into her hands, it's likely none of them would meet a good end. At this moment, most of the guests present, including Wu Wei and Daniel, felt deep sympathy for these pitiful Harris male slaves. I'll offer 140 gold francs. Mr. Poker, you know your duchess's strange tastes. These Harris are all excellent warriors. If they fall into your duchess's hands, it'll be a complete waste. The slave owner from a nearby city had already argued with Duchess Daisy's steward, Poker, twice. Now, forced into a corner, he glared at him coldly. Hell, Hodge, you know they were the goods the Duchess wants, and you still dare to argue. Duchess Daisy's steward, Poker, was unimpressed. After carefully examining the Harris male slaves and their bulging loincloths, he sneered even more firmly. I, on behalf of Duchess Daisy, offer 150 gold francs. You. The slave owner, Hodge, tried to speak several times, but ultimately swallowed the anger that was simmering in his chest. Ultimately, it was Lady Daisy's wealth and influence that made her choice. Her butler, Poke, who represented her at the event, immediately raised the bid by 10 gold francs, displaying an air of determination to see it through to the end. Given Lady Daisy's high status and powerful background, none of the guests present were willing to offend a great nobleman for a few male slaves. The bidding finally ended, and the old butler, who had been presiding over the auction, immediately waved his hand and loudly announced that the winner was Lady Daisy's butler, Poke. Poke immediately bowed and apologized to Viscount Taylor, beaming with delight. After all, he had used Lady Daisy's reputation to some extent, which had been somewhat of an abuse of power. Viscount Taylor also gave him a knowing look, essentially doing Lady Daisy a favor. Sometimes, Favors are more valuable than gold and silver. Besides, he had made a considerable profit from selling 100 Harris male slaves for 150 gold francs. Therefore, doing Lady Daisy a favor would make things easier for him in her territory in the future. Why not? Soon, the 100 Harris male slaves, destined for a tragic fate, were led away by the Viscount's servants. They would be packed up like cargo, awaiting the Duchess's steward to collect them and leave after the feast. Alice, war is always merciless, the world is full of sorrow, only by believing in our Lord of Light can one find inner peace. Blake sighed, watching the slaves being led away. Liliana, who had remained silent, seemed somewhat angry beneath her calm expression, while Master Gaunt continued smoking. In this world, those who do as they please are always the high-ranking nobles. Even though they were filled with disgust for the sordid slave trade, they could only curse inwardly, powerless to change it. As for Wu Wei, he also felt deeply regretful. If he could train these strong Harris warriors into his Templar Knights, he was certain that these powerful soldiers, born for battle, could create a fighting force far exceeding the kingdom's regular army by 1, or even 2 times. Of course, he had considered auctioning them off, but his pockets were empty. Was he really going to use his already limited divine power to create coins? That would be far too extravagant, and far too ostentatious. Seemingly sensing the low spirits of Blake and Wu Wei, Viscount Taylor turned to Blake and smiled mysteriously. "Your Excellency, that was just a little diversion. What follows is a rare treat I've prepared for you." As he spoke, Viscount Taylor clapped his hands again, the enigmatic glint in his eyes overflowing, instantly conveying a meaning to all the men present. Chapter 181 This Earl has excellent taste. The manor hall was brightly lit by orange lamps, and the air was filled with the aroma of incense. With Viscount Taylor's clapping, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. The guests all had smiles on their faces and eyes that gleamed, like a group of starving diners eagerly awaiting the start of the feast, practically drooling. However, Wu Wei noticed that among the many wealthy merchants and nobles present, only the mysterious guest from the capital, Prit, remained calm. This guest from the capital had been introduced mysteriously during the earlier pleasantries. He was said to have an extremely impressive background, but his true identity had not been revealed. Although this guest from the capital also had anticipation in his eyes, his gaze was calm, showing none of the undisguised greed and vulgarity of the surrounding crowd. He wore a black leather mask, obscuring his true expression, but Wu Wei still noticed a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, a clear hint of arrogance in his expression. It was as if that slight upturn of his lips was mocking the group of sleazy and vulgar wealthy merchants and nobles around him. The capital? That's quite a place, Wu Wei thought to himself as his gaze swept across the area. The capital was currently the largest city within the Bright Empire, and even the messages left by the old God of Light praised this bustling metropolis. This showed its beauty, grandeur, and the high status it held among humans. Now, with his modern earthborn mindset, Wu Wei could clearly deduce that this metropolis was undoubtedly the political and economic center of the entire empire. The high-ranking officials and nobles residing there were probably countless. Any one of them would have a family background and status far beyond what a small place like Port-Ampro could compare to. The mysterious visitor from the capital, Mr. Prit, was indeed very low-key, even concealing his face, as if he were some important figure from the capital who had come here privately for a visit after a friend's recommendation. While most might interpret it that way, Wu Wei saw it differently. He clearly sensed that Mr. Prit was not as simple as he appeared, and that the capital city was a place he, the God of Light, absolutely had to conquer in the future. Although the capital city was a place of hidden talents and possessed a vast and ancient history, once it was successfully conquered, the entire empire would submit to his Church of Light. Of course, Wu Wei's current strength was still too weak, his divine power and resources were far too lacking. With his meager strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of the capital city. Therefore, honestly accumulating resources and advancing his divine status was the only way forward for him, the God of Light. Just as Wu Wei was pondering this, a series of dragging chain sounds came again from the dark side door. Soon after, a pitiful-looking, pretty young girl was dragged out by a servant on chains. Wu Wei turned his gaze and saw that the girl was only about 17 or 18 years old, somewhat slender, with beautiful features on her delicate oval face. She wore a metal collar, a symbol of slavery, and a dirty dress that looked like a tattered rag. A gem. Truly a gem. Ha ha ha, Mr. Taylor, Your merchandise is getting better and better. She's not from this country, is she? Not only is she not from this country, but in my opinion, she's probably still a virgin. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in cheers. Before the old butler even announced the auction, the guests from all sides were bursting with excitement, hurling insults and staring unabashedly at the pitiful girl. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the girl was forcibly dragged to the center of the hall. She stood there trembling, her still childish eyes filled with helplessness and fear. But the more the girl trembled, the more it fueled the desires of the guests. Even the guest servants cast covetous glances at the girl, like stray dogs eyeing a bone. What a beautiful woman! I never imagined such a beautiful woman existed outside our empire. The artistically inclined Black Lytton was truly amazed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But the thought of such a beautiful girl suffering such a tragic fate compelled him to play his zither and sing. Daniel, who had remained calm, was also deeply captivated by the exotic girl's appearance. This exotic girl was not only beautiful, but also possessed an exceptional air, far surpassing ordinary female slaves. She was a rare sight not only in Port Emperor, but even in major cities. She's probably not from an ordinary family, Wu Wei commented. The girl before him clearly came from a noble family, and her skin was incredibly fair, as soft and delicate as a winter snowflake. Based on this alone, Wu Wei was certain that the girl's fair and delicate skin was exceptional. All men are the same. Liliana sullenly took a sip of her drink, turning her face away in annoyance. However, out of the corner of her eye, she still looked at the pitiful girl in the room with considerable sympathy. The most tragic fate in the world is to be reduced to slavery, and among slaves, the most tragic are the young and beautiful female slaves. The younger and more beautiful they are, the more pitiful they appear, the easier it is for them to be abused. That's why Liliana hated her own weakness, and that's why she desperately tried to become stronger, so that she could control her own destiny. But the pitiful girl who had appeared out of nowhere. Liliana couldn't bear to think about her now. You all have excellent eyesight. This slave girl's background is anything but ordinary. Viscount Taylor's mustache twitched with excitement as he stood up and loudly introduced her to the assembled guests. Her name is Winnie Lviv. From the far north, she's a precious trophy General Andrew acquired 2 months ago when he conquered an enemy city. Not only is she the daughter of the enemy city lord, but she's also a virgin. The auction begins now, starting bid. 100 gold francs. With Viscount Taylor's loud announcement, the entire hall erupted in excitement. No one had expected Viscount Taylor to bring so many valuable items to this gathering. They were all caught off guard. But soon, the cries of bids echoed through the crowd. Winnie's beautiful eyes were filled with glistening tears. She trembled, filled with despair, amidst the gazes of a group of guests who seemed to want to devour her alive. She had been reduced to a slave, her fate no longer in her own hands. A female slave, priced higher than 100 Harris warriors. Wu Wei was slightly surprised. If he had to find a reason, it would be that the elite circles of this world were rotten to the core. My friend, you don't know this. Miss Winnie is the true daughter of the city lord, a delicate and pampered young lady. How can those vulgar Harris slaves compare to the city lord's daughter? Viscount Taylor chuckled lewdly, then fawned over Blake, whispering, Your Excellency, is Miss Winnie satisfied? If you like her, I can give you a big discount privately if you bid on her. Upon hearing that a female slave was to be auctioned, the newly appointed Earl Blake Lytton's handsome face instantly turned bright red. Blake had always been a carefree bard, never having experienced the decadent life of the nobility, especially such a blatant and corrupt one. How could he possibly resist? He quickly turned to Wu Wei and Daniel, trying to get their help. Don't look at me, aren't you the Earl? If you like it, just buy it. Wu Wei shrugged, indicating that Blake could do whatever he wanted, it wasn't his business. Daniel nodded seriously from the side, echoing, You can buy it. Daniel had suffered a lot of exclusion over the years, but being the grandson of a duke, he hadn't participated in the entertainment of the aristocratic circles, but he had seen it all. In his opinion, this female slave was indeed outstanding, and with his cousin Earl Blake's status, it was only natural for him to buy a high-born female slave as his personal maid. What? You can buy it? I. Blake's face turned even redder. The thought of buying a beautiful female slave to take home completely stunned him. In his panic, Blake caught a glimpse of Liliana not far away. Her gaze was cold and sharp, as if she, representing the great god of light, would tear him apart alive if he committed any evil. Hiss. Blake gasped, immediately shrinking back, ignoring even the flattering words of Viscount Taylor nearby. And so, in a few rounds, the city lord's daughter, Winnie, was forcefully auctioned off by Mr. Pritt from the capital for 455 gold francs. Although many guests were indignant to see the delicate, beautiful girl bought by this unknown Pritt, his wealth and influence allowed him to raise the price to 455 gold francs, deterring many from even considering it. Originally, the guests, attracted by Winnie's delicate beauty and noble birth, would have been willing to pay 200 or 300 gold francs. They figured that once they were done with her, whether they resold her or used the money to exchange for ransom in an enemy country, it would be a profitable deal. This Pritt was truly despicable. He'd driven the price up to such an exorbitant level for a mere female slave. It wasn't just extravagant, it was astronomical. The guests present certainly couldn't afford it. Viscount Taylor was slightly surprised by the astronomical price, a mixture of delight and surprise, which led him to hold this guest from the capital in even higher regard. However, the reason he'd specifically bought a daughter of the enemy city lord at such a high price was to curry favor with Earl Black Lytton. His port of Amper was Earl Black's territory, and if he didn't keep a good relationship with Earl Black, his clandestine business would be ruined. Therefore, he deliberately displayed his business to Earl Black today. This way, he could both ingratiate himself with Black and, while enjoying himself, introduce Black into this circle. If Black was happy, what did it matter if he got a 50% discount after the auction? And if Black was interested in his business, even better. He was even willing to let Blake take a stake at a low price so that his business could gradually grow and expand. But what was the situation now? The Earl hadn't made a single bid. Did he not like pure virgin girls? Viscount Taylor was somewhat anxious, but he had plenty of ways. If he didn't like the pure girls, he still had cute, mature, wanton, and charming female slaves. He had plenty of top-quality female slaves. He refused to believe that not a single man would find one he liked. With this thought in mind, Viscount Taylor waved his hand, and the auction resumed with renewed fervor. The young girl Winnie was quickly dragged away by servants in chains, waiting to be packed up and picked up. Then, one after another, batch after batch, sold individually or in packages, all sorts of new female slaves arrived in several batches. The guests present were as if they were at a feast, constantly scrambling for the various high-quality female slaves, and hundreds and thousands of gold franc began to flow into Viscount Taylor's pockets like water. He'd made a considerable amount of money in that short time, but the Earl Black, whom he was trying to curry favor with, had remained quietly watching, not participating in a single bid. What if this continued? If the Earl didn't get involved, wouldn't it make him, as a subordinate Viscount, look incompetent? Thinking of this, Viscount Taylor broke out in a cold sweat. Did the Earl dislike both men and women? This was impossible. If he didn't win over this newly appointed Earl today, when would he ever get such a good opportunity again? And if the Earl became unhappy, his business might be on the verge of collapse. He knew there were countless nobles and lords around who coveted his connections and business. If he faced any setbacks, countless competitors would emerge to steal his business. With this thought in mind, Viscount Taylor beckoned to the old butler below the banquet table. After the old butler entered, he lowered his voice and ordered, "Go, move it out." "It? You mean it?" The old butler's eyes widened, and he hurriedly stopped him. "Absolutely not. That person is, stop talking nonsense. I told you to move it, so move it." Before the old butler could finish speaking, Viscount Taylor glared at him fiercely and interrupted, "Don't you know that the Earl is of noble birth? How could ordinary, common women possibly catch his eye?" Although this newly appointed Earl, Black Lytton, was once unknown, he still bore the surname of the Duke of Lytton, which was the surname of a hereditary duchy. If you included the family power behind him, it was far beyond what a mere viscount like him could afford to fend. Now, if he could climb onto the high branch of this upstart Black, then Taylor's future would be absolutely glorious. This was a golden opportunity. How could he miss it? The old butler realized he had misspoke, quickly took his leave, and went into the secret door to retrieve the goods himself. Seeing that his plan was in place, Viscount Taylor once again flashed a fawning smile, approaching Blake and whispering, "Your Excellency, I know the previous goods were beneath your notice, but the rare item about to enter is a world-class treasure that I just acquired. It's unparalleled not only in our empire, but across the entire continent." "Oh? How rare?" Blake asked curiously, while Daniel, Wu Wei, and the others beside him all cast curious glances. They had seen countless slaves of all kinds, and this was even rarer than the previous ones. They couldn't fathom it. Could it be something beyond human? Viscount Taylor took in everyone's reactions, deliberately revealing a mysterious smile, then pointed to the center of the hall. Rumble. A series of grinding sounds from the spinning rollers came from inside the side door. Chapter 182 High-Level Siren. Wu Wei and his companions were immediately drawn to the sound. With a series of muffled thuds, a massive stone urn, almost twice the height of two people, was pushed out from a side door. The urn was generally grayish-white, its surface polished smooth, and not particularly eye-catching at first glance. However, intricate magic circles were depicted on its top and edges, their complex patterns and profound aura giving the entire urn a sophisticated and grand appearance. With each push, the urn emitted a faint gurgling sound, suggesting it contained water. Wu Wei glanced up and saw a large metal net covering the opening at the top of the urn. The net shimmered with light, occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity, clearly a magical item, and a lightning attribute offensive artifact at that. What is this? Shouldn't it be a slave brought up? Wu Wei was momentarily confused, wondering what Viscount Taylor was really up to. Please look, everyone. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Viscount Taylor snapped his fingers with a hint of smugness. The next moment, several beams of light cascaded down from the ceiling of the hall, intertwining and landing on the stone urn placed in the center of the hall. The grayish-white hue on the surface of the urn instantly dissipated like mist, gradually fading and disappearing. The urn became increasingly transparent, and everything inside was gradually revealed to everyone. I know. This stone urn is made of Hoja ore. Daniel instantly realized what was happening and began to explain to the group. This ore was discovered over 1,000 years ago by the great mage Kane Hoja in the northern mountains. It's usually grayish-white, but it becomes transparent when illuminated by a magic lamp. It's generally used to make. As he spoke, his voice suddenly stopped, and he stared at the stone urn in astonishment. Not only him, but almost everyone in the banquet hall was as stunned as he was. Inside the enormous stone urn, there was a girl with a human torso and a fish tail. The girl appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Her arms and fish tail were bound by fine, dense silver chains, and around her neck, like a dog being leashed, was a magical collar that suppressed her power. Reflected in the water, the chains left red marks on her almost transparent, delicate skin, some even bleeding profusely. Her exquisitely beautiful face was deathly pale from blood loss, and her long, azure hair tangled like seaweed around her body, making her look utterly wretched. Seemingly having given up struggling, the light in her dark green eyes dimmed. Even when light shone into them, she only twitched her eyelids slightly before returning to normal. Yet, even so, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, her forearms and shoulders were adorned with beautiful, pale blue scales resembling mica, her fins at the joints were as delicate as glass, and the small patch of pale blue gill cover peeking out from her long, azure hair was as beautiful as wings. Even bound by silver chains, her slender, sapphire blue tail remained dazzling and magnificent under the magic lamps, possessing an eerie beauty. Eerie and alluring. For a moment, the entire banquet hall fell silent, even breathing seemed to be captured by this enchanting sea spirit. Wu Wei was also stunned. He hadn't expected that the person Viscount Taylor had mysteriously pushed onto the stage wasn't actually human, but a mermaid. My God, she's simply the embodiment of art and beauty. The words of praise I can think of are so pale and powerless in the face of her beauty. How can there be such a perfect creature in this world? Blake murmured to himself, his eyes shining, completely lost in thought. He instinctively reached for his harp, disregarding the occasion and situation, and prepared to tune it, ready to compose. I want to write a hymn for her, praising her purity and beauty. All right, you said the same thing when you met the elves last time, Daniel said helplessly, stopping him. Wake up. This is a high-ranking siren. Knowing Wu Wei lacked common sense, he explained, high-ranking siren are the nobles among siren, few in number. Siren are actually a general term for intelligent creatures in the ocean. But even among siren, there are different ranks. The siren that attacked the port before were called Ikru, meaning fish-headed human, the lowest rank of siren, with average individual combat strength, relying solely on numbers to win. The mermaid girl before him, however, belonged to the most noble race among siren, known as the descendants of the sea god, high-ranking siren. Once they reached adulthood, they were guaranteed to be level 4, and some with good talent could even reach the level of sub-saint. Even more terrifying was that high-ranking siren had a much higher chance of reaching level 7 than other races. The vast ocean is home to numerous sea lords and overlords, almost all of whom are high-ranking sirens, demonstrating the ferocity of this race. The only saving grace for humanity is that high-ranking sirens are extremely rare and have a very low reproductive rate. Otherwise, the bright continent would truly be devoid of human power. Sirens. High-ranking sirens. At this moment, the other nobles also reacted, exclaiming in shock. My God! High-ranking sirens. A merchant guild leader stared in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and terror. Any high-ranking sirens captured by humans could provoke the sirens' revenge. Is Viscount Taylor courting death? He dares to capture even high-ranking sirens. In an instant, the entire banquet hall erupted in commotion. The fact that Viscount Taylor could acquire a high-ranking siren speaks volumes about his connections. However, the significance of this siren is far from ordinary. An eerie atmosphere permeates the candlelight, and everyone's expressions become unnatural, a mixture of fear, anxiety, and excitement flickering across their faces. A young slave girl with noble blood and immense potential is the perfect subject for a raising game. Once properly trained and tamed, she might become a powerful level 7 fighter. Furthermore, high-ranking siren are born with powerful bloodline talents, perhaps possessing the ability to walk on the sea or command sea beasts. She's practically a future ocean lord, ruling over a vast expanse of water with ease. However, the girl's identity also signifies immense trouble. Is she truly worth the risk? High-ranking sirens have a difficult time reproducing, so they are extremely protective of their offspring and are also very vengeful. If anyone dares to lay a hand on a siren's cub, they will be killed without hesitation once discovered. Daniel casually handed his cousin, who was intermittently delirious, to the old butler and continued to explain to Wu Wei, there have been audacious slave traders who have tried to take advantage of higher-ranking sirens before, but without exception, they were all retaliated against and killed by the high-ranking sirens. Whether they were buyers or sellers, none of them benefited. After a few times, those slave traders were terrified. I really didn't expect Viscount Taylor to have such audacity. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, clearly not optimistic. HMPH just lustful and audacious. Liliana leaned back lazily on the sofa, but her slightly narrowed peach blossom eyes revealed coldness and disdain. If that's the case, Wu Wei stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes, then these people probably won't dare to buy it? Would Viscount Taylor be trying to steal a chicken and losing the rice instead? Liliana smiled knowingly. That's not necessarily true. She never underestimated the base instincts of these nobles. Sure enough, not long after she finished speaking, a nobleman gritted his teeth and asked, Viscount Taylor, how much for this high-ranking siren? His eyes still held fear, but even more so, excitement and desire. His cheeks were flushed a strange crimson with excitement, like a gambler addicted to gambling. Even knowing that one wrong step could lead to certain doom, he still wanted to gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance. What if he was lucky and didn't suffer retaliation from the siren race? Wouldn't he have made a fortune? Viscount Taylor, having anticipated this, beamed with smug satisfaction. The starting bid is 1,000 gold francs, with each bid increment no less than 100 francs. Estates such as manors, stables, and mines can also be used in lieu of gold francs. Hiss. 1,000 gold francs. Many nobles present gasped. It wasn't that they couldn't afford that much money, it's just that a viscount's quarterly tax revenue was typically only 20 or 30 gold francs, and even with ancestral income, it would be at most 50 or 60. 1,000 gold francs would require selling estates and ancestral properties to raise that amount. Even for a minor noble, or even an earl like Blake, whose tax and ancestral income far exceeded that of a viscount, 1,000 gold francs was still a substantial sum, enough to make anyone wince for a long time. And this was just the starting price. With such a high starting price, the final price would be astronomical. However, just as everyone was astonished and shocked, and the nobleman who had just inquired about the price was hesitating, a calm and collected voice suddenly came from the corner, I bid 1,200 gold francs. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to look, and saw the mysterious guest from the capital, Mr. Pritt, leaning quietly against the bar. He casually toyed with a wine glass in his hand, his face, covered by a black leather mask, obscuring his expression, but his eyes revealed a nonchalant indifference. If it weren't for the matching voice and location, Just looking at him, it would be hard to believe that the person who had just made the bid was him. He casually raised the price by 200 gold francs with a single word. How rich must this person be? Wu Wei couldn't help but take another look at him. Logically speaking, he should now be quite wealthy, with many people willing to donate to the papacy, so he should have a lot of money. But the papacy has a large population and high expenses, and training the army costs money like water. He had left all the money he had to the papacy as ballast. Let alone 1,200 gold francs, he couldn't even come up with 100 gold francs. Sure enough, compared to the truly wealthy, he was still far too poor. Wu Wei sighed deeply, and the expressions of the others in the banquet hall shifted constantly. A middle-aged nobleman with thinning hair, aquiline nose, and deep-set eyes, who had been hesitating, suddenly gritted his teeth and made up his mind upon seeing this. This was a high-level sea monster. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If someone else bought it and didn't face the sea monster's revenge, they would have nowhere to turn. Besides, he wasn't alone. He had an army, skilled warriors, and his territory was inland, far from the port. Even against a high-level sea monster, he might not be without a fighting chance. He would risk it all. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes red, and said, "I'm offering a horse ranch, located in the western suburbs of Thorn City, covering 8,000 acres, with 327 adult horses and 106 juveniles, the vast majority of whom are of superior warhorse blood. There are also 135 households of horse-breeding slaves. The total price is 1,300 gold francs." Wow! These words immediately caused another stir in the banquet hall. Viscount Eleanor has really gone all out. That horse ranch is his most profitable asset. A middle-aged man, also dressed in noble attire, whispered to his companion. A horse ranch can be rebuilt after being sold, but high-ranking sirens are a rare find. If I had the capital, I would have made an offer long ago, a minor nobleman nearby said, finding Viscount Eleanor's actions very understandable, his eyes filled with envy. In a corner, several stewards, representing the nobles, each occupied a corner, quietly making urgent contact with their masters. In the age of magic and martial arts, long-distance communication wasn't impossible, but it was prohibitively expensive and only used in extremely rare circumstances. The balding, middle-aged Viscount stared wide-eyed at those around him, nervously swallowing. These people, who had just been laughing and chatting as if they were close friends, were now his competitors, especially the mysterious Mr. Preet, his primary target. He desperately hoped they would be deterred by his offer and stop bidding. A horse farm was the limit of what he could offer. Any higher, and he would be excluded from the deal. 1 second. 2 seconds passed, and still no one bid. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a butler finally finished his conversation with his master and turned around. The Earl of Blackiron Castle is willing to offer a black iron mine, located in the Loch Mountains, with estimated reserves of tens of thousands of tons, for 1,800 gold francs. The butler's silver-haired voice was steady and powerful, clearly demonstrating the Earl of Blackiron Castle's unwavering determination. The middle-aged Viscount, with thinning hair, turned pale, his expression instantly becoming incredibly ugly. However, at this moment, who would care about his reaction? Almost everyone's attention was drawn to the black iron ore worth 1,800 gold francs. This was a mine. Every metal mine was the lifeblood of a nobleman, who would normally be willing to part with it. For this high-ranking siren girl slave, the Earl of Blackiron Fortress was going all out. However, the black iron ore was not the end. As soon as the Earl of Blackiron Fortress's steward spoke, other noble representatives quickly joined the bidding. The price of the high-ranking siren girl slave skyrocketed from 1,800 gold francs for the black iron ore, quickly breaking 2,000 and reaching 3,000 gold francs for the mithril ore. The representatives of the major nobles who bid were fiercely competitive, openly and subtly conveying their determination to win, even resorting to invoking their family's title to coerce the other side into conceding. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly heated. Infected by the atmosphere, even the minor nobles and heads of small merchant guilds who were not eligible to participate in the bidding gradually became excited. Such a spectacular auction is a rare sight, and to be able to participate in it firsthand, how could one not be excited? For a moment, even the intimidation posed by the high siren was temporarily forgotten. Crazy. Crazy. These people are absolutely insane. Blake, having finally recovered from his fascination with the artistically beautiful siren, was startled by the frenzied scene. Daniel, however, remained relatively calm. He had seen many nobles in the Duke's mansion driven mad by a little profit. This spectacle was nothing to him. With 100% profit, people will dare to take risks. With 200% profit, they will dare to disregard the law. With 300% profit, they will dare to trample on everything in the world, Wu Wei said lazily, leaning back on the sofa, his face enigmatic. The High Siren represents control of the seas, safe and risk-free sea routes, an inexhaustible treasure trove, enough to drive any noble with even a little power mad. Not only these nobles, but even he was tempted. If he weren't broke, he probably would have already made an offer. As he spoke, he glanced at the pitiful, heartbreakingly beautiful mermaid girl in the stone urn, and couldn't help but sigh. What's more, this slave is such a stunning beauty. Her beauty alone was enough to drive many people crazy. Liliana had nodded in approval at the first few sentences, but her face darkened at the last. Well, she shouldn't have expected Wu Wei to say anything serious. Your Excellency, this time, you'll surely find a slave you like, right? Seemingly having overheard the latter part of Wu Wei's sentence, Viscount Taylor leaned in from the side, half smug and half boastful, saying, "This high-ranking siren was accidentally captured by one of my soldiers while hunting at sea. Both her aptitude and appearance are exceptional, absolutely worthy of your status." He then suddenly leaned close to Blake's ear and whispered, "If you like her, just name your price. I'll privately give you a 50% discount, consider it my tribute as your retainer." Why was he being asked to buy her again? Blake looked utterly embarrassed, his face turning red with embarrassment. He genuinely just admired beautiful things, he had never intended to take her back. Besides, where would he get so much money? He looked at Wu Wei and Daniel pleadingly, his emerald eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. Wu Wei felt a chill run down his spine. He's already in his mid-20s, acting like a spoiled young lady, doesn't he have any shame? Rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, he moved away without hesitation, deciding to ignore this fool. Daniel couldn't help but turn his head away as well, silently moving a little further away. Blake was incredulous. Blake was heartbroken. What happened to protecting him? It was all a lie. He was still a delicate, innocent young man, utterly unable to withstand the harsh realities of the adult world. Finally, the old butler, Jem, couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward, saying to Viscount Taylor, "Regarding this matter, young Master Blake needs to consider it further. What do you think?" Understood. Viscount Taylor naturally had no objections, smiling as he gave everyone a noble bow before retreating. He was full of confidence in the goods he had presented. He believed that even the ruler of the Holy Violet Duchy would be unable to resist the allure of the high-ranking siren, and Earl Blake would certainly be no exception. This extraordinary gift will surely bind him to Earl Black and the duchy behind him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Everyone lie down, sweep. Leaving aside Viscount Taylor's unwavering confidence, the atmosphere among Wu Wei and his companions became somewhat strange after he left. Aside from Jimmy, who was completely absorbed in alchemical deductions and oblivious to his surroundings, the others couldn't help but glance at Blake. Tisk, this lord's got some nerve, giving you a 50% discount. He's obviously trying to curry favor with you, Wu Wei chuckled, teasingly. I think you should just buy this little mermaid. She can be a bodyguard and a bed warmer, a great deal. Brother, please don't tease me. Blake's face instantly fell. You know I don't just support the Earl's territory, I give all my money to my lord. Where would I get any extra? Besides, this is a high-ranking siren. Even if I bought her, I couldn't control her. He knew his own limitations. This little mermaid, despite her delicate appearance, was more than 10 times stronger than him. Seeing his expression, everyone else couldn't help but laugh. Liliana also couldn't help but smile, but the smile vanished in an instant. Her gaze fixed on the pale, frail mermaid girl, and a trace of sorrow suddenly welled up in her shimmering peach blossom eyes. Back then, if Godfather James hadn't taken pity on her and bought her from the slave owner when she was just 6 years old, wouldn't she have suffered the same fate as this little siren when she turned 13 or 14? What good is exceptional talent? Once she becomes a slave, isn't she just at the mercy of others? She closed her eyes and sighed softly, If any of you have money, you should buy her. With her status, once she falls into the hands of those nobles, she'll inevitably become their plaything. Wu Wei and the other two paused, exchanging bewildered glances. Wasn't Sister Nana just now giving off the "I'll chop you up if you dare" by her look? How come she suddenly changed her mind? Sure enough, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, unfathomable. The three sighed inwardly, but dared not show it on their faces, instead nodding in unison in agreement. Sister Nana is right. This siren girl is so pitiful. How can we let her fall into the hands of those lustful, despicable nobles? Wu Wei said righteously, looking at Blake, then pausing before shifting his gaze to Daniel beside him. Daniel sighed. Most of the money I brought has been offered to my lord. I still have a little over 100 gold francs left in my special ring. You can take them if you need them. However, everyone knew that compared to the noble's frenzied bidding, a little over 100 gold francs was merely a drop in the ocean, simply not enough. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell on Wu Wei. Blake also instantly reacted, looking at Wu Wei expectantly. Big brother, you have money, right? Under their expectant gazes, Wu Wei couldn't help but cough. I don't have any money either. If he had money, he would have made a bid already. Why wait until now? After all, he wasn't one of those nobles who had to worry about the siren's revenge. The three of them looked at each other, and for a moment, an eerie silence fell over them. Liliana's lips twitched, and she looked at the three of them with a strange expression. You are the first in line to the duchy, a grandson of a duke, and someone who always talks about having connections, yet none of you have any money. This is unexpected, unexpected. Wu Wei awkwardly rubbed his nose. As the god of light, he rarely spent money except for the occasional treat, so where would he carry so much cash? Moreover, given the current frenzy, even if he really used the entire fortune of the Holy Sea of Light, he might not be able to outbid these people. After all, those still bidding were all ancient nobles with long-standing lineages, whose wealth far surpassed that of a newly rich upstart like him. In the short time they had been talking, the siren's bidding price had already soared again. Blake glanced back and couldn't help but sigh. This is insane. It seems this beautiful siren girl is destined to be out of our reach. Hearing this, Liliana's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of sadness flickered in her lowered eyes. From the start of this slave auction, her mood had been incredibly oppressive. She vaguely remembered the days she was kept in the slave market. She was very young then, and many memories were blurred, but she still clearly remembered the oppression, despair, fear, wails, and the seemingly endless hunger that enveloped her. It was like being in hell. If possible, she wished there would never be slaves in the world again. But she also knew that achieving this was far too difficult, far too difficult. Wu Wei, you always have a lot of clever ideas. Can you think of a way? Liliana glanced at the stone urn in the center of the banquet hall and suddenly asked. There's a way, isn't there? Wu Wei stroked his chin, a certain idea becoming increasingly clear in his mind. In fact, he had vaguely had this idea when the slave auction had just begun, but he hadn't been able to make up his mind. The current situation actually helped him make up his mind. What method? Liliana, who hadn't held out much hope, paused upon hearing this, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. We'll do this, and this. Wu Wei casually set up a soundproof barrier and roughly explained his plan. Liliana nodded repeatedly, her eyes gradually revealing excitement. Neil and Butler Jim were initially stunned, but quickly recovered and nodded to indicate their cooperation. Brother, isn't this a bit too much? Blake hesitated. Brother, caution is good, but there's no need to be timid. Wu Wei patted his shoulder. Anyway, we're already on the blacklists of many noble families. A few more won't make a difference. As they spoke, the auction for the siren girl was nearing its end. Most bidders had withdrawn, leaving only the butler of the Black Forest Castle Marquis's family and the mysterious guest from the capital still placing bids. The auction had entered its final stage. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was incredibly heated, and the bidding price for the siren girl had already been raised to over 4,000 gold pieces worth of Frank's estate and mines. Watching the heated atmosphere, Viscount Taylor felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, he grew increasingly anxious, frequently glancing at Wu Wei and his companions. Master, he hasn't made a bid yet. Could it be that Earl Black doesn't even fancy a girl from the high-ranking siren clan? The butler asked worriedly. If that's the case, impossible. Viscount Taylor abruptly interrupted him, his tone resolute. No one can resist the allure of a high-ranking siren. However, despite his firm words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. What if Earl Black really didn't bid? If that happened, he would have truly lost everything. In the tense wait, time seemed to drag on endlessly. As the bidding between the two final contenders slowed, Viscount Taylor finally lost his patience and stood up to approach Wu Wei and his companions. However, at that very moment, a piercing, screeching sound, like the scraping of glass, suddenly filled the banquet hall. The sound seemed to penetrate eardrums and strike directly into the mind, making everyone's scalp tingle. In an instant, the heated auction atmosphere in the banquet hall was shattered. Everyone turned in astonishment, only to see the white-robed youth who had entered with Earl Black casually setting down his strange instrument, straightening his clothes, and slowly rising from the sofa. In an instant, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. If he had previously been merely elegant and refined, now he possessed an added air of majesty, like an apostle beneath a divine throne, radiant and holy, unapproachable and awe-inspiring. This youth was, of course, Wu Wei. A nobleman frowned, about to rebuke him. However, before he could finish speaking, Wu Wei interrupted him. "Ladies and gentlemen, there's something I need to announce now," Wu Wei said, dusting off his sleeves with an air of composure. "The Holy See of Light, by the divine decree of our Lord, hereby abolishes the slave trade. Wherever our Lord's light shines, everyone is equal, and there will be no more slaves. Everyone, kneel down. Now, let's begin the crackdown on prostitution." His words, seemingly casual, carried immense weight. The moment his voice fell, everyone's expression changed instantly. What? Where did this kid get the guts? And what is he going to do? Crackdown on prostitution. Although many didn't understand what crackdown on prostitution meant, given the current context, even a fool could guess. Amidst shock and anger, the numerous guests all looked at Wu Wei, who had slammed his fist on the table, with the same gaze one might give a fool. Among the many guests present, weren't they all high-ranking officials and nobles? Even the wealthiest and most powerful figures in their respective regions. Yet, here, none of them dared to act arrogantly or domineeringly. It's important to understand that the wealthy and noble individuals attending this gathering are all prominent figures, and offending any one of them would be a major problem. Especially Viscount Taylor, who is hosting the gathering, is someone not to be trifled with. Don't underestimate him just because he's only a viscount, controlling only Port-Ampro and a few surrounding towns. His influence in the underground trade is likely far greater than that of an earl. Viscount Taylor didn't inherit his title through family power. Instead, he climbed the ranks through merit and bribery, cultivating relationships with officials and merchants for over a decade. His network of connections extends beyond Thorn Ridge. It extends throughout the empire, even to enemy states and the oceans. He has bribed and befriended many lurking criminal forces. Therefore, anyone who dares to cause trouble on Viscount Taylor's territory, especially while he's doing business, might escape temporarily, but they'll likely never sleep soundly again. This clueless young man who came here with Count Black actually wants to represent the newly revived Church of Light to ban the slave trade and confiscate all illegal gains present? What a joke. Chapter 184 Sister Nana unleashes her power. My friend, this isn't a place for you to act recklessly. Among the many guests, Mr. Pritt, a masked guest from the capital, slowly fixed his cold gaze on Wu Wei and sneered. Those female slaves, and that beautiful mermaid, were bought with my own hard-earned money. Even if I were willing to give them to you, Lord Taylor wouldn't agree. That's the rule. His gaze then fell on Viscount Taylor, clearly expressing his displeasure to the host of the gathering. Mr. Pritt is right, this isn't a place for you to act recklessly. Viscount Taylor's face turned ashen. He stood up abruptly and rebuked sharply, on my turf, I give the Holy See face, allowing them to preach. Don't push your luck. As for you, you'd better retract all your arrogant words and apologize to everyone present. Perhaps I can let this go for the sake of Earl Black. Otherwise. His mood was utterly terrible. What era is this? Someone actually dares to use the name of the God of Light to announce a crackdown on prostitution and openly ban the slave trade right here in Viscount Taylor Mansion. What a joke. Is he being played? The God of Light and the papacy are a thing of the past. The reason he accepts the current papacy's missionary work in his territory is mainly due to the newly appointed earl's orders. On the other hand, in his view, it's as impractical as those foolish fishermen worshipping some sea god, mere psychological comfort. But now, This young upstart named Wu Wei dares to shout like this right in front of him. This is clearly extortion. It's the biggest challenge to Viscount Taylor's authority. If he can't handle this properly, his reputation will be ruined, and how will he do business in the future? The surrounding guests all looked at Wu Wei with anger. After all, this involved their vital interests. If it weren't for the presence of the newly appointed Earl Black, they probably would have already ordered their servants to drag Wu Wei out and whip him to death. On this side, Blake Lytton was also startled by Wu Wei's sudden slamming of the table, but then he heard Viscount Taylor's arrogant words, openly insulting the god of light he worshipped. As a fanatical believer, he immediately wanted to join his brother Wu Wei in slamming the table as well. However, before he could get up, Wu Wei pressed him down. "Hell, Viscount Taylor, you have quite the big mouth." After pressing Blake down, Wu Wei slowly stood up, looking directly at Viscount Taylor with an unyielding attitude. "What if I don't apologize?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, being stared into the eyes, and being so provoked, Viscount Taylor trembled with rage. "Good, good." Viscount Taylor laughed angrily, clapping his hands in approval. "You fool, you certainly have guts. But I'll see how long you can keep up this arrogance." Suddenly, Viscount Taylor's eyes widened. "Men, drag this troublemaker away." With his cold shout, a dozen armored, menacing private soldiers rushed in. The leader was a middle-aged man, burly and strong, with a thick, dark brown beard and fierce eyes. His imposing aura was clearly at level 6. He's Greyrock Bear Liberton. Among Viscount Taylor's guests were many seasoned veterans. It was either a guest or a servant who first recognized the level 6 private soldier leader. With a soft exclamation, the guests and their servants erupted in a frenzy. The near Saint Greyrock Bear Liberton? That powerful mercenary leader, Greyrock Bear Liberton. Rumor has it he possesses terrifying strength like a Greyrock bear, capable of lifting a chariot barehanded on the battlefield. A highly respected Imperial Sword Saint once predicted that Greyrock Bear Liberton possessed exceptional talent and would definitely break through his limitations and ascend to sainthood before the age of 60. However, Liberton refused to be bound by such constraints, declining the invitation to join the Imperial Army. He then founded the Greyrock Bear Mercenary Group, dominating the scene for over a decade, until 5 years ago when the group suddenly disbanded. Their leader, Liberton, has vanished without a trace for the past 5 years. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. The powerful Greyrock Bear Liberton has actually joined Viscount Taylor's ranks. The numerous guests and their servants chattered excitedly, quickly recounting Greyrock Bear Liberton's past experiences. It must be said, this Greyrock Bear Liberton is a renowned top-tier powerhouse in the Empire over the past decade. He rose to fame at a young age, reaching the peak of level 5 in his early 20s. He then refused conscription by the Imperial Army, instead forming the Greyrock Bear Mercenary Group. 3 years later, he successfully advanced to level 6, enjoying a carefree life for over a decade. Moreover, with Greyrock Bear Liberton's strength, even among the many level 6 experts in the entire Empire, he was a top-tier powerhouse. This was a major reason why, even after disappearing for 5 years, he remained so memorable. Viscount Taylor, observing the crowd's reactions, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Who didn't know the power of a level 6 expert? Such a rare top-tier expert, if placed in the Imperial Army, could command a large army, enough to suppress a region's imperial generals. Even earls and marquises would show him respect. Now, such a powerful figure served under him, Viscount Taylor, acting as his henchman. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly pleased, let alone if word got out. HMPH, so you're the brat who dared to cause trouble here. Greyrock Bear Liberton, accompanied by a dozen private soldiers, stood in the center of the hall, his tiger-like eyes sweeping over Wu Wei. "Are you coming out with me yourself, or will we take you away?" Liberton was already used to the attention he received from the crowd. The reason he joined Viscount Taylor's ranks was naturally because he had been living a carefree life for too long, causing his advancement to stagnate. Now, he had no choice but to work under Viscount Taylor, using the latter's network to help him search for rare treasures, hoping to use this to help him successfully reach the 7th level of the Saint Realm in the next few years. Once he reached the 7th level of the Saint Realm, not only would his lifespan increase significantly, but his strength would also undergo a qualitative change. At that time, wouldn't he, Liberton, be free and unrestrained? Even at sea, he could reign supreme like the great pirate Black Skull Henry. Right now, He only needed to help Viscount Taylor deal with some ungrateful fellows, nothing more. This kind of work was far too easy for him. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. A heavy, suffocating atmosphere rapidly pressed down on Wu Wei's group, as if even the air around them had become thick and viscous. However, Daniel, standing beside Wu Wei, remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. He merely glanced at his personal servant, Jem Conrad, who responded with a look. What hadn't Lee and Jem Conrad been through over the years? What was this Lee Burton compared to them? On the other side, Liliana and the alchemist Jimmy Gong continued drinking and smoking as usual, showing no sign of wavering. But Black couldn't sit still any longer. He realized that he and Wu Wei were completely surrounded, and these people all looked menacing. As a level 2 bard, he already felt a strong sense of oppression, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Viscount Taylor, what do you mean? Wu Wei is my elder brother. What do you intend to do to him? Seeing the hostile attitude, Blake immediately stood up, instinctively defending Wu Wei. Your Excellency, your friend has disturbed the guests. I merely wish to ask him to leave. I hope you will not interfere. Viscount Taylor spoke respectfully, but the ruthlessness in his eyes was evident. Even though Blake, standing before him, was his superior nobleman, he showed no intention of backing down. Blake was annoyed at being rebuffed. He was about to continue defending Wu Wei when Wu Wei grabbed him and pushed him back into his seat. Brother Blake, this is a private matter between him and me. You have no need to interfere. Wu Wei looked at Viscount Taylor with a relaxed expression, completely unconcerned. Fine, fine lad. Viscount Taylor's blood surged. He was thoroughly enraged by Wu Wei. How dare he, Taylor, be so disrespectful? He had never encountered anyone like this in his life. Liberton, what are you waiting for? Get this bastard out of here right now. Viscount Taylor, having reached his limit, glared and shouted loudly into the hall below. Liberton, the Grey Rock Bear, was also somewhat stunned, wondering if this black-haired boy he'd never seen before was some rich kid. But to dare to offend Viscount Taylor like this, he truly didn't know his place. Liberton then waved his hand, and 4 burly private soldiers strode towards Wu Wei. These 4 soldiers were all fierce-looking, with thick muscles, and walked with an aggressive air. Anyone could see that if Wu Wei dared to resist, he would be subjected to brutal violence. No, whoever fell into the hands of these soldiers and was dragged away would not have a good end. Seeing this, Wu Wei shrank back, immediately pretending to be in dire straits. He turned and crawled behind Liliana, grabbing her waist. While hugging her, he feigned alarm, saying, Miss Liliana, help. They're coming. Quick, help me. What are you doing? Liliana trembled as Wu Wei suddenly grabbed her. She cursed inwardly, this bastard is taking advantage of me again. Shameless. Utterly shameless. The worst part was that in front of so many people, she, Liliana, was being grabbed like this. The intense shame and embarrassment made her face flush red. Hey, let go of me. You're a grown man, always crawling behind me, aren't you ashamed? Besides, this is your own doing, what does it have to do with me? I'm not helping. Liliana twisted her body, instinctively struggling a few times. In reality, with her formidable strength, she could easily break free from Wu Wei, but she was worried that she might lose control and use too much force, hurting the young man. You really won't help. Wu Wei looked up at Liliana, who was so close to him, and deliberately sighed, his face full of compassion. Even if you won't help me, you should at least help those poor slaves. As a devout follower of the Lord of Light, can you bear to watch those innocent people suffer such a terrible fate? Can the Lord of Light be insulted? The 4 burly private soldiers were getting closer and closer. Liliana, who had been caught in the act by Wu Wei, had already turned bright red. Now, after hearing Wu Wei's words, her expression clearly showed a hint of wavering. Kid, you're about to die, and you're still tug of war with a woman. You're courting death. Haha, forget it, forget it. We brothers will take this kid and that woman away together and let them continue their cuddling in front of us. Ha ha ha. The 4 private soldiers laughed, then lined up as if to catch chicks, surrounding Wu Wei and Liliana. Wu Wei didn't even glance at the soldiers, instead continuing to hold Liliana's waist, sighing with increasing melancholy, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'm willing to sacrifice myself for my lord, but they actually want to take Sister Nano with me. It's unbearable, absolutely unbearable. Ugh, you're so annoying. Liliana, who was being cuddled and hugged, was already on the verge of going crazy, and Wu Wei's incessant chatter in her ear only made it more unbearable. Just then, before she could finish speaking, Wu Wei suddenly felt his arms go empty, realizing that Liliana had vanished from her spot. Sister Nana is awesome. Wu Wei's lips curled into a slight smile, offering his praise in advance. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar reached his ears. Boom! A shockwave mixed with gravel and dust erupted instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across half the hall. The 4 burly men who had just approached Wu Wei were immediately thrown back like sandbags. Thump thump thump. Thump. The 4 men crashed heavily to the ground, not even having time to utter a sound before their eyes rolled back and they lost consciousness. All the guests and their servants present gasped in disbelief, and the entire scene fell into an instant silence. No one present had expected that the woman who had been silently standing by, seemingly alluring and beautiful, would possess such terrifying power. The mere act of landing had generated such a powerful impact. If she were to unleash her full strength, wouldn't she be able to shatter even mountains and rocks? Good, such powerful strength. As the leader of this group of private soldiers and the strongest under Viscount Taylor, Grey Rock Barely Burton's nerves tightened immediately, and he felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 185 Sweeping the Field. He never expected that the woman he hadn't paid much attention to before would actually possess such formidable strength. He hadn't even sensed it at all. What put him under immense pressure was that the woman's casual fall was comparable to a Grand Knight's charge and shield bash. He clearly sensed that the woman hadn't used any special abilities, she had only used her physical strength to create such a massive impact. This kind of strength was truly not to be underestimated. Could this woman, like him, possess a level 6 quasi-saint realm? It seemed he had to be careful and couldn't be careless. Like Lee Burton, everyone's gaze was focused on the dust-filled front of the hall. Soon, the dust dissipated, and Liliana stood steadily in front of Wu Wei. An invisible layer of energy completely separated her from the surrounding dust. The ground beneath her feet had actually sunk several meters deep into a crater from her fall. Most terrifyingly, she held a wine glass in her hand the entire time, and not a drop of the wine in it was spilled. Everyone present was stunned. Before everyone's eyes, Liliana tilted her head back and downed the wine in one gulp, then casually smashed the glass on the ground. You, and all of you, come at me all at once. Liliana's eyes were filled with displeasure, and as she spoke, a long steel whip crackling with lightning bolts was casually drawn. Instantly, a surging aura, like a raging river, filled every corner of the hall. The guests fell silent instantly, some of the more timid ones even collapsed to their knees. A level 7 expert, this was the true domineering aura of a level 7 Saint Realm expert. How could these lazy, pampered nobles and wealthy merchants present withstand it? How is this possible? Viscount Taylor trembled, muttering to himself, sweat pouring from his forehead at the sight. No wonder that brat dared to oppose him like this. It turns out he actually had a Saint Realm expert by his side. However, his subordinate, Grey Rock Barely Burton, was no weakling, only a hair's breadth away from level 7. Plus, he kept over 100 strong private soldiers in his manor. He refused to believe that with this force, they couldn't handle a woman and some unknown brat. Lieberton, take your men and capture this brat and the woman. Viscount Taylor was furious and shocked, but ultimately calmed down. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he shouted, if you can capture them, I'll reward you with 500 gold francs. Also, I'll definitely buy you the dragon blood vine you wanted. Viscount Taylor had made up his mind. He knew that if he backed down now, he would not only offend Earl Black but also ruin his reputation. Now that the pretense of civility had been set in stone, he had no choice but to harden his heart, completely subdue this brat, and give Earl Black a taste of his own medicine. Let this Earl understand that although he, Taylor, is a Viscount, he is not someone to be trifled with. Give us 500 gold francs, and buy back the dragon blood vine for me. Upon hearing such a promise, Grey Rock Barely Burton's eyes lit up with excitement. For someone of his caliber, gold francs were secondary, but the dragon blood vine was an invaluable treasure. It was rumored that the dragon blood vine was a top-tier spiritual object that could heal wounds and hidden ailments and enhance blood energy. For a battle-hardened warrior, the value of the dragon blood vine far surpassed that of gold and silver jewels. He had been stuck at the level 6 bottleneck for many years. If he could obtain the help of the dragon blood vine, perhaps he would have a better chance of breaking through to the level 7 Saint Realm. With this thought in mind, Grey Rock Bear Libertin excitedly raised one arm and shouted, "Brothers, did you all hear that? The Viscount has given the order, charge!" Roar. Dozens, even hundreds, of private soldiers roared and rushed in from the main gate and side gate. These Viscount's private soldiers were all scoundrels, many of them former mercenaries of Libertin. Dealing with these soldiers, who were barely better than bandits, was pointless. Money would get them to risk their lives. If they successfully subdued the couple, the Viscount would reward them with 500 gold francs. After their leader, Libertin, took the lion's share, each of their 100 or so brothers would receive at least 2 or even 3 gold francs, a huge sum, equivalent to a year's salary. Moreover, they had over 100 brothers, plus their leader, Libertin, who was about to advance to level 7, while only the woman on the opposing side possessed level 7 saint-level strength. How could they possibly fail to subdue a level 7 woman? In an instant, the 100 or so private soldiers roared and charged towards Wu Wei and Liliana. The leader, Grey Rock Bear Libertin, even pulled out a double-edged axe from somewhere, leaped high into the air, and swung it down at Liliana. "Wu Wei. You bastard, you've really ruined my life. You made my seal break again." Liliana turned and glared at Wu Wei behind her. The latter shrugged innocently, making her roll her eyes repeatedly in anger. She thought to herself, this kid is always the one causing trouble, and then she, a woman, has to clean up his mess. It's infuriating. Now, a level 6 peak expert, plus a group of over 100 barbaric private soldiers, any level 7 powerhouse would be terrified at the sight of him under normal circumstances. If they forced to fight, they might make a mistake or exhaust themselves, suffering severe injuries. However, she wasn't the only level 7 powerhouse around her, and in her opinion, Wu Wei was incredibly mysterious, definitely not as simple as he seemed. But right now, she, the woman, had to take the lead. Just thinking about it made her furious. Oh well, she'd just consider it as her Lord of Light teaching these wicked people a lesson. Liliana sighed helplessly, gripped her steel whip tightly, and swung it at the Grey Rock Bear, Libertin, which was slashing down from above. Bang! The battle axe and whip collided violently, sending sparks flying. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave swept across the manor hall. Crash! The shockwave shattered windows, lamps, and decorations throughout the hall. Guests and their servants were terrified, frozen in place and screaming. Many even scrambled under tables. Fortunately, Viscount Taylor Manor Hall was quite large, and guests and servants had been seated along the sides of the hall since the auction began. Therefore, even though the two experts were exchanging blows, no one was injured immediately. Clang! A resounding clang of metal clashing rang out. Liliana stood motionless, whip in hand, as before. Her opponent, Libertin, was sent flying by her whip, flipping backward in mid-air before landing 3 or 4 steps back, yet still managing to stand firmly on the ground. Interesting. Liliana raised an eyebrow, her opinion of the rough, sweaty man with a full beard rising. Although she hadn't used her full strength, merely throwing a casual blow, she was still a level 7 expert, and a level 7 expert renowned for her strength. An ordinary level 6 expert rushing in recklessly would be severely injured by such a strike, even if not sent flying. But this Grey Rock Bear, Libertin, not only withstood her attack steadily but also showed no internal injury whatsoever. His strength and thick skin were truly impressive, somewhat surprising to her. Hey, this Libertin's not bad. He lives up to his title of Grey Rock Bear, looks like he's not far from level 7. Just as Liliana was about to focus on the battle, Wu Wei's enthusiastic commentary came from behind her. Turning around, she found Wu Wei had actually sat back down, drinking and chatting with his 2 buddies, clearly watching a show. Even old man Jimmy had joined them. This scene infuriated Liliana. Hey, what are you guys kidding me? You're making me, a weak woman, charge into battle while you guys hide in the back drinking and watching. At this point, Liliana really wanted to throw down her steel whip and just pass the buck. Hiss, Sister Nana, what are you kidding me for? Where are you weak? Wu Wei looked at Liliana helplessly, as if to say, of all of them, you're the strongest. If you don't charge into battle, who will? Finally, the kind-hearted Blake waved and cheered Liliana on. Nana, you're awesome. Go, Nana. You all. Liliana felt an urge to throw all these stinking men into the sea. But it was wartime, and she didn't bother with words. She leaped forward and attacked Libertin, intending to end the fight as quickly as possible before returning to settle scores with Wu Wei. However, despite his rugged appearance, Liberton was a seasoned and cunning warrior. Facing the aggressive Liliana, he decisively avoided her attacks, engaging her in a mobile fight within the hall. Haha, beautiful lady, you are indeed very powerful. I, Liberton, respect you as someone of importance. In a one-on-one fight, I am no match for you. However, this battle is not a martial arts contest. Liberton laughed rudely, then unleashed a heavy blow, quickly separating himself from Liliana. Just then, the 100+ private soldiers who had surrounded Liliana drew their gleaming steel crossbows. The ends of these heavy crossbows were connected to iron chains and animal-catching nets. With the agility of a level 7 expert, the ordinary attacks of these private soldiers would hardly be able to harm her. The net, formed by hundreds, even thousands, of crossbow bolts pulling chains, would be inescapable once deployed. Let alone a level 7 expert, even a mammoth, once trapped and unable to move, would ultimately be slaughtered alive in front of humans. This is the main reason why some individual experts on the continent, and even highly intelligent magical beasts, would avoid human legions. After all, no matter how strong an individual is, facing an encirclement by a legion dozens or even hundreds of times their size, they would ultimately perish with regret. Oh no, Sister Nana is in danger. Brother Wu Wei, don't you have connections? Quickly think of a way. Seeing Liliana surrounded, Blake became anxious and immediately turned to Wu Wei for help. We can't trouble our lord with everything, we should learn to be self-reliant. Wu Wei waved his hand nonchalantly, then raised his fist and shouted, Go, Sister Nana. We support you. Wu Wei, you're really infuriating. Liliana gritted her teeth in anger, thinking that not only did he not help, but he also made sarcastic remarks from behind. Did she, Liliana, need his encouragement? However, the enemy outnumbered her, and she couldn't afford to make a mistake, or she would be utterly embarrassed. Just as Liliana gathered her strength, intending to use her true lightning and fire power to teach the scum surrounding her a lesson, a loud bang suddenly came from the manor gate. Bang! Everyone present, except Wu Wei, was startled by the loud noise. Turning his gaze hastily, he saw a young priest in a holy robe, riding a warhorse, smash open the manor gate. The newcomer was none other than Ivan Vasco, the holy priest specially dispatched to Port Ampro by the Holy Maiden of Light. Holy priest Ivan rushed in and, without a word, immediately shouted, Everyone, get down. Sweep the yellows. 200 fully armed Templar knights followed suit, rushing into the manor hall and quickly surrounding the crowd. Seeing this, Viscount Taylor nearly coughed up blood. Sweep the yellows again? Where did this bizarre term come from? Since Taylor could remember, the buying and selling of slaves had never been regulated. Perhaps there had been prohibitions in the past, but those were at least 100 years ago. Who would hate a 100-year-old papal prohibition now? And now this resurrected, seemingly out-of-place fake papacy was actually banning the slave trade. It was utterly outrageous. What he found most unbelievable was who had notified priest Ivan of Amprog to bring men to ransack his house. Could it really be the so-called God of Light? What a joke. How could that be? Giddy up. Priest Ivan charged into the hall, his speed undiminished, riding his warhorse and breaking through the crowd surrounding Liliana until he reached Wu Wei at the far end of the hall. He then hurriedly dismounted and reported, Priest Ivan, by the decree of my lord, has come to assist Lord Wu Wei in suppressing evil and arresting heretics. All the guests present, including Viscount Taylor, were stunned. Could this really be divine intervention? Was a god truly watching over them? Haha, I see, I see. As a fanatical follower of the God of Light, Blake immediately stood up excitedly. Brother Wu Wei, so you've already received a divine decree to arrest these evildoers. I was worried for nothing. Wu Wei remained non-committal, only responding with a smile. What divine decree? He was the God of Light who had sent down the divine decree, and this young priest Ivan was the one he had summoned. Ivan's abilities were indeed remarkable, from gathering the Templar Knights to rushing 5 or 6 miles to Viscount Taylor's manor. The entire process took only a dozen minutes. Such efficiency was undeniably high for this era. Well done, your actions were very swift. Seeing Ivan waiting for a response, Wu Wei nodded, praising him with great satisfaction, then waved his hand, Arrest. Yes. Ivan immediately turned and shouted to the Templar Knights he had brought, Arrest. Whoa. The crowd erupted in chaos. These pampered nobles and wealthy merchants, along with their servants, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Moreover, they clearly saw that these Templar knights from the Holy See seemed to have only the God of Light in their eyes. Once caught by these Templar knights, they wouldn't care about your identity. If you resisted arrest, they would immediately unleash a shield bash, knocking you unconscious first. Faced with such an extremely strict Templar knight, the nobles and wealthy people present felt their scalps tingle. How could they dare to provoke such a person? They all turned and began to flee towards the back door. Grandpa Jem, Daniel Litton, who had remained calm all along, gave a wink to the old servant beside him. Young master, I understand. Since it is the decree of our Lord of Light, we will naturally do our utmost to assist. After saying this, the white-haired old servant Jem Conrad put his hands behind his back. Although he didn't walk very far, he had already arrived at the back door of the hall. The young master has ordered that no one is allowed to leave. As the last word was uttered, the terrifying strength of the old servant Jem Conrad, who is a level 7 sword saint, surged out like a tsunami. Compared to Liliana's fiery passion, the old servant Jem's aura is undoubtedly more composed and restrained, like an unshakable, towering mountain, firmly placed before everyone. Another level 7 powerhouse. Just who is this young man named Wu Wei? Could it be that the God of Light is real? Has the long-lost God of Light returned? No, don't hit me. I surrender. I confess. Regardless of what the nobles and wealthy people present might think, with the old servant Jem Conrad's intervention, all the guest spirits collapsed. Even Grey Rock Bear Lieberton and his men dropped their weapons and surrendered. In Lieberton's words, what's the point of fighting a battle where you're completely being humiliated? Damn it. They actually arrested nobles. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a leather coat was angrily cursing. This man was sitting next to the visitor from the capital, Prit, and seemed to be Prit's personal subordinate. Interesting, the God of Light? And this Wu Wei. The visitor from the capital, Prit, remained seated, seemingly unconcerned that the Templar knights around him would come to arrest him. Let's go. Prit glanced at Wu Wei from afar, then rose to leave. But, sir. I said let's go. Yes. A group of men immediately followed Prit, leaping out of the broken window and disappearing into the quiet darkness in the blink of an eye. It's over. Everything is over. Looking at the chaotic crowd around him and the completely destroyed banquet hall, Viscount Taylor collapsed helplessly to the ground. Whether it was the oracle of the God of Light or not, having fallen to this state, he was utterly finished. Arrest them all. Wu Wei stood on the dining table, directing the arrest operation with a smug expression. Chapter 186 The Siren Princess. The reason he was able to wipe out this group of nobles and wealthy people so smoothly wasn't just because his decree as the God of Light was swift, but also because his followers were loyal and highly efficient. Otherwise, without these followers, it would be difficult for him, the God of Light, to do everything personally. Sister Nana. Seeing Liliana return, leaning against a table and angrily drinking her wine, Wu Wei quickly went over and flattered her. Sister Nana, you've worked hard. Today, you single-handedly delayed so many enemies. You've truly made a great contribution. Our Lord of Light must have seen it all, and he will surely bestow upon you boundless glory in the future. HMPH. Liliana turned her face away. For the sake of our Lord of Light, I won't hold it against you today. However, my seal. The seal is easy to discuss. Thank you for your magnanimity, Sister Nana. Wu Wei quickly climbed the ladder of flattery, taking the opportunity to coax her. 10 minutes later, Liliana finally laughed at Wu Wei's antics, and her slight resentment faded considerably. Just then, the commotion throughout the manor gradually subsided. The commander of this Templar Knight unit, Holy Priest Ivan, strode in through the back gate of the manor and respectfully reported, Lord Wu Wei, all the perpetrators have been apprehended, and all the stolen money, goods, and slaves they used for sale have been seized. Please inspect them. Ivan, well done. Wu Wei nodded in satisfaction. This priest had previously been unassuming, and Wu Wei hadn't given him any special treatment. Unexpectedly, he had advanced to this point thanks to the increasingly sophisticated system of the Holy See. Ivan was extremely reliable, both in terms of talent and competence. All the property is to be handed over to the Holy See. As for these freed human slaves, they are yours to handle. Wu Wei patted his shoulder solemnly, speaking righteously. If they wish to live within our territory, grant them civilian status. If they want to go home, give them some gold coins for travel expenses. Make sure they are handled properly. Even Liliana looked at Wu Wei differently now, secretly nodding in approval. This young man, Wu Wei, though usually a bit flamboyant, was fundamentally kind. Moreover, his attitude towards slaves was full of compassion. For a moment, Liliana's eyes softened slightly. Brother Wu Wei truly lives up to his name, Blake said with great respect for Wu Wei. Releasing so many slaves so easily, so generous. Yes, Lord Wu Wei, Ivan replied, his eyes shining, and turned to leave. Wait a minute, Wu Wei stopped him. That high-level siren, bring her to my room tonight. What? Liliana, Blake, and the others hadn't even reacted yet, staring at Wu Wei in disbelief. This was so high and mighty just now, and now she's revealed her true colors so quickly. What kind of looks are those? Wu Wei wasn't ashamed at all, calmly stating, this siren is an anomaly. Her sudden appearance in the human world might be carrying some special evil mission. Tonight, I'm going to interrogate her thoroughly and expose her true colors. Brother Wu Wei, Blake still seemed doubtful. Didn't you just say that a high-level siren was captured by humans? Blake, you're too naive, Wu Wei said earnestly, patting his shoulder. Perhaps that's why she infiltrated the human world. What kind of tricks do they use? We must never easily trust other races. Leave this dangerous matter to me. Blake exhaled a breath of stale air, and once again showed Wu Wei a look of worship. Big brother is indeed worthy of being called big brother. You are so thoughtful. I admire you. You should study more and think more in the future. Yes, big brother. Liliana's face was ashen, and she snorted, one is an idiot, and the other is a shameless dog. I feel ashamed to stand with you. After saying that, she swayed her hips and gracefully drifted away. That night in Wu Wei's room, there was a stone urn. Because there was no magical light, the stone urn was opaque. He casually turned on the magic lamp in the room. Instantly, a pool of azure seawater appeared in the stone urn. In the seawater, a beautiful mermaid, like a work of art, lay quietly. This was a legendary mermaid. Wu Wei had only seen it in movies and TV shows when he was on Earth. And in the ocean of this luminous road, there actually existed a real mermaid. During the auction, the distance made the experience less intense. Now, observing her up close, her ethereal beauty, like that of crystal, was breathtaking. Even he felt a stirring in his heart, an urge to possess her completely. Fortunately, Wu Wei was both a transmigrator and a high-ranking deity. This slight daze only lasted a few seconds. He quickly regained his composure, tapping the stone urn before him. Little girl, how long are you going to pretend to be asleep? Don't tell me you don't understand me. The mermaid inside the urn remained completely still, her expression serene and natural, like a sleeping beauty. Fine, since you want to pretend to be asleep, Wu Wei shrugged indifferently, revealing a wicked smile, then don't blame me for being impolite and boiling you into a pot of fish soup. The flesh of a legendary high-ranking siren must be far more delicious than ordinary sea fish. A mere mermaid might fool others, but to try and hide from a god like him, her skills were clearly insufficient. Sure enough. Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, the mermaid's raven feather-like eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. A pair of dark green pupils met his gaze. Instantly, it was as if a vast blue sea unfolded before him, clear, transparent, and carrying a chilling solitude. Wu Wei's breath caught in his throat. After a full 2 breaths, he suddenly snapped awake and took a deep breath. The name Siren was truly fitting. The siren's beauty was indeed almost demonic. Human, the mermaid in the stone urn opened her mouth, awkwardly uttering 2 words. Her voice was hoarse and dry, somewhat muffled by the water in the jar, but the tone still sent a shiver down Wu Wei's spine, causing black lines to appear on his forehead. This was truly the first time in all his time traveling that he had ever heard such a heavily accented version of the common language of the mainland. The accent was so strong that he almost couldn't understand what she was saying. It was clear that the little mermaid before him was not fluent in the common language of the mainland. Not only was it heavily accented, but it was also spoken haltingly. He had to try very hard to understand her. However, her voice was truly beautiful. Even with her hoarse throat, her voice still possessed a melodious rhythm, like a song. Even though her level of the common language was poor, Wu Wei didn't feel impatient. In short, her words were, human, the sea monster race is not something you can afford to mess with. If you release me, I can give you pearls and gems. Lots and lots of them, more than you can imagine. Pearls? Gems? Wu Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected that the Little Mermaid's first words wouldn't be a scream or a roar, but this. She wasn't stupid, though. He could sense that she had thought a lot before speaking, perhaps even rehearsed her words several times. Perhaps, before he entered the room, she was trying to convince herself to let him go. However, her trembling fingertips, her fishtail almost taut with tension, and the fear and anger hidden deep in her pupils betrayed her true feelings. All bark and no bite, still too young and naive. Even without his divine powers, he could see right through her. Wu Wei shook his head. It seems you still don't understand the situation. You saw what happened before. My strength is far beyond what you can contend with right now. As for pearls and gems, I have plenty of ways to get them. Your offer holds no appeal for me. Don't rush me, I have other bargaining chips. The Little Mermaid hadn't expected Wu Wei's reaction and panicked. She nervously curled her fishtail, her small face filled with anxiety, racking her brains for a bargaining chip that could sway Wu Wei. She could sense that the human before her was different from other humans. The human she had known before looked at her with disgusting, sticky eyes, giving her a terrible feeling. They clearly harbored ill intentions. But the person before her was different. His gaze held scrutiny, but it lacked the disgusting stickiness. Coupled with the fact that she had personally overheard him announcing the abolition of the slave trade, she had mustered the courage to try negotiating with him. Even if there was only a sliver of hope for regaining her freedom, she was willing to try. I know the location of some crystal mines in the deep sea. I've heard my people say that you humans really like these stones, the Little Mermaid finally came up with after racking her brains. Unexpectedly, Wu Wei didn't respond as she expected. Instead, he said, let's not rush the negotiations. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? I need to know who this brave little girl who's negotiating with me is, right? The Little Mermaid's eyes darted around. My name is Desiwa, and I'm a little sea monster from the East Coast Reef Tribe. I was playing on the shore when a tsunami swept me ashore, and in my disorientation, I accidentally. Before she could finish, Wu Wei tapped the stone urn, giving her a half-smile. Only honest children receive respect and gentle treatment. If you lie, there's no point in continuing the negotiations. Just now, he had his divine essence scan the Little Mermaid's attributes, and now the results were in. Name, Deshiva Sea Song Sea Speaker Gender, Female Age. 16 Potential, Top Tier, with a certain probability of advancing to Saint rank. Faith, Ancestors, Sea God. Occupation, Sea Speaker Level. 4. Restricted Status, Talents, Sea Speaker, Inheritor of the ancient sea god's bloodline, born with the ability to control sea beasts with her voice. This ability gradually strengthens with level. Siren's enchanting voice, the power from her bloodline gives her singing a magical charm. Not only sea beasts, but also humans lose themselves in her voice. This Little Mermaid is outstanding in both potential and strength, far surpassing the former Holy Maiden of Light, Katarina. Although she only has 2 talents, both are astonishingly top tier. If used well, she would be virtually invincible in the ocean. Almost instantly upon seeing these attributes, Wu Wei resolved to recruit her. If you were to establish a navy, Deshiva would undoubtedly be the best choice for commander. Having watched countless movies, TV series, and read novels in his past life, Wu Wei's experience, while far inferior to those cunning old foxes, was already quite rich in theoretical knowledge. Although Deshiva was a bit smarter and calmer than the average sea monster, she had ultimately been pampered in a greenhouse and was no match for Wu Wei. After several rounds of exchanges, Wu Wei managed to extract her identity and background. It turned out she was the daughter of the Sea King who once ruled the East and North Seas. Not long ago, her father was killed, and she was hunted by enemies, fleeing all the way to the near seas, hoping to seek refuge with a distant relative. However, before she even reached her destination, she collapsed from exhaustion and was pulled ashore by a human fishing boat, becoming Viscount Taylor's prized slave. I didn't expect you to be a little princess, Wu Wei said, casually toying with the cups on the table, though inwardly he was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought that a Little Mermaid picked up casually at a slave auction would have such an identity? But, even better. He looked up at Deshiva. I can give you your freedom, but I don't want your pearls and jewels, nor your crystal mines. I want you to join my ranks and fight for me for 100 years. Moreover, during this time, you are not allowed to harm anyone without my permission. After several setbacks, Deshiva clearly knew she was no match for this human man before her, and had long since given up on the idea of equal negotiation. only hoping that his conditions wouldn't be too unreasonable. However, upon hearing this condition, her expression still changed drastically. This is impossible. Deshiva Sea Song Sea Speaker, as a descendant of the sea god, how can I be driven by humans? I cannot do it. Change your conditions. It seems you still don't understand. Wu Wei shook his head, his gaze towards her revealing a strange emotion. You have no other choice. Either agree, or continue to stay in the stone urn. Deshiva's whole body tensed, her hands, bound by silver chains, clenched tighter and tighter. A trickle of blood dripped from her palm, slowly spreading in the azure sea, yet she seemed oblivious, showing no reaction whatsoever. After a long while, she suddenly raised her head. Fine. I agree. As long as you don't stop me from returning to the azure sea to avenge my father, I'll agree. Very good. Wu Wei smiled, then snapped his fingers. A surge of divine power instantly erupted, transforming into pure white chain radiating holy light that wrapped around Deshiva's tail. Wu Wei's voice rang out at the same time. This is a chain of divine power, no one but me can see it. It has only one function, to restrict your movements when you break the agreement, otherwise, it will have no effect on you. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, and a wave of divine power swept across, instantly detaching the metal net on the stone urn. The silver chain wrapped around Deshiva's body also seemed to be untied by an invisible hand, falling off on its own. From now on, you are free. With that, he turned and walked towards the door, intending to ask Jimmy for another room. As for this room, he'd leave it to Deshiva. Watching his retreating figure, Deshiva's expression shifted within the stone urn, a dark glint flashing in her emerald eyes. This human, though wielding immense power, was weak in his own right. Even the holy light chains he'd just used were aided by external force. As soon as the azure power surged around her, her pale lips parted slightly, and ultra-high-frequency sound waves suddenly erupted. It was a sound beyond human hearing, though imperceptible to the human ear. It could bewitch humans, causing them to hallucinate through the sound waves. This was one of the most outstanding talents of higher-ranking sirens, and one of their most feared abilities, the siren's hallucinatory voice. Countless ships on their voyages had lost their way to the siren's song, disappearing forever into the vast ocean. Wu Wei paused at the doorway, turning to glance at Deshiva. His eyes were clear and calm, showing no sign of being bewitched. The mighty goddess of light, even with her divine essence damaged, still possessed unimaginable power within her divine consciousness. How could she possibly be seduced by a siren's song? However, Deshiva had no time to consider this. The long-term power confinement had a significant negative impact on her body. Although the confinement was now lifted, wielding her power still felt extremely sluggish. She had to concentrate all her energy to ensure her power remained under control. Seeing Wu Wei turn around, she didn't have time to think. Her long, slender fishtail lashed out from the bottom of the stone urn, propelling her forward and lunging at him. Her attack was decisive and incredibly fast, even creating a whistling sound in the air. Her fingernails extended dramatically the instant she took flight. Under the magical light, her dark green nails gleamed coldly, sharp as knives. Anyone else would likely have been injured by such a series of attacks. However, she was facing Wu Wei. The instant she lunged at him, Wu Wei had already raised his hand, catching her effortlessly in her flying motion. The powerful force of her attack caused him to stumble, slamming him against the wall. However, the dark green nails that should have been as sharp as blades vanished the moment they touched Wu Wei's skin, and even her two jade-white arms became limp and powerless upon contact with him, softly draped over his neck. From a distance, it didn't look like she was about to kill him, but rather like she was willingly wrapping her arms around Wu Wei's neck, nestled in his embrace, intimate and ambiguous. What's going on? My power. Deshiva's eyes widened in disbelief, her pale and delicate face making her look incredibly pitiful. Wu Wei looked at her intently. I told you, you can't hurt anyone without my permission. Have you forgotten already? You? Deshiva was speechless, as if only now understanding what he meant by not being able to hurt anyone. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a barely perceptible footstep sounded outside the door. At the same time, a figure in a bright red dress appeared outside. Wu Wei, what were you doing just now? Seeing the scene inside, the figure paused, her words trailing off. In the light of the magic lamp, the newcomer's alluring profile was half lit and half shadowed, her expression enigmatic. This figure was none other than the Flame Queen, Liliana. Wu Wei and she stared at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, outside the door, The slender figure in the bright red dress stood frozen in place. Inside, two figures were entangled, their relationship ambiguous and intimate. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. "Sister Nana, cough cough, I am." Wu Wei cleared his throat, preparing to explain the situation. "You don't need to explain," Liliana interrupted him curtly, her face expressionless. Wu Wei suddenly felt immense pressure. Strange? Why was he so nervous? Just as Wu Wei was racking his brains, Ivan's voice came urgently from afar. "Lord Wu Wei, the Harris warriors over there." Hearing this, Wu Wei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He immediately released Desheva and rushed over, grabbing Ivan, who had just reached the corner, and pulled him outside. "I have some things to take care of here, I'll go deal with them first." Before Wu Wei could finish speaking, he had already disappeared around the corner, slipping away cleanly and efficiently. At the doorway, Liliana and Desheva looked at each other, neither of them speaking. "What a joke, this place is not safe to stay any longer." Chapter 187 I will follow my lord forever. It was midnight, and the cool night breeze carried the salty scent of the sea. The sound of waves crashing against the rock seemed almost close, calming Wu Wei, who was leaning against a balcony of the manor. The charm of nature always brings joy, Wu Wei thought, taking a deep breath of the cool night air and slowly exhaling, feeling incredibly refreshed. This kind of leisure and comfort was something he could only dream of in the crowded and busy cities of Earth. Aside from the inexplicable embarrassment of being caught red-handed by Nana while interrogating the mermaid last night, everything else was perfect. A moment later, the curtain on the balcony behind him creaked open. A gentle and soothing voice followed. "Lord Wu Wei, those slaves, no, my lord's people, have been brought here." Wu Wei turned around and saw that the newcomer was none other than the young holy priest, Ivan Vosko. Thanks to this holy priest, Wu Wei was able to slip away from Liliana's clutches. Otherwise, under Liliana's disapproving gaze, maintaining that embarrassing position with the mermaid princess would have been incredibly awkward. "Ivan, you did very well. Your efforts are seen by the Lord of Light." Wu Wei praised Ivan, leading him into the vast room behind him. This room was the master bedroom on the third floor of Viscount Taylor's manor. It must be said that this master bedroom was much more spacious and luxurious than the presidential suite of a five-star hotel on Earth. After all, Viscount Taylor, this local tyrant, did not come from a privileged background. After making a fortune, he began to enhance his taste and refinement through numerous external decorations. For example, every piece of furniture and decoration in his master bedroom would be a priceless antique and work of art outside. Even the sofa and tablecloth were adorned with lace, and both the materials and workmanship were exquisite. He had just been on the balcony outside the master bedroom's living room. From this balcony, he could see the lights of Port Ampro in the distance, a very good view. Now, as he returned to his room, he could see over 100 ragged male and female slaves who had been waiting in the living room for some time. The largest group consisted of the 100 Harris male slaves, who were lined up neatly on the left side of the living room. These Harris were born excellent warriors, each possessing a strong physique like a Greek sculpture, exuding a wild and powerful beauty. When they saw Wu Wei enter the living room, they immediately straightened their posture respectfully. Then, a young man, seemingly a representative, stepped out from the group. This young Harris had a sharply defined face, a slightly messy brown stubble, and resolute, beast-like eyes. "Lord Wu Wei, my name is Aaron Leander, the second son of the chieftain of the Greyhorn clan in Sea Deer Town, Harris Bay, West Sea. I am currently the temporarily chosen leader of these brothers." The young Harris named Aaron Leander, though possessing a wild appearance, was humble and courteous. After a brief self-introduction to Wu Wei, he respectfully pleaded, "Lord Wu Wei, your courage just now is awe-inspiring. You, representing the God of Light, saved us. Without you, we Harris people would have died in humiliation as slaves, with no tomorrow. If possible, we beg to join the Church of Light, to follow you forever, to fight for our Lord, and for the noble freedom. Please grant our request." With that, he and the 100 Harris people he led all knelt on the ground, their attitude humble and sincere. Their unwavering expressions, especially their willingness to give their all, were truly inspiring. Wu Wei was slightly surprised, but more than that, he felt a surge of joy. 100 elite Harris warriors, if carefully trained into Templar Knights, would be far more powerful than the King's Royal Guard. Even if all these Harris warriors were to perish in battle, Wu Wei could bring their spirits back to the divine realm and transform them into even stronger citizens. Such a gain would be extremely worthwhile. However, Wu Wei believed these gains wouldn't come for nothing, so he turned to look at the priest Ivan beside him. In fact, Wu Wei had originally planned to take in this group of elite Heres warriors, but since they weren't believers, he could only restore their freedom first and then slowly influence and convert them. But now, these 100 elite Heres warriors had not only become believers but also sincerely begged to join him, the God of Light, which genuinely surprised him. Reporting to Lord Wu Wei, Ivan replied quickly, understanding Wu Wei's gaze, I merely conveyed the lofty doctrines of our Holy See to them. Their decision to join RC is their own. Wu Wei nodded in response. At this point, he finally understood that the reason these 100 elite Heres soldiers were so wholeheartedly devoted to him, the God of Light, was truly thanks to Ivan, though he himself was unaware of it. As the God of Light, Wu Wei had previously reviewed all the information about the holy priest Ivan Vasco. He remembered that besides being a fanatic, Ivan possessed two great innate talents, resilience and inspiration. Inspiration was his ability to powerfully influence and amplify the faith of those around him. Ivan's recent doctrinal preaching undoubtedly had a tremendous inspirational effect on these newly liberated slaves who had just begun to believe in the God of Light. In other words, as long as they were around the holy priest Ivan Vasco, the faith levels of believers and local residents would continuously increase. This process might not be fast, but as long as it continued to increase, it was a tremendous good thing. Clearly, fanatics were a treasure, and fanatics with innate talents were even more precious. Understanding Ivan's innate characteristics made Wu Wei even happier. From now on, if he could pay more attention to these believers with exceptional talents and nurture them, his army of believers would definitely grow stronger and more powerful under the influence of these special believers. Divine Spark, scan all the Heres people. With this thought, Wu Wei secretly scanned all the Heres people with his Divine Spark. Soon, all the information about the Heres people was detected. The weakest of these Heres people was at least level 2, and about 30% had reached level 3, their physical abilities significantly superior to ordinary soldiers. However, since they had only recently begun to worship the God of Light, a large portion of them were only superficial believers, with only a small portion being true believers. This was unavoidable, and Wu Wei wasn't in a hurry. Then, his divine sense scanned the leader of these Heres people, Aaron Leander. Upon seeing this, Wu Wei felt another surge of joy. Name, Aaron Leander. Gender, male. Age, 24. Status, devout. Enraged. Potential, superior. Possesses considerable potential, with a possibility of becoming a saint. Faith, God of Light. Level, level 3. Peak, class, warrior. Talents, courage, powerful strike. Courage, as the name suggests, is fearless in battle. The powerful aura he exudes can significantly boost the morale of allies and intimidate enemies. Powerful strike refers to the chance to unleash a deadly attack in battle, causing serious injury, disability, or stun to the opponent. Aaron's soul possesses two talents, both powerful combat talents. Upon seeing this, Wu Wei's lips curled into a slight smile. Without a doubt, this promising Heres warrior, Aaron Leander, was exactly the kind of superior soul with blue potential he had been expecting. Not only him, but the 100 Heres warriors he now leads are all highly effective fighting forces that Wu Wei desperately needs. These Heres people not only suffered heavy casualties in the pirate attack, but also endured a long sea voyage, facing the harsh realities of cold, disease, fatigue, and hunger. Of the survivors, most of those who survived close combat also perished. The 100 Heres people Aaron leads are those survivors among the survivors. They are all strong individuals who have endured life or death trials. Having such a group of tenacious warriors under his command will undoubtedly be a great help to Wu Wei in facing the many challenges ahead. Furthermore, Wu Wei noticed that Aaron's hometown is in Seedier Town in Heres Bay of the Western Sea, and he is the second son of a clan chief. If he can make good use of this, Wu Wei only needs to wipe out the pirates in that area, and with the assistance of Aaron and the Heres people, he can spread his faith throughout the entire Western Sea coast. It seems that this crackdown on prostitution, even if it offends the imperial nobility, is worthwhile. However, Priest Ivan and Warrior Aaron are only at level 3, which is still too low. Wu Wei was very satisfied with the results of this forceful action. Thinking this through, he looked again at Aaron and the more than 100 Heres warriors he led. Aaron, your piety and yearning for the future are seen by our Lord of Light. And you, young Ivan, All your sacrifices for our Lord will surely be rewarded." Wu Wei deliberately spread his arms and pretended to pray upwards. "As long as you sincerely pray to our Lord will surely reward you." Although Wu Wei's prayer was somewhat nonchalant, it was quite impressive at first glance in this situation. "Our Lord above, to dedicate the rest of my life to our Lord is my greatest wish." Priest Ivan, being a fanatical believer, immediately knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. Aaron and the 100 Harris warriors were initially stunned, but then they followed his example, kneeling on one knee and devoutly praying to the God of Light, whose whereabouts were unknown, begging him to grant their wish to become warriors of the gods. At this moment, Wu Wei, seeing that the time was almost right, deliberately diverted a fraction of his divine sense, using only 0.1% of his divine power, to create a small-scale divine effect above everyone's heads. The solemn and majestic gates of heaven, the dazzling golden holy light, all appeared before their eyes almost instantly, stunning everyone present. Law, illuminate. Just as everyone was awestruck in praising the divine miracle, Wu Wei, as the God of Light, secretly used a small amount of his divine power to baptize everyone present. After this baptism of holy light, all the fatigue, injuries, and ailments of everyone present were instantly removed, their bodies and minds purified. Everyone, who had never experienced such a miraculous feeling before, was overjoyed and kowtowed in gratitude to the God of Light, their faith points soaring instantly. Furthermore, the holy priest Ivan, who had rendered such great service, and the promising warrior Aaron, both under Wu Wei's secret manipulation, broke through their shackles from level 3 strength and successfully transformed into level 4 powerhouses. "Thank you, Lord of Light. I, Ivan Vasco, am willing to serve you forever." Holy priest Ivan was extremely excited, immediately kneeling before the miracle created by Wu Wei, his whole body trembling slightly. Level 4. This is level 4 power. You must know that once one successfully advances to level 4, their body and strength undergo a qualitative transformation. Not only does their lifespan increase significantly, but their physical attributes, control over power, and even their mental strength will all increase dramatically. If we take an ordinary warrior as an example, if they can reach level 4, they can project their battle aura, attaching it to their weapons or bows. Simply reaching this level would mean his combat power far exceeds that of level 2, and is several times greater than that of level 3. In a town, this strength alone would be enough to qualify him for a prominent garrison commander position. Of course, what excited Ivan Vasco most was that everything he had dedicated to the God of Light had been seen by the deity, and now divine grace had descended upon him. How could he not be overwhelmed with excitement? I, promoted? Really promoted? Great. Ha, truly great. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my Lord of Light. Aaron Leander, who had also promoted at the same time, was equally excited, tears welling in his eyes. He knelt devoutly on the ground, thanking the God of Light again and again for bestowing divine grace upon him. It should be known that the Harris people of the Western Sea City-State all revered strength. Even mothers were proud of their children's strength and bravery, even the scars on their bodies. In this nation built on battle and prospering through battle, even women learned battlefield and combat skills from a young age. Aaron Leander, though the second son of the Greyhorn clan chief, bore far greater pressure than children from ordinary families. From a young age, he was taught to become an outstanding warrior, stronger than anyone else, so that he could assist his elder brother in protecting their town after he inherited the chieftainship. But now, not only had he gained his freedom, but through divine grace, he had successfully advanced to level 4 warrior. Wasn't he now comparable to his brother? This scene, along with a series of surprises, filled him with unprecedented excitement, and his faith began to soar at this moment. My lord, I, Aaron Leander, vow to follow you forever. At this moment, not only Aaron, but also the hundreds of Harris warriors behind him, all knelt on the ground with utmost devotion, loudly swearing to forever believe in and follow the Lord of Light. Now, these former slaves finally began to understand that the great God of Light truly existed. Wu Wei only expended a small amount of his divine power for this. Chapter 188. This boss is worth following. Excellent, excellent. Their faith points have all been upgraded. It seems that performing the right miracle at the right time has a very significant effect. Wu Wei scanned the believers before him with his divine sense. They were originally just casual believers and true believers, but now they have all been promoted to devout believers. In particular, Aaron Leander, the leader of the Harris people who received the commendation, is not far from becoming a fanatical believer. This is a great thing for Wu Wei. The more steadfast the believer's faith, the greater the benefit to him, the God of light, and the stronger their determination to serve him, the God of light. Only with such a virtuous cycle can his divine power as the great God of light accumulate more and more, and become stronger and stronger. However, he has now encountered a problem. His current fragmented divine spark has reached its limit, and he can only have a maximum number of believers. In other words, he can only have this many believers at present. If the number of believers increases, they will no longer be able to connect with him, the God of light. Therefore, the faith power generated by these additional believers cannot be fed back to him, the God of light, through the faith channel. This awkward situation cannot be changed in the short term unless he obtains the heart of the earth and accumulates an additional 1,000 or so divine powers to successfully repair part of his divine core. Since it cannot be changed, Wu Wei can only try other methods to compensate. Divine core, sever the faith connections of some shallow believers. In an instant, Wu Wei used his divine core to sever the faith channels of many shallow believers whose faith was not firm enough. Then, he filled the gaps in these faith channels with additional believers of the true believer level or higher. In this way, although the number of his believers did not increase, their quality increased significantly, and the faith power he received daily also greatly increased. However, Wu Wei could no longer receive the prayers and wishes of those shallow believers whose connections he had severed. There was no other way. In this situation, Wu Wei could only prioritize contacting high-quality believers to obtain more faith power, while shallow believers had to be relegated to the back burner. Rise, all of you. The miracle slowly dissipated, and Wu Wei raised his hand, signaling Ivan, Aaron, and the others to rise and receive orders. Our great Lord of Light has issued a divine decree. Listen carefully. Holy Priest Ivan and Aaron, the leader of the Harris, both stood solemnly, listening respectfully. Ivan, Amproport is now in ruins. You are needed to lead your men to rebuild order, construct defenses, and provide shelter for the fishermen suffering in hardship. After Wu Wei finished speaking, Ivan immediately solemnly swore an oath to accept the order. I will obey the will of my lord. I, Ivan Vasco, will never fail my lord's expectations. Wu Wei nodded, then turned his gaze to Aaron. Aaron, from now on, you and your compatriots will become my guards, accompanying me. Yes, I, Aaron Leander, will protect your safety with my life. Aaron and his Harris compatriots had received near military training in live district life since childhood, and each of them had a clear sense of right and wrong. Wu Wei's rescue of them and the blessing of the God of Light were immense acts of kindness they could not repay except with their lives. After dealing with Evan and the Harris, Wu Wei turned his gaze to the right side of the reception hall. There stood more than 30 pitiful-looking female slaves of various kinds, led by Winnie Lviv, the daughter of the city lord from the northern enemy country. Upon seeing Wu Wei's gaze upon them, Winnie and the 30-odd female slaves beside her immediately knelt down excitedly, pleading respectfully, "Respected Lord Wu Wei, we have nowhere to go. We also wish to join the church and dedicate the rest of our lives to our Lord of Light. Please grant our request." These female slaves had already discussed the matter with the noble Winnie Lviv. Like Winnie, most of them were imported from abroad, far from their homelands. Therefore, even though they had regained their freedom, being alone in a remote and foreign land like Port Ampere was still extremely dangerous, and they were constantly at risk of being harmed. Returning home alone on their own was virtually impossible. It was better to join the Church of Light, like the Harris people, and secure a future for themselves. This was especially true after witnessing the miracle firsthand. Undoubtedly, a real, benevolent, and great God was worth their life's work. As long as you have faith, you will surely receive the protection of our Lord. Wu Wei's gaze swept over the female slaves, and their information quickly appeared. These slaves came from good backgrounds. Although their soul potential wasn't particularly outstanding, they were almost all well-educated, and after witnessing the miracle, they had all become devout believers. If properly cared for, they could greatly benefit Wu Wei's Church of Light. After all, education in this world was primarily for the nobility. Most commoners and peasants were illiterate. A lack of education made it difficult to adapt to jobs requiring reading and writing, thus well-educated individuals became another valuable resource. Ladies, I have just consulted my lord, and in his mercy, he has granted your request. Wu Wei once again displayed his charlatanry skills. Before he finished speaking, The 30-odd female slaves kneeling before him burst into tears of joy and gratitude. Next, you will be escorted by the Templar Knights to Thorn City, where the Holy Maiden of Light, Katarina, will arrange your work and other matters. You need not rush. When the light of my lord shines upon your homeland, that will be the day you return. Wu Wei's seemingly casual arrangements immediately ignited the excitement of all the slaves below. These last two sentences were incredibly inspiring for the numerous female slaves and all the 100+ Harris warriors present. For these female slaves and Harris people, as long as their faith was devout and they continued to serve the Church of Light wholeheartedly, they had the possibility of returning home. After all, in their view, wherever the faith of the God of Light spread, that was a safe place. As long as they walked on the territory covered by the Church of Light, it meant they would no longer be threatened or harmed. Not only them, but the entire world's working class will cheer once this doctrine is spread. Alright, all of you, go down. Wu Wei waved his hand, indicating they could go and rest. Wu Wei, hadn't made this decision for nothing. In the near future, he would spread his faith throughout the entire empire, the entire continent, and even the entire ocean and the whole world. At that time, these believers from all over the world would be important tools for him, Wu Wei, to spread his faith. Soon, the group of slaves left one after another, but Wu Wei kept Winnie Lviv, the noblewoman and daughter of the city lord. It wasn't that Wu Wei had any lustful thoughts. In fact, the longer he was a god, the more discerning his tastes became. Although Winnie was quite good-looking, she ultimately didn't meet Wu Wei's standards. Even if he wanted to take a personal maid, it would have to be at least on par with Saintess Catherine or that mermaid. Winnie stood there somewhat puzzled, but out of trust, she didn't ask any further questions. A short while later, Blake Linton, who had been strolling leisurely outside, reciting poetry to the Templar Knights, was summoned in by a servant. "Haha, my lord, Brother Wu Wei, you were so handsome tonight. Just now you, the blonde, blue-eyed, and dashing Blake strode into the drawing room. Seeing Wu Wei sitting on the sofa, he was about to flatter him, but before he could take a few steps, his eyes fell on the young woman standing beside the sofa, and he froze on the spot. Yes, it's you, Miss Winnie." Blake blushed, trying his best to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, stammering out a name. "It is I, Earl. It's an honor that you remember my name." Winnie Lviv turned and saw Blake standing before her, then smiled slightly and gave him a graceful curtsy. At this moment, the despair and fear she had felt when she was treated as a slave were no longer visible on Winnie's beautiful face. Instead, a gentle and radiant ladylike air had filled her. Her tattered, dirty dress had been changed. Although it was just a maid's dress found casually in the manor, it already made her stand out with her beautiful face and dignified demeanor. "Miss Winnie, it's an honor to meet you." Blake quickly straightened his posture and thought for a moment before saying, "Winnie is such a beautiful name. I remember that in the northern dialects, Winnie means pure, beautiful, and blessed by the gods. Mr. Blake, you know about our northern dialects? That's a very ancient dialect." Winnie's eyes widened in surprise, her joy evident. "Of course I know. Some dialects, though ancient, are very beautiful." As he spoke, Blake began to recite a poem praising ice and snow in the obscure and difficult northern dialect. Winnie was both surprised and delighted, her eyes shining as she listened. It was as if hearing her homeland's dialect in a foreign land made her thoughts drift back to the distant north. In short, the two hit it off immediately, completely ignoring Wu Wei, who was there as a third wheel. Ahem. Helpless, Wu Wei could only cough lightly, temporarily ruining their good time. He now understood that the saying "beauty is in the books" was indeed true. Although Blake was a bit of a chunyabao, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur, he was still knowledgeable and full of artistic talent. In addition, he had the professional bonus of a bard, plus his tall and handsome appearance, and his status as an earl. With so many advantages combined, he was sure to win over any girl. "Sorry, Lord Wu Wei, I was a little distracted." Winnie blushed slightly and bowed slightly to Wu Wei apologetically. "Haha, Brother Wu Wei, what did you call me over for?" Blake scratched his head and sat down next to Wu Wei with a grin, but his eyes kept glancing at Winnie across from him. "I called you here, of course, to give you some instructions." Wu Wei smiled slightly, having observed everything. Back at the slave auction, he had noticed that Blake was quite interested in Winnie, the beautiful girl from a foreign land. Since that was the case, he decided to play matchmaker. After all, he and Blake got along very well, and the latter had even offered the entire Thorn territory to his Church of Light. Brother Blake, you've just become Earl. The trade and industry in Thorn Ridge, as well as your relationship with our Church of Light, need to be reorganized and gradually established. This is a heavy and lengthy task, and I think you'll need an assistant to help you share some of the pressure. Wu Wei pointed to Winnie beside him. Winnie has received a good education and has some experience in city management with her father. I think she's capable enough for this job. Wu Wei had already checked Winnie's information using his divine power. Winnie was very young, only 19 years old, with a mid-grade green soul potential. However, although it was only mid-grade potential, she possessed a very useful talent, coordination. As the name suggests, overall planning could, in Wu Wei's earthly terms, be a future office manager if this talent is properly utilized. It would assist Blake in planning all aspects of Thorn Ridge's affairs, and could also serve as an accountant, definitely a great help to Wu Wei and his team. In short, don't expect a Chuanibaya like Blake to handle such trivial matters well. Besides, Thorn Ridge is Wu Wei's base of operations, and its development and expansion are crucial to Wu Wei. Ah, big brother, you mean, to have Miss Winnie, be my secretary. Blake was immediately stunned. The thought of spending every day with a beautiful Miss Winnie made his face, which had just begun to recover, flush red again. To be precise, she should be your assistant, helping you handle all the affairs of the Earl's territory. Since the position of office manager didn't exist in this world, Wu Wei had to use a more fitting term. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the young woman Winnie beside him and asked, "My young brother here is not cut out to be a lord. He has just inherited the title of Earl, and the Earl's territory is in dire need of rebuilding. He desperately needs a capable person to assist him in revitalizing commerce and developing the territory. Miss Winnie, would you be willing to help us with this? For your own sake, and for the future of our holy see." Winnie's beautiful eyes widened. She was clearly surprised to be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. She stared at Wu Wei, then at Blake, before nodding firmly and answering readily, "Lord Wu Wei, I am willing. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist Lord Blake." "That's good. Brother Blake, why don't you go arrange Miss Winnie's accommodations?" Wu Wei smiled slightly and secretly winked at Blake, who understood immediately and beamed with joy, almost ready to play his zither and dance on the spot. "We'll be traveling to the Duchy of St. Violet soon. You can discuss and formulate some plans during this time. Once we return to Thornhill, we can arrange for members of the Holy See to work with you to implement the relevant policies." Before parting, Wu Wei added, "And Winnie, you can try writing a letter to your family. Your family in our country are currently at odds, so our personnel cannot travel to each other, but we have ways to get letters delivered." "Really? That's wonderful." Hearing this, Winnie was overjoyed and quickly bowed in gratitude. "My lord, Lord Wu Wei, you are truly a remarkable gentleman. I believe that if my father and family learn of my whereabouts, they will surely open their doors wide and welcome you in the faith from my lord with the utmost respect. Go and rest." Wu Wei bid them a brief farewell. If Wu Wei weren't the god of light, he would never have trusted someone so easily. But he was a god, and he possessed first-hand information about all believers. As long as the other party is a devout believer, they will inevitably do their utmost for God in the church, a fact that is difficult for external forces to change. Because faith originates from the soul, the deeper the faith, the more unshakable it becomes. This is why Wu Wei can confidently trust his followers. After Blake and Winnie left, Wu Wei, with his hands behind his back, walked to the entrance of the reception hall. It was already packed with people. All the nobles and wealthy individuals attending the gathering, along with their servants, were being escorted by Templar knights and were squatting in a long line in the corridor outside the reception hall. Seeing Wu Wei strolling leisurely towards them from inside the reception hall, they all obediently shut their mouths, each one trembling with fear. These nobles and wealthy individuals might have initially hurled insults and shouts, but the Templar knights escorting them were completely unmoved. If they dared to resist, the Templar knights would beat them without a word. Their status and position were utterly useless before these Templar knights. They had no choice but to obey and maintain order. Besides, these nobles and wealthy individuals had just witnessed a magnificent miracle that occurred in the reception hall, and each of them was trembling with fear at the solemn and awe-inspiring sacred atmosphere. It's no joke, when the Holy See of Light held power, it had issued decrees strictly prohibiting the slave trade. However, in the last 100 years, The Holy See of Light's influence had gradually weakened, and naturally, no one heeded its decrees. Even the imperial government tacitly approved of such transactions. But the fact that no one obeyed or supervised the decrees didn't mean they didn't exist. They were now privately selling slaves, and according to the original decrees of the Holy See, they would be executed. The thought of execution sent these nobles and wealthy individuals, even Viscount Taylor himself, trembling in the corner. You've all seen it. Our Lord of Light is always watching you. Your sins have nowhere to hide. Wu Wei walked up to these nobles and wealthy people, casually appraising them. Our Lord is merciful and can grant you a chance to be spared execution and repent. Hearing that they could be spared execution, the eyes of all the nobles and wealthy people lit up. Now, in the name of the Holy See of Light, I confiscate all the ill-gotten gains from this illegal gathering. You are all to disperse immediately. Wu Wei continued walking slowly, saying gently, if there are any objections, I will have the Templar Knights escort you back to the Thorn City Inquisition for trial by the Holy Maiden of Light herself. Hiss. Upon hearing the name of the Holy Maiden of Light, Katerina, who was known for her exceptionally strict and impartial justice, the hearts of all the nobles and wealthy people present clenched. The Thorn City Inquisition, where could they go? In ancient legends, the Inquisition was the most terrifying place. Chapter 189 Believe me or go to hell. We are willing to give up all the stolen money and goods. We repent. We dare not do it again. The nobles and wealthy people, now completely under control, dared not oppose Wu Wei. They all expressed their willingness to accept punishment and sincerely repent. For them, having their money confiscated was like paying for safety, at least they wouldn't suffer imprisonment or execution. During this process, Wu Wei discovered that some of the nobles and wealthy people had actually become believers after witnessing the miracle, which surprised him somewhat. In short, these nobles and wealthy people had obediently offered their money, and Wu Wei didn't need to take their lives. Before long, this group of nobles and wealthy people was dismissed. As soon as they left the manor gate, they fled in panic with their servants, disappearing into the night in a flash. The wealth plundered from these nobles and wealthy people was astonishingly large, far exceeding Wu Wei's expectations. However, Wu Wei wasn't in a hurry to count it, he had something else to do. Taylor, my friend, now you're the only one left, Wu Wei smirked, his all-seeing gaze sweeping over him. Feeling Wu Wei's gaze, Viscount Taylor broke out in a cold sweat. He huddled in the corner like a lump of fat flesh, trembling as he pleaded, I'm willing to hand over the stolen money and goods. I beg my lord's forgiveness. Ever since discovering that the God of Light was real, Viscount Taylor had been filled with fear under the overwhelming divine power, and dared not act recklessly again. You are the ringleader? Merely confiscating the stolen money and goods isn't enough, Wu Wei continued to casually scrutinize Viscount Taylor. This unfathomable gaze made the latter increasingly nervous and fearful. Then, what should we do? Viscount Taylor's fat face contorted with grief as he looked helplessly at Wu Wei. Lord Wu Wei, I was blinded by greed in the past. I am guilty. I know I was wrong. I can make amends, please be lenient. I beg the great Lord of Light to give me a chance. Beg me, it's no use. Only the great Lord of Light can decide your life or death. Wu Wei shrugged dismissively, then his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he remembered something, and he said softly, Taylor, have you ever seen hell? What? Hell? Viscount Taylor trembled, his heart pounding wildly. Lord Wu Wei, you must be joking. I'm a living person, how could I possibly have seen hell? The legendary hell, what would happen if a living person saw it? Then I'll show you right now. Before Wu Wei finished speaking, an illusion he had created with only a sliver of divine power enveloped Viscount Taylor. This was, in essence, an illusion, imperceptible to outsiders, yet Viscount Taylor found himself trapped within it, experiencing a thrilling, roller coaster-like journey through hell. As for what hell was like, Wu Wei frankly didn't know, but divine power was omnipotent, he only needed to create a sufficiently terrifying illusion to suit his whims. Whoa. Oh. The illusion quickly faded, and when he awoke, Viscount Taylor was letting out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground in terror, his groin already soaked. Even the Templar Knights on guard were startled by Viscount Taylor's exaggerated reaction. Sinners fall into endless purgatory after death, that's where sinners like you are about to fall, Wu Wei casually remarked, but to Viscount Taylor, it was like a thunderbolt, utterly terrifying. What should I do? I don't want to go to hell. Please think of a way. I'll do anything. As the saying goes, one won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Without experiencing hell, one cannot understand the horror of death. At this moment, Viscount Taylor was completely stunned. He immediately knelt on the ground, begging Wu Wei for help, ignoring even his soaked crotch. There is a way. Wu Wei deliberately kept him in suspense, driving Viscount Taylor to the brink of madness, before finally producing a contract and placing it before him. Offer your soul to the great Lord of Light, dedicate the rest of your life to him, and atone for the sins you have committed. Only then can your soul receive his protection. Now, it seemed there was only one path before Viscount Taylor, either believe in the God of Light or go to hell. In this situation, what choice could he make? I sign. I am willing to serve the Lord of Light for the rest of my life, to redeem my sinful soul. Viscount Taylor gritted his teeth, not even bothering to read the contents of the contract, picked up the pen Wu Wei handed him, and quickly signed his name. As the final stroke was completed, an invisible wave emerged simultaneously from above Viscount Taylor and the contract. The two waves converged in mid-air before vanishing in an instant. It's done. You are now a qualified believer, under the lifelong protection of our Lord. Wu Wei casually stored the soul contract in his storage ring and beckoned to Viscount Taylor. Now let's go see the treasures belonging to our Lord of Light. Well, Lord Wu Wei, could I change my pants first? After this series of ordeals, Viscount Taylor not only offered his soul but also became a devout believer. There was no way around it. The impact Wu Wei had on him was simply too great. Miracles, hell, and all in a world historically filled with gods and monsters. Not just him, but anyone else would have been overwhelmed. As for the contract, it was naturally created by Wu Wei, using a wisp of divine power to bind and control Viscount Taylor's soul. Once Taylor signed his name on the contract, his soul would be bound by divine power and completely under Wu Wei's control. This was also a backup plan Wu Wei had left in case of unforeseen circumstances. After all, this Viscount Taylor was quite cunning, and who knew if things would go wrong if supervision wasn't in place? Lord Wu Wei, you said you were going to assign me a task. Taylor, having changed his trousers, scurried back and obediently waited beside Wu Wei. That's right. Wu Wei nodded, answering casually, from now on, you will continue to travel to various places to buy and sell slaves, importing slaves. Upon hearing this, Taylor nearly fainted. Lord Wu Wei, I have to import slaves. Taylor's heart trembled. He was already on the verge of hell because of the slave trade, and now he was being asked to import slaves? Was this some kind of trap? I asked you to import slaves, not to sell them. Wu Wei rolled his eyes at him, explaining, buy back those miserable slaves, send them to the Vatican to regain their freedom, and settle them down. This is saving them, a great thing. People who do good deeds won't go to hell. As for your funding, you can rest assured. The Vatican and the Thorn Ridge government will buy back the slaves you purchase at the agreed price. We'll also arrange multiple economic chains for you to manage. You'll definitely get a share of the profits. Don't worry. As he spoke, Wu Wei patted Viscount Taylor on the shoulder, as if to say, I won't cheat you. However, the latter felt uneasy looking into Wu Wei's sincere eyes. But hearing that he wouldn't go to hell, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed, promising to complete the mission. These decisions were actually of great significance to Wu Wei. Viscount Taylor's complex network of relationships and secret shipping routes around the world would greatly benefit Wu Wei's future development. Continuing to have Viscount Taylor purchase slaves from various regions will bring a large labor force to Wu Wei's current territory, one of his most scarce resources. Population is often key to a region's development, especially since a larger labor force means stronger productivity. Similarly, a larger population will bring Wu Wei more believers and soldiers. These are the foundational forces that the Church of Light, under Wu Wei's control, wants to continuously develop and expand. In addition, the Church of Light and the official government of Thornridge need to undergo a series of integrations. Once the initial unified planning is completed, it will bring significant production capacity, and various industries will emerge one after another. Having Viscount Taylor use his light network to expand Wu Wei's business on a large scale will bring tremendous development to Port Empro and the entire Thornridge. The profits will ultimately all converge on Wu Wei, allowing him, the God of Light, to continue to grow and expand. Of course, these plans were only established tonight, and everything needs time to operate. Taylor, now take me to see the wealth that belongs to our Lord of Light. Ah. Oh, okay, this way please. The wretched Viscount Taylor finally realized that everything he owned now belonged to the great God of Light. It must be said that Viscount Taylor, this local tycoon who had been diligently cultivating his power in Port-à-Mousson for over 20 years, was indeed quite wealthy. His jewelry and other possessions alone were worth over 2,000 gold francs. This only included his cash holdings, not his various businesses. Viscount Taylor's success was beyond the reach of even most earls. He was truly remarkable. In addition, Wu Wei also found a box of monster cores in Viscount Taylor's treasury. In this world, monster cores were always treasures containing high-purity energy, coveted by every nation and race. They could even be used as currency, more expensive than gold francs. Therefore, many nobles and wealthy individuals would seize opportunities to acquire monster cores as hard currency for future needs. Of course, Wu Wei readily accepted the box of crystal cores. After all, these crystal cores, containing life energy, could be decomposed and converted into divine power, and his divine power was never enough. After inspecting Viscount Taylor's treasury, the stolen money and valuables confiscated from the nobles and wealthy individuals who had attended the gathering were quickly tallied. The nobles and wealthy individuals who participated in this auction had come prepared, bringing substantial amounts of funds, jewelry, and valuables such as crystal cores. The crystal cores that could be converted into divine power were immediately confiscated by Wu Wei. However, the total amount of funds and jewelry brought by those nobles and wealthy individuals reached over 4,000 gold francs. This greatly impressed Wu Wei. Don't be fooled by the poverty of the common people in this world. Those nobles and wealthy individuals were truly rich. So much money was found on just that group of nobles and wealthy individuals. If you were to confiscate their homes, wouldn't he, Wu Wei, be richer than a country? Besides the sheer amount of money, something else caught Wu Wei's attention. Of the more than 4,000 gold francs, 30% came from the mysterious buyer, Prit, in the capital. Prit always wore a black leather mask, remaining secretive and low-key. Outsiders had no idea about his background. Moreover, at the very first moment the crackdown on prostitution began, he escaped through a window under the cover of his men, his speed so great that even the Templar Knights couldn't catch him. This piqued Wu Wei's curiosity. However, when he asked Viscount Taylor about Prit's background, he couldn't say, only that it was an introduction from a regular customer. Those involved in underground trade had an unwritten rule: as long as you could afford it, you wouldn't pry into the other party's privacy. Therefore, unable to find any useful information, Wu Wei had to abandon his curiosity about Prit. After counting the nearly 7,000 gold francs, Wu Wei wrote a letter to the Holy Maiden of Light, instructing her to handle these assets. Undoubtedly, this huge sum would become the startup capital for Wu Wei's future bright empire, crucial for his future development. After finishing all this, it was almost dawn. Wu Wei, who possessed a human body in the lower realm, was truly exhausted at this point. After giving a few simple instructions, Wu Wei found a comfortable room in the manor, closed the door, and went to sleep. After waking up, he lay in bed and absorbed all the confiscated crystal cores, converting them all into scarce divine power. At this point, the divine power Wu Wei had absorbed from the crystal cores, plus his remaining divine power, totaled 182 points. In the past, this much divine power would have made Wu Wei ecstatic, but now it merely brought him one step closer to his predetermined goal. His weakened divine status had reached its limit, and the construction of his followers and even his divine kingdom had reached a bottleneck. If he didn't find a way to repair and advance his divine status, he would stagnate and be trapped at this stage. Furthermore, as his power continued to expand, powerful enemies emerged around him. If he, the God of Light, didn't become stronger quickly, it wouldn't be long before all the achievements he had painstakingly accumulated would be in vain. Sigh, being a god isn't easy these days. Wu Wei sighed inwardly. To advance to godhood, he needed to accumulate 1,000 points of divine power and find a mysterious and rare source stone, the heart of the earth. With his current 300,000 followers and influence spreading throughout the entire Earl's territory, plus the trade in monster crystals, accumulating 1,000 points of divine power was only a matter of time. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to find the heart of the earth. Patrick Island. The heart of the earth is in the Patrick Islands. Wu Wei leaned back against the soft down pillow, silently reciting a place name. This was his next destination, the place he absolutely had to go. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. If you can't have it, steal it. Wu Wei and his group stayed in Port Ampro for 2 full days. After everyone had rested and resupplied, Master Jimmy Gaunt restarted his magic tower, carrying everyone into the sky once more. Another 2 days passed. By this time, Master Gaunt's mage tower, carrying everyone, had reached the very center of the ocean. That morning, the sun shone brightly, the dazzling golden rays painting the waves of the sea like rows of fish scales, shimmering and sparkling. Looking further afield, the vast expanse of sea began to merge with the azure sky, a hazy blend of colors making it impossible to distinguish where the sea ended and the sky began. In the middle of this seemingly seamless connection between sea and sky, Master Gaunt's spherical mage tower, with its all-metal frame and 8 enormous mechanical arms, resembled a giant jellyfish slowly drifting among pure white clouds. At first glance, the scene was strangely beautiful beyond imagination. In reality, Master Gaunt's mage tower wasn't slow, it simply appeared to float on the wind above the boundless sea. If it weren't for the occasional wisp of cloud drifting past its side, or a flock of seagulls soaring high in the sky, quickly overtaken by it, those standing atop it wouldn't even notice its high-speed movement. Just then, whoosh, crack crack crack. A series of mechanical turning sounds suddenly emanated from the top armor of the mage tower. Soon after, the top armor began to slowly retract to both sides, revealing a bright and spacious open-air platform. Phew! The air outside is so fresh. A handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, possessing an Eastern face, was the first to walk onto the platform from the lower level. This was none other than Wu Wei, the god of light who had descended to the lower realm in human form. At this moment, Wu Wei, clinging to the railing at the edge of the platform, took a deep breath towards the distant sea, as if expelling all the stale air accumulated overnight. The sea breeze was fresh, carrying a faint scent of the sea. Thanks to the protective barrier surrounding the mage tower, the intense wind pressure that would make one unsteady during flight couldn't penetrate. Only the gentle, sea-scented air caressed his face, a feeling as comfortable as standing on his own balcony. Every time I see the ocean, it always makes me feel refreshed, Wu Wei thought, standing on the edge of the platform deck railing, facing the shimmering sea below, his heart filled with joy. Speaking of which, Wu Wei first saw the ocean in Port Ampro. He stood on the harbor edge, golden sand beneath his feet, surrounded by black reefs pounded by waves, and gazing into the distance at the azure sea, its rolling waves merging seamlessly with the sky. At that moment, as a flock of seabirds circled gracefully on that hazy horizon, Wu Wei felt as if his body and soul were being elevated. This was the ocean, far more magnificent and awe-inspiring than anything he had seen in photographs, on television, or in documentaries. The sense of time's passage evoked by the ocean, and its seemingly boundless vitality, truly captivated him. This journey was Wu Wei's first time at sea, and although they remained suspended 100 meters above the surface, the grandeur and magnificence of the ocean were enough to overwhelm and awe him. Oh dear, what's this? Is our great poet of the Holy See about to compose another poem? At this moment, the curvaceous and languid Liliana, having ascended the deck from the inner cabin, slowly walked to Wu Wei's side. Wu Wei's poetic talent was already widely known within the Holy See, far surpassing the reputation of the proper bard, Blake. Oh, not at all, I'm not Brother Blake. I don't have any emotions to express. It's just the vastness of the ocean that has made me feel somewhat exhilarated. Wu Wei waved his hand sheepishly. As for poetry, it's just a few lines I made up on the spot, I'm no poet. In this respect, Wu Wei was quite modest. What did he know about poetry? It was just a few sentences copied directly from his home planet Earth. But those few lines you casually rambled on were truly brilliant. Liliana frowned, looking at Wu Wei with some doubt. She thought to herself, this Wu Wei, usually so unreliable and flamboyant, was surprisingly humble when it came to his most outstanding poetry. This really surprised her. Wu Wei opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, when at that moment, Blake Litton's passionate voice came from behind him. It turned out that the blonde, blue-eyed Blake Litton, along with the fair-skinned, gentle Winnie Leverf, had already ascended to the rooftop. The sunset glows and the lone gull flies together, the sea and the sky merge into one color. Miss Winnie, can you imagine? These are the lines of poetry Brother Wu Wei taught me yesterday evening. My God! How can there be such beautiful, such refined poetry in this world? Brother Wu Wei is simply the greatest poetic genius in history. At this moment, Blake was facing the sea, arms outstretched, his expression excited and his words flowing freely. Winnie, following behind him, smiled slightly and nodded gently, saying, "Yes, Mr. Wu Wei is indeed a remarkable person." Seeing this, Wu Wei was completely stunned. That line of poetry was actually copied verbatim from his high school textbook on Earth. Because the sunset over the sea yesterday evening was so magnificent, he was moved and casually recited a couple of lines to Blake beside him. To make it more fitting, he even slightly changed 2 words. That's right, just this copied line of poetry, with only 2 words changed, had kept Blake excited since last night. So much so that now everyone in the entire Mage Tower knows that Wu Wei has composed such a stunning poem. It's believed that before long, thanks to Black's extensive promotion, this poem will spread throughout Thorn City. What can Wu Wei do in this situation? He can only blame the profound and extensive culture of his homeland, where even a casually chosen poem or song is so impressive. Wu Wei smiled at Liliana beside him, ceasing the discussion of poetry and songs, and instead focusing on admiring the beautiful ocean scenery before him. Not long after, Daniel Litton, served breakfast by his old servant Jem Conrad, also went up to the deck to breathe in the fresh air. Afterwards, Aaron Leander, who had vowed to protect Wu Wei, led 100 Harris warriors onto the deck to begin their daily morning training. Now, Aaron and his Harris brethren were no longer the scantily clad, wounded slaves they once were. They were now strong, healthy, and spirited warriors. They were now equipped with Templar gear, their gleaming silver armor and shields making their already imposing figures appear even more robust and imposing. Moreover, at their request, Wu Wei had Viscount Taylor equip them with steel daggers, longswords, daggers, hand axes, longbows, and spears. Compared to regular town guards and Wu Wei's Templar knights, these Harris warriors were significantly more well-rounded, almost all being experts in weaponry and combat. With such an elite force protecting them, Wu Wei was confident that his side would not falter against any small group of enemies or in small-scale battles. Watching the Harris warriors lined up neatly on the deck, vigorously wielding their steel spears and shields, Wu Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He couldn't help but wonder if he should also practice his combat skills. After all, every man harbors a dream of becoming a strong man. But when he saw the Harris warriors, their sweat pouring down their faces day and night, and the hardships they had endured since childhood, he felt it was better for him to remain an omnipotent god. By continuously repairing and advancing his divine power, and mastering even more abundant divine power, he could accomplish almost anything in the world. Of course, he was still quite far from this grand goal. For example, his divine power, which had already reached its limit, needed immediate repair and advancement. The Patrick Islands, containing the heart of the earth, were located in the southwestern sea area of the Holy Violet Duchy, their destination. The Patrick Islands are one of the magical holy lands that have risen in the last 100 years. They seem to be quite large, Wu Wei mused. A place that could be called a holy land was definitely not some remote, impoverished backwater. And since it was a holy land, its defensive capabilities and top-tier experts were certainly numerous. A direct assault was out of the question. It seemed he would have to use other methods. What's wrong? Worried about the heart of the earth? Liliana had lit a slender pipe some time earlier and was now leaning against the railing beside Wu Wei, elegantly exhaling smoke rings. Our Lord needs the heart of the earth, and we, his followers under his protection, naturally must try to share his burden. Wu Wei didn't hide anything from Liliana. He simply explained, as a believer, that the God of Light had issued a divine decree commanding them to find the heart of the earth. Since it was a divine need, these devout believers wouldn't have any doubts. Phew, that's easy. Liliana slowly exhaled a faint puff of white breath, answering casually, the heart of the earth is in the Patrick Islands, we'll just go and get it. Huh? This made Wu Wei sweat. He thought to himself, is the Patrick Islands your home? You think you can just go and get it? Do you think the magicians on the islands are just for show? Miss Liliana, things aren't that simple. Wu Wei looked at Liliana with a twitching brow. Do you think the mages on Patrick Isles are your godsons? You think you can just take them as you please? Hell, I say you're worrying too much. Liliana slowly turned her gaze away, chuckling dismissively. If you can't get it, just steal it. How hard can it be? Wu Wei was dumbfounded, then thought about it and realized it made sense. He could only helplessly reply, Sister Nana, you're right, you're right. This matter is. Just then, before Wu Wei could finish speaking, Master Gaunt's assistant, the chubby-faced mage Cody Derisa, suddenly rushed up from the inner chamber of the mage tower, shouting loudly, it's bad. The mage tower is going to fall into the sea. Quick, grab the nearest handrail. Huh? What? Master Gaunt's mage tower is going to fall into the sea. Wu Wei and Liliana beside him were both stunned. Before they could react, a loud bang came from inside the mage tower. Boom. With a loud bang, thick black smoke began to billow out from the lower entrance of the mage tower, and the entire mage tower shook violently. This unstable shaking did not last long. Just a few seconds later, the huge mage tower, like a metal lump thrown into the air, completely lost its ability to stay airborne and plummeted straight towards the sea. On the deck of the mage tower, tables, chairs, and even all the people on it were thrown into the air in an instant. Fortunately, Master Gaunt's assistant notified them in time, and Blake and Winnie immediately grabbed the railing. Daniel, under the protection of his personal servant Jem, stood motionless in place like a nail. The 100 Harris warriors were even less of a concern. These warriors reacted swiftly. Some grabbed the nearest railing, others pulled each other. While the mage tower's fall was indeed sudden, they were a well-trained unit, and not a single one was thrown off. As for Wu Wei on the other side, Sister Nana, help. With his frail body, he was easily thrown off in a moment of carelessness. Perhaps he hadn't even thought to grab the railing. As the mage tower shook and plummeted, he was thrown into the air as well. Hey, watch out. Liliana quickly followed, pushing off with her feet and leaping into the air, grabbing Wu Wei as he soared. The two of them remained suspended in midair. Naturally, Wu Wei climbed back up the ladder once more, and the two of them clung tightly to each other again. This guy is too wicked. Liliana thought to herself, rolling her eyes repeatedly. She had lost count of how many times this brat had taken advantage of her, but she couldn't just throw him away now, so she had to forcefully suppress her annoyance. Sigh, fine, for the sake of the Lord of Light, I'll let him hug me for a while. I can't just stand by and watch him die, can I? Just as Liliana grabbed Wu Wei and hovered in midair, the mage tower plunged into the sea. With a plop, the calm sea instantly boiled. The spray, like a fountain, shot dozens of meters high. The surging waves churned violently for a while before gradually subsiding. Fortunately, the mage tower was protected by a sturdy barrier. Even after falling from 100 meters into the sea, the impact was still absorbed by that defensive barrier. Inside the barrier, apart from some initial weightlessness, the mage tower suffered no damage or impact. The ability to achieve such a level of detail and safety, magic and mysterious technology, is perhaps the true brilliance of alchemist Jimmy Gaunt. After the sea gradually calmed down, Liliana landed back on the mage tower deck with Wu Wei. Indeed, apart from the initial momentary loss of balance due to weightlessness, no one on deck was injured. Hey, let go of me. When are you going to stop holding me like that? Upon landing, Liliana glared at Wu Wei first. Don't rush, Nana. I need to make sure we've landed safely before I can let go. Here, I can let go now. Wu Wei chuckled sheepishly, then casually released Liliana from his embrace and turned to walk towards the still smoking deck entrance. Before even reaching the lower entrance, he saw the unshaven, smoke-blackened alchemist Jimmy Gaunt running up from the lower level. Chapter 191 So this is what you're like, Master. Cough cough. What bad luck. The core power unit of the levitation array just overloaded, and the impedance regulator burned out. Master Gunter grumbled, his beard stained with black ash as he complained angrily. No way? That impedance regulator, how could it just burn out like that? Sensing something was wrong, Wu Wei quickly asked, puzzled, didn't you spend 2 days inspecting everything inside and out before we set off, and even assured us that this voyage would be foolproof? This trip to the Patrick Islands was now inevitable, and as the god of light, he had many enemies. No one knew when they would attack him. So, every day without ascending to godhood meant another day of danger. This. Master Gunter's unshaven old face was filled with embarrassment. After a long while, he reluctantly said, well, when I went to check the power unit this morning, no, I accidentally spilled some oatmeal in it. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei was completely stunned. Thinking to himself, this Master Gaunt is truly something else. How could he possibly spill his breakfast cereal into the most crucial core component of the Mage Tower? Lord Wu Wei, I swear, Master Gaunt really just accidentally spilled a tiny bit of cereal into the power furnace. Seeing Wu Wei's stunned expression, Master Gaunt's round-faced assistant, Cody Derisa, quickly put on a conciliatory smile, trying to appease him. But Cody's words only made Wu Wei more astonished. It wasn't just about how much cereal had spilled, it was about such a critical component. Was Master Gaunt always this careless during his routine maintenance? If this continued, wouldn't it cause more problems? Seeing this, Winnie, the girl standing not far from Blake, chuckled. Gaunt is quite the interesting master. Same as always, you'll get used to it. At this moment, Liliana strolled up behind Wu Wei, lazily exhaling smoke rings. Judging from her expression, she seemed quite accustomed to this unexpected situation. But Wu Wei was truly sweating bullets. He was anxious to find the heart of the earth. He had no time to linger. Master Gunter, how much longer will it take to repair the Mage Tower? Wu Wei walked up to Master Gunter and pointed to the still smoking lower inner chamber. This matter cannot be delayed. Our Lord of Light is waiting for us to search for the heart of the earth. Our Lord needs the heart of the earth, and I will certainly do my best to help. What just happened was just an accident. Speaking of the accident, Master Gunter's face turned ashen. He was even a little embarrassed to continue, so he changed the subject. The core power furnace of the Mage Tower is not seriously damaged. It's just that the impedance regulator burned out. I can repair this minor problem before evening. It only requires replacing the impedance coil. Of course, I don't have this coil on hand. I need to make one by hand, and then... Speaking of repair and manufacturing, Master Gunter started rambling on with a lot of strange technical terms and nouns. Wu Wei had no choice but to interrupt him helplessly. Master Gunter, please go and repair it. Please. Alright, I'll go right away. Please wait a moment. Master Gaunt wiped his smoke-blackened forehead and turned to make amends for his earlier mistake, adding, I can repair the impedance coil in half a day. Also, my Mage Tower has a ship-like mode. I'll activate it now. It won't take much time. With that, Master Gaunt, along with his assistant Cody, disappeared back into the lower core chamber. Soon after, the Mage Tower's ship-like mode was activated. The 8 enormous metal arms that had been trailing beneath the tower rapidly retracted, transforming in the blink of an eye into what resembled 2 massive paddle wheels on a steamship, but with an all-metal structure and a sturdy retracted form that was clearly more agile and efficient than steam paddle wheels. Suddenly, with a whoosh, 2 plumes of white steam shot out from the sides of the Mage Tower. This sight slightly startled Wu Wei, who wondered if the Mage Tower contained steam technology. Turning his gaze, Wu Wei saw that the mechanical paddle wheel, composed of metal arms, located at the end of the Mage Tower, had begun to slowly rotate. The mechanical paddle wheel spun faster and faster, propelling the Mage Tower suspended on the sea forward. This Mage Tower is truly full of surprises, Wu Wei remarked, intrigued by Master Gaunt's diverse and wondrous ideas. He later learned that they were currently in the middle of the ocean, halfway to the Patrick Islands. At their current speed, it would likely take another 10 days or so, but once Master Gaunt repaired the resistance collar and allowed the Mage Tower to take off again, they could reach their destination in about 2 or 3 days. As for the so-called levitation array, core power unit, and resistance regulator, Wu Wei later learned that they were likely a combination of magic and mechanical technology. Master Gaunt used a large weightless array to make the Mage Tower lose its own weight, thus levitating it in midair, and with the added propulsion, it achieved flight. The core power unit, of course, was the device that provided pure energy to the levitation array. This world was filled with various elements, and wondrous arcane energy was already a common energy source. The impedance regulator, by diverting current, provides a certain degree of impedance and stability to the magical energy generated by the power furnace, thus ensuring the normal operation of the levitation array. However, this morning, during a routine inspection, Master Gaunt spilled a bowl of oatmeal into the power furnace. This caused a short circuit and overload, burning out the impedance regulator. Without the support of the levitation array, the massive Mage Tower naturally crashed into the sea. Out of curiosity, Wu Wei followed the Mage Tower into its lower core compartment while it was sailing at sea. Wu Wei had never been to the core compartment of this Mage Tower before. He found the compartment filled with various instruments, gears of all sizes, pistons, and bearings of different lengths, and even multiple energy sources. The ground was covered with various circuits and rune patterns, shimmering with light, making it seem like there was nowhere to even step. As for the alchemist master Jimmy Gaunt, he was disassembling parts inside an open cylindrical machine with his round-faced assistant Cody. Magic and technology, runes and machinery, this strange combination of contrasting styles truly broadened Wu Wei's horizons. It seemed to confirm the saying that imagination is far more important than knowledge. However, once the initial excitement wore off, Wu Wei found it somewhat boring. He couldn't understand these things, nor could he help them. Even if he used divine power, he would need to understand its principles of long-distance travel, otherwise, he might just be making things worse. Besides, divine power was far too precious. He hadn't yet accumulated enough for the 1,000 points required to advance to godhood, and he couldn't afford to squander it now. Furthermore, if every matter required a miracle, then his divine power as the god of light would be worthless. This small matter was best left to Master Gant to handle. With Master Gant's abilities, he could definitely get the mage tower back on track before evening. Back on the deck, the damp sea breeze, carrying the scent of the ocean, immediately hid him. Unlike flying high in the sky, the ocean Wu Wei saw now appeared much calmer and more tranquil. The water stretched endlessly before him, and flocks of seagulls circled overhead. Below the mage tower, schools of fish seemed to be swimming. Soon, Wu Wei saw seagulls, like arrows shot from the sky, dart one after another into the water. When they resurfaced, each seagull carried a struggling fish in its beak. Huh? Could there really be schools of fish around here? Wu Wei's heart stirred. He thought to himself that back on Earth, he often watched videos of people enthusiastically fishing. Now that he had such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste not to try? Aaron, go get me some fishing rods, Wu Wei called out from the edge of the deck. Aaron, now Wu Wei's loyal guard, immediately went to the cabin and brought back a complete set of fishing gear and bait. These fishing gear and bait were extra items that Viscount Taylor had purchased when resupplying the mage tower. There were many such convenient little things. It must be said that the shrewd Viscount Taylor was very meticulous, and now they came in handy. Sea fishing looks interesting, brother, I want to try it too. Blake, who had been reading some literature nearby, immediately came over when he saw Wu Wei start sea fishing. His assistant, Winnie, who had grown up in an inland city and had seen many fish, but never sea fishing, also came to Wu Wei's side. Wu Wei was generous, everyone got a fishing rod. Sea fishing is different from fishing in ordinary rivers and lakes. Rivers and lakes cannot compare to the vastness of the ocean, and freshwater fish are far less powerful than sea fish. Therefore, if you want to fish in the sea, your fishing rod and line setup will be different from those used in freshwater areas. For example, the fishing lines and hooks used for sea fishing are much thicker than those for freshwater fishing, and a reel full of line is also necessary for easy reeling in and letting out. Fortunately, the sea fishing gear in this world has many similarities to that of the Earth world that Wu Wei is familiar with, at least in terms of principles. Although he doesn't know what materials are used, the structures are similar: a special sea rod, a float, a sinker, and a fishing reel that looks like a spinning wheel, plus a sharp and curved hook. These are all things that Wu Wei is familiar with and finds easy to use. After a few tries, he even taught Blake and Winnie, who were beside him, how to use them. Seeing that Wu Wei and his two companions were having a great time, the Harris warriors, who were very skilled at fishing, were also busy fishing on the other side. Only Liliana, the tavern owner who had no interest in fishing, was lying on a beach chair, enjoying the sunshine and wine, taking advantage of the good weather. It was noon, and Wu Wei and his companions had all caught something, and the surroundings were peaceful. Just then, a slender figure, looking rather bored, walked from the lower cabin onto the deck. She wore a simple white gauze dress, and her exposed shoulders were adorned with beautiful, pale blue scales resembling mica. It was Princess Desavage, the mermaid princess who had just woken up after a lazy nap. Unlike when she was confined in the fish tank, Princess Hage had developed two slender, long legs on land, indistinguishable from human legs. Wu Wei had previously inquired about this. It was said to be one of the special abilities of higher-ranking sirens. High-ranking sirens like Princess Hage, who belonged to the royal family, were almost all amphibious, able to possess both marine and terrestrial forms once their strength reached a certain level. Wu Wei wasn't very familiar with the many magical creatures of this world. If he understood the evolutionary theory, it was very possible that humans and sirens might have shared a common origin in their early evolution, but diverged along their evolutionary paths. Gradually, one branch of this intelligent race became humans, while the other developed into the sea race we know today, the sirens. Wu Wei wasn't sure if using this theory to speculate on the evolution of species in this world was right or wrong, but in any case, humans and high-level sea monsters, as intelligent beings in this world, did indeed have many similarities. Huh? Wu Wei, you can fish. Princess Hage stepped onto the deck, looked around, and finding herself somewhat bored, she casually walked over to Wu Wei with her hands behind her back. As Wu Wei's de facto slave and prisoner, Princess Hage was able to move freely because of an invisible anklet on her left foot. This anklet was modified by Wu Wei with a touch of divine magic to prevent her escape. It was invisible under normal circumstances but had a powerful binding effect. Besides, on this mage tower, Princess Hage was only somewhat familiar with Wu Wei, and she could only pass the time with him when she was bored. In just a few days, they had become quite acquainted. She had only just learned that the mage tower was malfunctioning and unable to fly, but whether she could fly or not didn't matter to her. Wu Wei, who was fishing, had successfully captured her attention. Honestly, she'd slept in until now and was a little hungry. Quiet down, quiet down. Can't you see I'm fishing? Don't scare my fish away. Concentrated on fishing, Wu Wei ignored her and quickly waved his hand to signal her to be quiet. Princess Hage didn't seem to care, instead chuckling softly, fish in the sea are much bolder than you humans on land. Without further ado, she turned and sat down on the railing beside Wu Wei, looking like she was waiting for a meal. Time passed slowly. The cork fishing float, which had been floating calmly on the surface, suddenly sank. Wu Wei on the deck felt a jolt of excitement and immediately pulled up his fishing rod. Whoa! It was heavy. The fishing line immediately taut, and even the rod bent like a bow. Wu Wei had never caught such a big fish before, and a surge of joy filled him. He quickly gripped the rod and began pulling and spinning the reel rapidly, reeling in the line. See that? We've got a fish. Wu Wei glanced deliberately at Princess Hage beside him, a hint of smugness in his tone. He'd been pinned down by this mermaid princess earlier, his embarrassing state witnessed by Liliana, which led to occasional verbal sparring between them. Congratulations. Princess Hage casually raised the corners of her mouth, her beautiful eyes deliberately glancing at Wu Wei. But, tisk, it doesn't look very big. Not big enough. Wu Wei rolled his eyes. What a joke. Look at the heavy weight of the fishing rod in his hand. If she weren't a mermaid princess from the deep sea, he would have truly mocked her for being ignorant. Chapter 192 Taking this princess along can make you rich. Alright, I'll be kind enough to show you how big this fish is, and I'll even treat you to a free fish feast. Wu Wei was truly a man of his word. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw himself into the struggle with the giant fish. Since the fish Wu Wei had caught was much larger than the small fish he had easily caught before, it quickly attracted the attention of many people around. People like Blake, Winnie, and a dozen or so Harris warriors unconsciously gathered around, and even Liliana, who was lazily sunbathing not far away, glanced at him slightly. Big fish, hurry up and bring it up. With an audience, Wu Wei, who had caught a large fish for the first time, couldn't help but feel even more excited. Fortunately, the fishing gear provided by Viscount Taylor was of excellent quality, and no matter how much the big fish struggled, it couldn't break free of the fishing line or hook. After 7 or 8 minutes of this back and forth between Wu Wei and the fish finally exhausted its strength and was slowly pulled to the surface by Wu Wei. Aaron, who had been waiting nearby, seized the opportunity and used his long-handled scoop to scoop up a large fish with a whoosh. A fish nearly half a person's length, all flesh, and weighing at least 20 or 30 pounds, was pulled onto the deck. Splash! Splash! The fish thrashed about on the deck, its body resembling a round spindle, its eyes large and round, its mouth filled with tiny teeth, and its bluish-green back adorned with irregular dark blue stripes. Quite beautiful. Wow! Boss, what kind of fish is this? It's huge, really huge. Blake immediately rushed over, marveling at the fish. Like Wu Wei, he had grown up inland and had never seen a large, live marine fish before. Seeing Wu Wei pull the fish onto the deck, he seemed even more excited than Wu Wei himself. I've never seen such a big sea fish before. Lord Wu Wei is truly amazing, Winnie exclaimed with curiosity. And southern fish look a bit different from our northern fish, but this one is really huge, of course. Look at this fish, how sturdy and majestic it is. You can tell it tastes delicious. Oh, right, Brother Daniel, come and see what kind of fish this is. Wu Wei, being an outsider, could immediately name the fish. Looking around, he saw Daniel and his old servant nearby and beckoned them over. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. He didn't know if it was because this world had abundant resources or because of his incredible luck, but he had such a catch on his first sea fishing trip. He was quite pleased with himself. Brother Wu Wei, you're amazing. Daniel approached with a beaming smile, bowing politely to Wu Wei before introducing, if I'm not mistaken, this is a blue mackerel. Actually, I've never seen a live blue mackerel before, but I'm certain this is the biggest I've ever seen. Daniel was telling the truth. His capital city was also located on a bustling inland plain. Most of the seafood they ate was transported frozen. Even if there were live fish, they were kept in the kitchen, and by the time he saw them, they had already been cooked into delicacies and served to him. A blue mackerel. Even knowing the species name, Wu Wei didn't know much about this fish, but one thing he was certain of was that this large fish was extremely rare. A surge of joy welled up within him, and he couldn't help but turn to look at Princess Hage, who was sitting on the railing. He said proudly, "Little Dai, what do you think of this fish I caught? Choose whichever part you want." Not far away, Liliana, sunbathing, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Wu Wei, thinking to herself, this guy is actually showing off his catch to a mermaid. What's he thinking? Actually, Wu Wei knew that humans couldn't compare to the aquatic sea monsters when it came to fishing, but since Princess Hage had no fish to eat, he just wanted to show off in front of her. After all, this mermaid princess had previously pushed him away, making him lose face. This fish is indeed quite good. It's very rare for it to grow this big. Princess Hage nodded slightly, a gesture of approval. Receiving this approval, Wu Wei's joy increased even more. See? Even the mermaid princess said this big fish was rare, which meant that it was truly not easy for him, Wu Wei, to catch such a fish. But suddenly, Princess Hage's nonchalant voice rang in his ears again, causing Wu Wei to pause in surprise. But what else could it be? Was a piece of fish not enough for her, and she wanted to devour it all herself? Princess Hage's beautiful eyes swept disdainfully over the wriggling fish, a slight smile playing on her lips. But this kind of fish is inedible. Inedible? Wu Wei asked in surprise. This fish is so lively, how can it be inedible? Because its quality is just too poor. Only the lowest-ranking sea beasts would choose to eat it. Princess Hage chuckled, unable to suppress a laugh. Do you know? Blue mackerel are among the lowest-ranking fish in the ocean. In my homeland alone, there are probably 300 million of them. My sea beasts eat hundreds of the kinds you caught in one meal. Princess Hage added, at least as far as I know, no higher-ranking sea creature would eat this kind of fish. I think you'd better not eat it. Otherwise, you'll regret the taste, I guarantee it. Her disdain for the fish was palpable. Wu Wei was stunned. How did this perfectly good fish become garbage for sea beasts? To make matters worse, Princess Hage advised him against eating it, which infuriated him. Just then, the loyal and honest Harris man, Aaron, considerately stepped forward and reported, Lord Wu Wei, mackerel are indeed very common in our western sea, costing only about 2 copper per pound. However, a large fish like the one you caught is much more expensive, worth at least 1 silver zac. Aaron meant well. Mackerel has abundant flesh, is nutritious, common, and easy to catch. Because it's rich in oil, it can be used to make cod liver oil, making it an affordable fish for commoners. After all, not all commoners can afford fine seafood like nobles. Little Dai, I'm not trying to be mean, but you need to understand your current situation and status. We won't be serving you like servants. Wu Wei, unable to boast, had to change tactics. Pointing to the large mackerel, he said seriously, besides, I think this fish is quite good. Why can others eat it, but you can't? I've decided, we'll eat this for lunch today. Boasting about sea fish in front of a mermaid princess was indeed a mistake. Wu Wei decided to switch to lion-based delicacies next time. Perhaps, I have other options. Princess Hage looked mysterious. Before Wu Wei and the others could react, she tilted her head back and began to sing to the boundless sea in a strange language. Her voice wasn't high-pitched, but it was incredibly melodious and beautiful. Almost the instant her voice began, a sense of utter silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone subconsciously quieted down, as if the song had a relaxing effect, drawing everyone in. Suddenly, her singing voice began to rise rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of silence in an instant. At the same time, the glass in Liliana's hand shattered with a crack, but those around still couldn't hear the sea song princess's song. They could only subconsciously sense a vibration, like air tremors, spreading outwards from them. Ultrasonic waves. Wu Wei looked at the sea song princess with some surprise. Based on his theoretical knowledge from Earth, he could roughly understand that the sea song princess's singing was like the ultrasonic waves used by dolphins to communicate, far exceeding the frequency range acceptable to the human ear. Basically, apart from Liliana and the old servant Gem Conrad, both level 7 experts, no one else present could hear this high-frequency sonic singing. Could it be that singing is a language? Wu Wei suddenly realized that dolphins on Earth communicate using ultrasonic waves. If this hypothesis held true, could the sea song princess's singing also be a high-frequency language that could communicate with marine life? Just as Wu Wei was pondering this, something astonishing happened. Beneath the once calm sea surface, one after another, enormous black shadows suddenly appeared. Before Wu Wei and the others could react, with a splash, one after another, huge sea fish began to leap onto the deck of the mage tower like madmen. This leap was terrifying, everyone on deck scattered in panic. These fish, leaping out of the water like meteorites and crashing onto the deck, were simply enormous. If the blue mackerel that Wu Wei had just caught was a rare and large fish, then these sea fish leaping onto the deck were colossal monsters. In terms of both size and weight, they were more than 10 times larger than that blue mackerel. Bang! Bang bang bang! Amidst the chaos, as Princess Sea Song stopped singing, the fish that had leaped from the sea finally ceased. Wu Wei wiped away a cold sweat, looked up from under the railing, and turned back to look at the deck, where he was immediately shocked. There were 20 or 30 enormous ocean giants on the deck, the smallest of which was 2 or 3 meters long, and the largest even 7 or 8 meters long. They weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Wu Wei personally witnessed the entire mage tower tremble when the 7 or 8 meter long giant fish fell onto the deck. Not only were they huge, but these ocean giants were also far more imposing in appearance than the blue mackerel that Wu Wei had caught. These ocean giants had deep blue backs and long, curved blue pectoral fins. Their tail fins were also deep blue, with crescent-shaped tail peduncles that were very strong and developed, full of power. Even with the naked eye, one could see the agile and majestic posture of these fish swimming freely in the ocean. My God, these are bluefin bream. At this moment, Liliana, who had been indifferent to fishing, took a deep breath and slowly stood up from her beach chair. Wu Wei was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself that Liliana, the tavern owner, only showed interest in fine wine and King Frank, and scoffed at everything else. But what was going on? Even she was so surprised. Could these fish be even more valuable than King Frank? There really are bluefin tuna. The well-informed Daniel stared wide-eyed, looking around the deck in astonishment, exclaiming, especially that largest bluefin tuna, it's worth a fortune. Wu Wei didn't know much about these marine species yet, but just looking at the graceful and robust physique of these bluefin tuna, he could tell that this fish was definitely worth a lot. Soon, as the surrounding crowd discussed it, Wu Wei understood why bluefin tuna were so expensive. They truly had their reasons. These bluefin tuna usually lived in the deep sea at depths of thousands of meters and rarely ventured into the upper layers of the ocean, making them extremely difficult to catch. Moreover, bluefin tuna meat was tender and delicious, with high nutritional value, making it one of the most delicious sea fish. In addition, some top-grade bluefin tuna that lived in the deep sea for a long time contained abundant aquatic elements in their bodies, which had a great nourishing effect on the human body. These numerous advantages have driven up the price of bluefin bream, earning it the reputation of being the gold of the sea. The bluefin bream summoned by Princess Hage are undoubtedly of the highest quality. Even the smallest one would be worth at least 40-50 silver zacks. If it were the top-grade bluefin bream, 7 or 8 meters long and weighing over 1,000 kilograms, it would be a kingfish, likely auctioned off anywhere. Therefore, even conservatively estimated, this kingfish alone would cost at least 10 gold francs. Adding this deck of dozens of high-quality bluefin bream, if all were sold, their value would probably be 30-40 gold francs. Upon learning these values, Wu Wei turned to Princess Hage, secretly marveling, Princess Xiaode, if we could keep you by our side, we could become incredibly wealthy. He was joking. A single bluefin bream summoned by Princess H could earn more than an average person's annual income. If she used her full power, the seafood she summoned would make people incredibly rich. Hell, no big deal. Wu Wei, have you forgotten? I, the princess, come from the great Sea Song clan, the inheritor of the Sea Speaker bloodline. All sea creatures in the ocean will obey my summons. Princess de Savannah of the Sea Song clan's slightly childish face revealed a hint of pride. Then, she pointed to the largest fish king and said, I want a piece of the pectoral fin meat and the middle piece of the spine. The rest are yours. By the way, please throw the rest of the bluefin fish back into the sea. We shouldn't take too much from the ocean, otherwise even the vast ocean will dry up because of our desires. Princess de Savannah of the Sea Song clan shrugged her shoulders as she spoke. That's what my father said, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It seems your father is very wise and understands sustainable development. Wu Wei agreed, then called out, Aaron, call a few brothers and release the extra bluefin fish back into the sea. Then call everyone and let's eat seafood together. AWW. The Harris warriors, mostly born into poverty, were all excited at the prospect of eating the finest bluefin fish. They cheered loudly and rushed to help carry the heavy fish. The entire deck was bustling with activity. Even Master Gaunt, busy repairing the mage tower, brought his assistant Cody to the deck to watch curiously. He was equally astonished by the sight of the deck teeming with bluefin fish. So many bluefin fish, it was as if the deck was overflowing with golden frankincense. Anyone would be surprised. And these bluefin fish were far more delicious than cold golden frankincense. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Daniel, the Duke's grandson, stood there, secretly speechless. He glanced at his old servant Jem beside him and murmured, It seems Brother Wu Wei has acquired a truly extraordinary female slave. It was quite a coincidence that Wu Wei possessed this female slave, but judging from Princess Sea Song's displayed bloodline talent, she was incredibly powerful in the ocean. If Princess Sea Song's words are true, then without a doubt, her origins are even more noble than Daniel's. Liliana, already a level 7 saint, and Daniel's old servant, Jem Conrad, reacted similarly. They weren't just watching for entertainment. If Princess Sea Song's Sea Speaker bloodline truly could summon all sea beasts, then that bloodline ability was incredibly powerful. Note that Princess Sea Song's summoning wasn't simply conversing with sea beasts, but a form of domination, much like a higher level being dominating lower level beings. Currently, Princess Sea Song's strength isn't yet formidable, and her abilities aren't yet fully apparent, but Liliana and Jem Conrad could clearly see it. Given time to grow, and if she eventually reached level 7 saint, the two of them would be no match for her in the sea. Hurry up, everyone. Right, tie that giant fish up with a rope first, it's struggling so much. And you there, go to the kitchen and get all the seasonings, the grill, and the frying pan. Meanwhile, Wu Wei was busy directing his Harris warriors, preparing to butcher the giant fish. They'd make some sashimi while it was still fresh, and then decide whether to grill, stew, fry, or sauté later. There was plenty of fish meat, enough for everyone to eat as much as they wanted. Princess Sea Song remained seated atop the railing, watching everyone bustling about, seemingly in a good mood. Suddenly, a hint of cunning appeared in her beautiful eyes. She glanced at the calm sea around her, hesitated briefly, and then began to sing a melodious and sweet sea song once more. Liliana, the old servant Jem, and Wu Wei himself all noticed the unusual activity immediately. Before they could even ask Princess Hage why she had suddenly started singing, they saw the back of a sea beast, resembling a small hill, appear on the distant horizon. Upon closer inspection, they could see that the hill-like sea beast was already surrounded by a dense swarm of low-level sea monsters. Chapter 193 He is my uncle. Beneath the surging surface of the sea, a powerful high-ranking siren, clad in deep purple scale armor, slowly rose from the ocean's depths to the surface. Even in the flickering light of the deep sea, his tall, robust figure was clearly visible. His muscles bulged beneath his scale armor, his cheeks bore menacing bony spikes, and his eyes, gleaming with a chilling light, were like those of a venomous snake. He rampaged through the sea, unstoppable. Wherever he went, all the strong sea beasts and countless ferocious siren bowed their heads in humility, obediently making way for him. Some of the weaker, lower-ranking siren even trembled with fear as they brushed past him. Indeed, in this sea, nothing could hinder his will. He was the lord of the Clean Sea, Alm's Reef. Hurrah! Alms let out a suppressed yet excited growl, accompanied by billowing bubbles, as he slowly revealed his serpentine eyes above the water. Not too far ahead, a strange spherical mage tower, like a steamship, calmly sailed on the sea. Looking at the spherical mage tower, Alms let out another excited, almost growling, laugh. Alms Reef, a general under the powerful king of the West Sea, Muga Raging Waves, had finally found a golden opportunity to redeem himself. In human terms, this was effortless. His eyes narrowed, fixed on the spherical mage tower on the sea ahead. Not long ago, he had received a secret order from King Muga of the West Sea, instructing him to secretly intercept and kill Princess Desivahage, who had come seeking help, without anyone noticing. And the best outcome would be for Desivahage to die at the hands of humans. To this end, Alms personally found a ruthless human pirate group and arranged for his trusted troops to assist him secretly. With such early preparations, multiple layers of interception, and the prior knowledge of Princess Sea Song's clear navigation map and detailed information about her entourage, this should have been a foolproof assassination mission. Yet, at the last moment, something went wrong. To this day, Alms still cannot understand how Princess Sea Song escaped the encirclement of the pirate fleet. He personally searched the East China Sea ocean-going vessel that had been dragged to the surface by the pirates inside and out, but he couldn't find even a trace of Princess Sea Song. He had undoubtedly failed in this mission. Later, as he was returning to his territory, a group of laughable missionaries appeared in one of his important ports. These missionaries, loudly proclaiming the god of light who had fallen hundreds of years ago, immediately announced a ban upon arriving at the port, completely canceling the sea sacrifice. What audacity! Although the port was a human town, every year, every quarter, and every time merchant ships and fishermen passed by, it brought him immense wealth and offerings. Such a lucrative port town, yet the holy sea of light, which had deceived its people, dared to ban it so easily, clearly showing no respect for him, the Lord of the Klimt Sea. He was furious. On the day of the sea sacrifice, he dispatched his personally trained powerful battle pet, the infamous great sea serpent Visca, along with thousands of lower-ranking sea monsters, intending to sweep through the entire port as a warning to others. But even in this matter, which he had seemingly assured of victory, he failed once again. A war angel, appearing out of nowhere, had actually killed his beloved battle pet, the great sea serpent Visca. He couldn't help but wonder if the war angel, who hadn't yet perished, was manipulating things behind the scenes, allowing the seemingly destroyed holy sea of light to rise again. But regardless, after these repeated defeats, he simply couldn't swallow this insult. But now things are different. That naive Princess Hage has actually delivered herself to his doorstep. Hell, she's truly courting death. Thinking of this, Alms couldn't help but raise the corners of his ugly mouth. Not only Princess Hage, but on that strange mage tower, he also sensed the aura of pure light elements. Undoubtedly, there were still humans connected to the Church of Light on that mage tower. Hell, very good, really very good. Today, he could settle both old and new scores at once. Alms was almost laughing with excitement at the thought. That human with the aura of light, no matter what connection he had with the Church of Light, was doomed. No, he would kill all the despicable humans. And that Princess Ange was of paramount importance. As long as he killed Princess Ange here and framed those humans he had wiped out, he could perfectly salvage his defeat. Not only would he not be punished by King Muga Raging Waves of the Western Sea, but on the contrary, the respected Sea King might even look at him with new respect. Tisk tisk, Hage, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for courting death. Alm's eyes flashed with a cold light. As he slowly pointed forward with one arm, all the sea beasts and lower-level sea monsters charged straight towards the mage tower with murderous intent. They're up to no good. Wu Wei looked up at the distant sea. A large group of sea beasts and lower-level sea monsters were swimming rapidly in their direction, just like the sea serpent Visca had attacked Anthroport. This made him sigh. What was bound to happen would happen. Brother, are those sea beasts and sea monsters? Blake also looked into the distance, his tone tense. Was it them that attacked Anthroport last time? Thinking of the devastation he saw when he first arrived at Anthroport, and seeing the menacing sea beasts and sea monsters ahead, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Yes, it must be them. A few days ago, when the great sea serpent Visca attacked Port Ampro, I was imprisoned in Viscount Taylor's manor. Winnie, who was standing beside her, said with some worry, we also have sirens and sea beasts in the north, but we rarely come into contact with humans. But here, Winnie's implication was that the sea creatures here were exceptionally ferocious, having even attacked the land. Such a thing had never happened in her homeland far to the north. All brothers of Harris, take up your weapons. Wu Wei remained silent, but as his loyal bodyguard, Aaron Leander, the leader of the Harris Guard, immediately issued the order to prepare for battle. All the valiant Harris warriors dropped what they were doing, picked up their shields and weapons, and quickly assembled into ranks. Facing the massive, dark mass of sea beasts and sirens surging in from all directions, the 100-strong force showed no fear in their eyes, but rather a fierce fighting spirit. As a warrior race rigorously selected from birth, for them, even the slightest fear or wavering under any circumstances would be fatal to the entire army. This is precisely the difference between the Harris people, who are instilled with this ideology and rigorously educated from childhood, and ordinary soldiers. The sea beasts and siren in the distance were already more than a nautical mile away. This distance was negligible on the vast ocean. At their approaching rate, they would reach the flightless mage tower in a matter of minutes. At this moment, Wu Wei finally straightened up and slowly spoke. "Little Dai, you can stop singing now." Looking at the distant sea, he was now absolutely certain that the sea beasts and siren were coming for them. The intense killing intent emanating from them was undeniable. However, he was not afraid. He had been preparing for this inevitable battle for a long time. He refused to believe that he, the god of light, who had prepared for so long and possessed immense divine power, would lose to these ugly, lowly siren. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Wu Wei suddenly raised his voice, instantly raising the atmosphere on the mage tower deck. Everyone adopted a tense, ready stance, as if they would launch a counterattack the moment the sea beasts and siren approached. They're here after all. Princess Hage was in a very good mood upon seeing the large group of sea beasts and siren arriving, and couldn't help but beam with joy. However, seeing the tense expressions on the faces of those around her, she quickly shouted to stop them. "Wait! Put down your weapons. Don't fight. Those sea beasts and sea monsters are Uncle Muger's army. They are my comrades, not enemies. Wu Wei, tell your men not to resist, to avoid friendly fire." Princess Hage even went to Wu Wei's side, grabbed his arm, and tried to explain. "Uncle Muger is the great king of the Western Sea. He has a broad mind and lofty ideals. He is a noble and respectable person. These sea beasts and sea monsters are all sent by Uncle Muger to take me back. Don't misunderstand." With that, Princess Hage climbed back onto the railing, ready to continue singing loudly. "Little girl, that's enough." Liliana had appeared behind Princess Hage without her noticing. She held a pipe in one hand, slowly exhaling smoke rings, while her other hand gripped a crisscrossing electric steel whip, which she held precariously to Princess Hage's delicate neck. "If you dare utter another word, I'll snap your neck." Princess Hage was initially startled by Liliana's imposing aura, her expression quickly regaining its composure. A hint of smugness crept into her expression as she threatened, "Miss Liliana, you're not afraid, are you?" It's normal to be afraid. Uncle Raging Waves is the great king of the Western Sea, commanding countless soldiers. Even if your entire kingdom's army came, they would be no match for him, let alone you humans. I advise you to unlock this chain now and release me, otherwise." Princess Hage lifted her left foot, and with a movement, the invisible, special chain began to appear and disappear. Before she could finish her threat, Wu Wei casually interrupted her, saying, "No, you are my precious slave. I won't release you, and that's final. No one can. You. Princess Hage was furious, nearly dying of anger. Before she could even argue, she felt a tightening around her neck, and Liliana had her held captive in her arms. "You ugly sea monsters, listen up." Liliana, holding the resentful Princess Hage in one hand, raised a clashing metal whip with the other, pointing it directly at the sea. "Your princess is in our hands now. If you want her to live, stop immediately." Liliana's authoritative voice echoed across the sea, and the aura of a Saint Realm expert expanded outwards from the water. Combined with her worldly wise tone, it was a clear message of disobey and you're done. If the master doesn't stop, you're going to kill her. On the distant sea, the ocean lord Ilms, whose eyes were barely visible, sneered coldly. "How, that's perfect. If Princess Seasong dies at the hands of you humans, it saves me the trouble. Release Agu. Drag them all into the deep sea." Ilm's eyes were fierce. With a wave of his arm, a ruthless order to exterminate them was issued. Instantly, A terrifying roar echoed from the dark depths of the sea. "You bastards. I'll say it again, if you come any closer, I'll kill her." The sea beasts and low-level sea monsters surging from the surface had already approached within 1,000 meters. Even Black, with only level 2 strength, could clearly see the hideous patterns on the rough skin of those sea beasts. Left with no other choice, the tall Liliana had to lift Princess Sea Song up with one hand and once again shout intimidation. Even Princess Hage herself began to realize that something was wrong, and urgently shouted loudly towards the sea, "Uncle Muger raging waves, it's me, Daciver Hage. Please don't come any closer. I'm safe now, they're all good people, please, stop. Please stop." However, it was all in vain. The sea beasts and siren army that had already formed an encirclement showed no sign of stopping, but instead roared in unison, letting out a fierce howl before charging. "Damn it!" Liliana spat angrily, casually tossing Princess Hage back onto the mage tower deck. She knew that this battle was inevitable, but the enemy's numbers were simply too many, and they were on the vast ocean, completely in the enemy's home ground. Now even she herself couldn't be sure if the brief time she had broken the seal could sustain her in repelling so many enemies. "Grandpa Jem, give me the sword." Daniel, who had recovered his strength and even advanced 2 levels, reached out and took a magnificent longsword from his close attendant. Beneath the whistling sea breeze, Daniel's gaze was resolute, fearless in the face of danger, his proud and noble princely air shining through. At this moment, everyone was in preparation for battle, except for Princess Hage, who still stared at the sea in disbelief, muttering to herself, "No, it can't be him. He's my most beloved uncle. How could he possibly be so ruthless?" Princess Hage simply couldn't believe that her beloved Uncle Futeo would actually try to kill her. But at that very instant, a beastly roar that shook the heavens and earth roared from the depths of the sea. Simultaneously, 10 tentacles, like colossal pillars supporting the sky, shot upwards from beneath the surface, their terrifying power even blocking out the sunlight above everyone's heads. Chapter 194 Battle. Be Big Brother, what are these things? Seeing such a grotesque and terrifying scene, Blake's scalp tingled with fear. Those enormous tentacles extending from beneath the sea were at least tens of meters tall, their dark brown skin rough and tough, covered with terrifying suckers several times larger than millstones. Now, these ugly, disgusting, and chilling giant tentacles were hovering overhead, blotting out the sun. If they were to lash out, what would happen? Wu Wei glanced around and replied calmly, "Oh, it's probably a sea monster, right below our mage tower. It looks like it wants to drag us all into the sea." "Be Big Brother, how can you be so relaxed? We're surrounded. It wants to drag us into the sea? We're doomed. If we're dragged in, we're all finished." Blake was dumbfounded, his heart filled with panic. Even Winnie beside him had a tense expression on her pretty face. Only Wu Wei remained calm and composed. In fact, as Wu Wei scanned the tentacles, all the information about this sea monster had already appeared in his mind. This sea monster was indeed extraordinary, possessing a formidable strength of level 7, though slightly weaker than the infamous sea serpent Visca. Of course, even if slightly weaker than Visca, it was still a terrifying behemoth with level 7 strength, possessing absolute deterrent power against any ordinary human. But Wu Wei was a deity. To him, it was just a sea monster, nothing more. "Brother Blake, don't worry, Sister Nana will protect us." Wu Wei patted Blake's shoulder, then smiled shamelessly at Liliana. "Sister Nana, that sea monster is yours." Liliana nearly fainted upon seeing this and collapsed onto the deck. "Wu Wei, where does your confidence come from? This is a level 7 sea monster." On land, Liliana was confident that she could kill this seemingly unintelligent sea monster on the spot within the limited time after breaking the seal. But now at sea, a level 7 sea monster, which roams the water, is far stronger in the sea than on land. Similarly, Liliana, a human living on land, would be significantly weaker in the sea. Forcibly entering the sea to fight a sea monster of the same level would almost certainly be suicide. However, Wu Wei possessed an inexplicable confidence in her, and she really wanted to ask him what he was thinking. Whoosh, whoosh. The enormous sea monster with 10 terrifying tentacles gave no one on deck any time to react. As its tentacles rose to their maximum height, they lashed out at the mage tower with a piercing whooshing sound. Boom. The terrifying force immediately caused the outer defenses of the mage tower to tremble violently, and the entire sea surface surged and churned under the immense impact. This was the terrifying power of the deep-sea behemoth, the Tyrannosaurus squid Agu. Agu, the deep-sea behemoth, was another overlord-level sea monster tamed by Ilm's Reef, the ocean lord of the Klim Sea. Just as humans on land tame monsters as battle pets to aid in combat, the sea beasts spoken of by sea creatures, and the sea monsters spoken of by humans, are powerful battle pets carefully tamed by high-level sea creatures. It was thanks to the two loyal and powerful sea beasts, Agu the giant squid and Visca the even more powerful sea serpent, that Ilms firmly held the throne of this sea. The death of Visca on land was far beyond Ilm's expectations and caused him immense pain. But now it was different. Now they were in the middle of the ocean, in the sea creature's naturally advantageous home ground. With this natural advantage, he refused to believe that those humans who could only swagger on land could be a match for his beloved battle pet, the giant beast Agu. Roar! Agu's attack failed to shatter the mage tower's defensive barrier, but it didn't give up. With its 10 thick tentacles, it tightly bound the mage tower, forcefully dragging it into the sea. Its massive, dark brown head, due to the force, rose high from the water. That enormous sea beast head was practically an island, probably not much smaller than the enormous spherical mage tower. Especially that enormous eye protruding from the water, perched atop its head, was filled with primal ferocity. Anyone caught in its gaze on the open sea would likely have their blood freeze. But the pressure on those on deck didn't stop there. Almost simultaneously with the colossus Agu squeaking and creaking against the outer barrier of the mage tower, dozens of sea beasts and a large swarm of low-level sea monsters had already reached the barrier. These sea beasts were generally around level 4, with only a small portion reaching level 5 and one reaching level 6. However, being marine creatures, they were all incredibly large and robust, with ferocious and terrifying appearances, exuding a primal and savage aura. Watching them charge towards the trapped mage tower was a truly astonishing sight. Even the renownedly brave and fearless Harris warriors felt a chill run down their spines, their palms sweating profusely. Besides these terrifying and ferocious sea beasts, the sheer number of savage and barbaric low-level sea monsters was simply astonishing. These low-level sea monsters, though generally weak, mostly around level 1 or 2 with only a few reaching level 3, numbered at least 1,000, if not 800, forming a truly dark, imposing mass around the mage tower. As these sea beasts and low-level sea monsters charged closer, unleashing a frenzied attack, the defensive barrier surrounding the mage tower, only a dozen meters away, was completely destroyed after just a few breaths. With a loud bang, an invisible surge of energy, like the air expelled when a balloon is popped, surged and spread in all directions. The giant beast Agu, which had been entangled around the mage tower, along with the sea beasts and low-level sea monsters attacking from all sides, were temporarily dispersed by this burst of invisible energy. However, this pause lasted only a moment. Agu, having regained its footing, along with a large horde of sea beasts and low-level sea monsters, quickly launched another frenzied charge towards the mage tower and Wu Wei's group. Dark clouds began to churn, and a sudden gale swept across the sea. With a large number of sea beasts and sea monsters gathering around, the water elements in the air and ocean became extremely turbulent. The entire sea instantly became turbulent and covered with dark clouds. The mage tower, which had once resembled a giant ship, now looked like a helpless message in a bottle adrift in the vast ocean, tossed about by the waves, teetering on the brink of destruction. Facing the ferocious enemies surging from all sides, everyone on the deck of the mage tower was on high alert, their nerves taut. Princess Hade remained slumped on the ground in despair. She still couldn't believe it, couldn't accept this reality. Why did her once kind and gentle Uncle Muger, the king of the Western Sea, have to want her dead at this moment? She dared not even think about the truth, but if she didn't think about it, what would happen to her homeland, her father? Helpless tears, hot and wet, rolled down her cheeks. She didn't know what to do anymore. She didn't even have the right to cry out. Suddenly, a calm voice slowly reached her ears. "Little Dai, it seems your uncle truly dotes on you." Wu Wei had appeared beside her unnoticed, patting her shoulder as he said, "However, you are my slave girl, and no one can take you away." Princess Hage raised her tear-blurred eyes, looking at Wu Wei with utter astonishment. She was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't fathom what would happen if she were his slave girl. In this situation, what gave him the confidence to make such a promise? Before she could find the answer in Wu Wei, he had already turned around and shouted to his companions, "Aaron, take your men and guard our deck. Brother Daniel, those sea monsters are a big problem. I'll leave them to you and Senior Jim. Master Gond, don't stand there, Hurry up and repair the power reactor. We must get out of the sea immediately. And Sister Nana, that big guy over there is yours. Remember, the gods are watching us. Especially the last sentence. For so many devout believers, it was like a shot of adrenaline, and everyone's morale, which had fallen, surged at this moment. The first to respond was Aaron Leander, leading 100 Harris warriors. With Aaron's shout, all the Harris warriors immediately formed a circular square formation on the deck, centered on the lower entrance, guarding the most important core area of the deck. At the same time, all the Harris warriors raised their sharp steel spears, waiting for the dense swarms of low-level sea monsters to rush onto the deck. Kill! Suddenly, Aaron roared with the bloodlust. His two innate talents, courage and power, originating from the depths of his soul, immediately came into play. In an instant, all the Harris warriors, along with their leader Aaron, hurled their spears with all their might. Thud! 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 100 low-level sea monsters who had just rushed onto the mage tower and were climbing over the railings were instantly pierced through the chest by 100 spears and fell into the sea. But there were simply too many low-level sea monsters surging up from the sea. After the first wave of sea monsters that had forcibly climbed onto the deck died, the second, third, and even fourth waves of low-level sea monsters had already rushed over the railings and were ferociously pouncing on the people behind them. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly appeared, and a torrential downpour began. Just as the first lightning bolt ripped through the dark clouds, all the Harris warriors, led by Aaron, let out a roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. At this moment, all 100 warriors drew their swords from their waists, raised their round shields, and faced the impending bloody melee head-on. Grandpa Jem, let's go! Just as Aaron led the Harris warriors into full-scale battle against the low-level sea monsters, Daniel and his old servant Jem Conrad also rushed out immediately. Despite his age and frail appearance, Jem, the old servant, was actually a powerful level 7 swordsman. As he soared into the air, his power was fully unleashed, and his terrifying pressure was like a towering mountain, steadily enveloping the entire mage tower. He wielded a heavy black iron longsword, seemingly without a sharp edge, but with each casual slash, it was often a swift, wind-like, sharp blade capable of shattering metal and jade. With him personally overseeing the top of the mage tower, any sea beast attempting to ram it would suffer a fatal blow from his descent. The old servant Jem swiftly struck, his sword energy unleashing a series of devastating blows, instantly cleaving several low-level sea beasts in two, their blood staining the sea crimson. Those that survived, mostly wounded, fled back into the sea. In an instant, numerous enormous and ferocious sea beasts, capable of sinking the mage tower, were all subdued by the ruthless methods of the old swordsman Jem Conrad, lingering in the sea under the threat of death, dared not make a move. As the master of the old swordsman Jem, the young Prince Daniel was equally brave and fearless, displaying remarkable skill. It was evident that even though he had lost all his power over the years, under the tutelage of the old servant Jem, his swordsmanship was exquisite. Now, not only had his power been fully restored, but he had also advanced 2 levels. Now, this power and skill had perfectly combined, making him feel like a tiger with wings. His magnificent longsword was imbued with pure battle aura, and he moved continuously within the defensive circle formed by the Harris warriors, occasionally unleashing a strike to relieve the siege of his fighting Harris brothers. He would also leap onto the deck railing to snipe at the ferocious sea beasts that his old servant Jem hadn't had time to completely slay. Just as this world-defined swordsman, sharpness was synonymous with a swordsman. No matter how thick-skinned these sea beasts were, they would all be cleaved through skin and bone by Daniel's longsword imbued with pure battle aura. In short, with the valiant Harris warriors and the full support of Daniel and Jem Conrad, the onslaught of sea beasts and low-level sea monsters was effectively repelled for a short time. However, on this side, a roar as powerful as thunder resounded through the heavens. With the surging and trembling of the sea, 10 enormous tentacles and a massive dark brown head emerged from the water once more. It was the deep-sea behemoth Agu, which had returned. Now that the mage tower had lost the protection of its defensive barrier, its metal structure alone was no match for any attack from Agu. While other sea monsters might need some effort to sink a mage tower, the level 7 behemoth Agu could smash it to pieces with just a few swings of its tentacles, turning it into a pile of scrap metal as easily as smashing a child's toy. Now that Agu had returned, if it succeeded in entangling the mage tower, and it were destroyed and sunk in this vast ocean, all the humans above would likely perish. My lord, Leave this monster to me. Liliana knew perfectly well that she had to step forward now, otherwise all her companions, including herself, would likely perish in the sea. With this thought in mind, layers of chilling battle intent erupted instantly, breaking through the seal within Liliana's body. Her immense power, reaching the level of a 7th-grade saint, surged skyward like erupting volcanic lava. The overwhelming force even made the colossal beast Agu take notice. However, Agu was, after all, a ferocious beast. Upon discovering a powerful figure below, it roared and lashed out with its tentacles. Ugly freak, you asked for this. I'll turn you into roasted squid. Liliana's voice turned cold. She stomped her foot, propelling herself like a streak of lightning and fire towards the sky. Facing Agu's massive tentacles, Liliana slammed her electrically charged steel whip down on it. Bang! This head-on collision created a deep, resounding boom in midair. A burst of intense lightning and fire instantly ripped through the dim sky, sweeping away the torrential rain that was falling from the heavens. Liliana's all-out attack was incredibly powerful, exuding a terrifying aura that made even the two sides engaged in battle below tremble with fear and watch intently. The behemoth Agu, struck head-on by a tentacle, immediately let out a mournful howl. The excruciating pain of the blow was like a mouse caught in a high-voltage trap by the tail. The combined shock of the impact and the high-voltage current caused Agu to tremble violently. Moreover, its massive tentacle, likely weighing over 10,000 pounds, had actually been forcefully slammed back by the human woman, a terrifying force that startled even Agu. Having suffered a setback, Agu had no choice but to abandon its assault on the mage tower, flipping over and retreating temporarily back into the sea. HMPH, let's see where you run. Liliana leaped after it, her steel whip crackling with lightning, conjuring chains of bright blue lightning that lashed out at the giant beast Agu, which occasionally surfaced from beneath the sea. The surrounding sea creatures and low-level sea monsters also suffered the consequences. There was no other way. On land, Liliana was confident she could defeat and kill the beast, but now at sea, it was its home turf. Furthermore, there was a time limit for her to break the seal. If she couldn't defeat the beast within that time, everything would be over. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she had to suppress it completely, preventing it from getting even a step closer to the mage tower. Roar! The giant beast Agu, enraged by the blows, roared furiously underwater. Although Liliana's lightning chains didn't do much damage, seawater was a conductor, and being constantly subjected to high-voltage electric shocks would be unbearable for anyone. However, it wasn't stupid. It didn't want to engage this humanoid female Tyrannosaurus head-on, so it could only launch sneak attacks from beneath the surface using water arrows, water jets, and its 10 giant tentacles. For a time, the fierce battle between the human and the beast almost made the sea boil. Chapter 195 Let the storm rage on. These bastards actually tried to sink my mage tower. Looking at the chaotic battle raging around him, and the besieged, precarious mage tower, alchemist Jimmy Gaunt was furious. Putting everything else aside, this mage tower was his life's work, the culmination of his research. If it were sunk here, all his hard work would be for naught. That outcome would be worse than death. Blake, quick, grab these and keep throwing them into the sea. Master Gaunt pulled several large boxes from his storage equipment and placed them in front of the stunned Blake and his assistant Winnie. Blake reacted, lifting the lids to find dozens of neatly arranged metal lumps resembling pineapple buns inside. You guessed right, these are goblin bombs I made. Master Gaunt, without a word, took one and demonstrated, watch closely, pull this ring and throw it directly into the sea. Remember, it explodes in 5 seconds. If you don't want to die, pull the ring and throw it now. Sure enough, as Master Gaunt threw the goblin bomb into the sea, Blake had just silently counted to 5 when a violent roar came from below, and the entire mage tower trembled. The seawater churned, and more than a dozen low-level sea monsters attacking the mage tower from below were instantly killed. Their corpses floated to the surface with the churning water. Truly, truly amazing, Blake and his assistant Winnie exclaimed in amazement. This power was probably no less than a full-force attack from a level 4 expert, wasn't it? That's right, these are improved goblin bombs, 3 times more powerful. With time running out, Master Gaunt shoved a bomb into Blake's hand. These goblin bombs can stop those sea beasts and sirens from getting close to the bottom of the mage tower. These should hold for a while. Remember, they explode in 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds. Master Gaunt then took out a large box and placed it in front of Blake and Winnie. And these are the magic guns I made for Brother Wu Wei. Although they're still in the experimental stage, they're already ready for combat. Watch closely, pull back this to fire the rune bullets. Remember, never point a muzzle at your own people. Master Gaunt picked up a rune gun, pulled back the bolt, and fired 3 shots at a low-level sirens climbing over a railing. The unfortunate low-level sirens had no time to dodge and were hit in the head by 3 blue glowing rune bullets, their bodies falling backward back into the churning sea. This is the rune gun designed by Brother Wu Wei. My god, Brother Wu Wei is a genius. Blake and his assistant Winnie were once again amazed by the rune gun. What they didn't know was that when Wu Wei designed this rune gun, he was merely using semi-automatic weapons from Earth as a basis, combined with Master Gaunt's brilliant design, to complete the initial design of this weapon. Now, this gun uses hardwood and steel construction, and its appearance is somewhat similar to the SKS and Type 95 semi-automatic rifles on Earth, but the barrel is significantly shorter and thicker. Internally, unlike the gunpowder and firing pin designs used on Earth, it uses energy storage and focusing rings as the main firing force. It's somewhat similar to the firing principle of air guns on Earth, but Wu Wei's magic energy gun isn't filled with ordinary gas, but with pure magic energy. When magical energy is compressed on the energy ring, it generates a tremendous impact force. Firing a similarly charged inscribed lead bullet with this same impact force produces powerful penetration, and the bullet explodes a second time upon impact. This terrifying double damage is many times more powerful than ordinary firearms on Earth. Compared to bows and crossbows in this world that can be imbued with battle aura and magical energy, this magical energy gun is equally powerful, more accurate, and less demanding on the user. Its only drawback is that the energy ring and inscribed lead bullets must be replenished with pure magical energy beforehand, otherwise, it's just a useless stick. Alright, I'll leave all this to you. Make sure those sea beasts and sirens don't approach the lower level of our mage tower, or this entrance leading inside. Master Gaunt repeatedly instructed, then, along with his assistant Cody, rushed into the lower inner chamber. He needed to quickly repair the impedance coil, even if it couldn't allow the mage tower to fly for long. He needed to get it up and running as soon as possible to escape this dangerous place. Meanwhile, his assistant, the round-faced mage Cody, began operating the mechanical arms and cannons of the lower level of the mage tower, once again preventing the sea beasts and sea creatures from attacking the tower from beneath the sea. Otherwise, if a hole were to be drilled into the lower level of the mage tower, all their efforts would be in vain. The battle continued, the sea was stained red with blood, and the scene was one of carnage. Many Harris warriors were already wounded, but fortunately, the omnipotent Wu Wei acted as a holy priest, casting healing spells with a wisp of divine power. These spells were far more effective than those cast by ordinary priests. His personal intervention made the healing even more precise and effective, repeatedly pulling many Harris warriors back from the brink of death. Although he could bring the souls of these fallen Harris warriors back to the divine realm and make them divine citizens, he also needed a capable and battle-hardened army in the mortal world to help him conquer the world. Otherwise, he would have to summon gods and angels to the mortal realm repeatedly, which would be incredibly taxing, and constantly displaying divine miracles would be beneath his dignity as the god of light. Therefore, these excellent Harris warriors are extremely useful and cannot be allowed to die easily. Big brother. I feel my blood boiling. Let's sing the most stirring verses together to boost morale. Blake had never experienced such a fierce battle. After throwing several goblin bombs, which blasted away more than a dozen low-level sirens and several sea beasts, he felt as if he had become one with a bloody battlefield. Listening to the shouts of battle around him, his blood was about to boil. Even his assistant, Winnie, had picked up a magic gun and was constantly shooting at the low-level sirens. Despite Winnie's usual refined demeanor, as the daughter of the Northern Kingdom City Lord, she had received the sword and archery training required of noble children from a young age, and her grades were quite good. After picking up the magic gun, she quickly discovered that shooting it felt very similar to wielding a bow and arrow, even simpler. Therefore, she mastered it quickly and her shooting was very accurate, relieving much of the pressure on the Harris warriors fighting on the periphery. Big brother, come quick, I'm ready. Blake was about to unleash his bard instincts and begin chanting. Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see I'm busy? Go chant your own poetry. Wu Wei interrupted helplessly. He wasn't a bard, what use would his chanting be? Besides, he was currently busy using healing spells to control the situation and prevent excessive casualties among the harassed warriors. He didn't have time to sing. As soon as Wu Wei finished speaking, Blake's high-pitched voice rang out from the other side. "Ah! Brave warriors galloping across the sea, let the storm rage even more fiercely. PFFT. Wu Wei nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. This poem was something he had hastily adapted from a classic Earth prose poem 2 nights ago, when Blake had been pestering him relentlessly. He presented it to Blake as a new poem about the sea. Unexpectedly, Blake recited it now. Wu Wei could only silently hope that those famous poets in some unknown Earth world wouldn't sue him for copyright infringement. Although Wu Wei's poem was just a casual adaptation from an earthly master, its recitation by a bard like Blake was undeniably inspiring. The morale and fighting spirit of everyone present were strengthened. Seemingly influenced by the atmosphere of fierce battle around them, the previously dejected and lost Princess Si Song stood up again. "Wu Wei, this is all my fault. I've put everyone in danger. I. Princess Si Song couldn't continue, so she turned to the edge of the deck and began to sing again. The song was melodious and poignant, moving everyone who heard it. Wu Wei, thinking Princess Hage was still obstinate, was about to stop her, but upon closer inspection, he saw that the 7 or 8 sea beasts enveloped by her sonic waves were behaving abnormally. As if controlled, they turned and attacked their own allies. This scene startled Wu Wei, as well as the exhausted old servant Gem, Daniel, and the others, who were then secretly marveling at Princess Hage's powerful abilities. The sea speaker truly lived up to her name. This ability wasn't simply communicating with marine life, but using the sonic waves generated by her song to control their brainwaves, thus completely dominating them. Princess Hage was still growing. If one day she truly became the legendary sea god, or even a demigod, wouldn't she control the entire ocean? In short, Princess Hage's current assistance greatly reduced the pressure on everyone in the Mage Tower. But everyone understood that this was only a temporary relief. The enemies surging from the sea were simply too numerous, an endless stream, seemingly without end. If this continued, everyone present would be exhausted and die, and being in the vast ocean, they had nowhere to escape. This brutal battle was a hopeless dead end for them. Wu Wei understood the situation. He considered whether to reveal his trump card to completely reverse their passive situation. But after thinking it over, he decided to wait. The mastermind behind all this hadn't yet revealed his true trump card. If he acted first, wouldn't he lose the final decisive blow? He could only wait. Hell, the humans who have fallen into the sea are merely struggling in their death throes. In the distance, the Ocean Lord Ilms, suspended in the sea, watched the battle with great interest. The humans on the Mage Tower and the Sea Song Princess were putting up an exceptionally tenacious resistance, but he was confident that as long as they were in this vast ocean, he had plenty of ways to conquer the Mage Tower. Having experienced 2 previous failures, he was now more cautious and dared not be careless again. Therefore, he planned to go all out, using all his trump cards to ensure absolute success. Olton Reef, it's your turn. Deliver the fatal blow to those humans for me. Alms waved one arm, issuing the final battle order. He was now certain that the humans on the Mage Tower were out of options, and now was the perfect time for him to carry out the fatal strike. As you wish, my uncle. Just then, from the sea behind Ilms, a high-ranking siren, riding a saw-toothed shark and wielding a forked weapon, several times more imposing than Ilms, slowly swam over. He was none other than Orton Reef, the nephew of the Ocean Lord Ilms, and the most powerful level 7 Saint Realm general under Ilms' command. In any society or nation, the family is often the most powerful group, and the strength and prosperity of the family often determines the status of an individual. Behind Ilms Reef was such a powerful family. And this nephew, Orton, who had not yet acquired territory and become a lord, was his carefully cultivated trusted assistant and his most reliable ally in the future. Now that Orton was personally taking action, their victory in this war was certain. Orton, not a single human or Princess Si Song can be lost. Alms gave his final instructions, his eyes flashing with cold light and killing intent running rampant. This time, failure is absolutely not allowed. But rest assured, after it's done, I will definitely report to His Majesty the Sea King, and in the future, you will surely possess a vast sea of your own. Yes. Orton Reef was full of fighting spirit, and immediately spurred his mount, the Sawtooth Shark, to surface first, rushing towards the Mage Tower. Alms's killing move was not just Orton, Behind this saint-level general, there were also 200 high-level sea monsters, also riding sawtooth sharks, wielding forked weapons, and covered in scale armor, following closely behind with a menacing aura. These were the most famous and powerful troops among the sea races, the shark cavalry. The most prized high-level troops consist of serrated sharks, each a ferocious sea beast reaching level 3 strength. The knights who ride these enormous, serrated sharks are all fully armed, high-level sea monsters of equal strength. The combined might of 200 shark cavalrymen is often more terrifying than a level 7 deep-sea behemoth. This powerful group of shark cavalrymen, led by the level 7 Holy Knight Orton, is now rising to the surface in a sword-like attack formation, cutting through the waves at high speed, their blades aimed directly at the mage tower ahead. The immense pressure they create almost changes the very atmosphere of the battlefield, creating an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Chapter 196. Stay calm, we have divine protection. Oh no, oh no. It's the shark cavalry. Our enemy is a high-level siren. And, moreover, there's a level 7 expert among them. Daniel, the old servant Jem, and Liliana were all experienced men. Upon seeing the shark cavalry, like swords hurtling towards them from the distant sea, and the imposing level 7 general, their hearts sank. Already surrounded, they were struggling to defend themselves. Now, with this powerful cavalry led by a level 7 expert, their barely erected defenses would completely collapse once they got close. Panic and despair began to spread through everyone's hearts. The old servant Jem, concerned for Daniel's safety, was already urging them to abandon the mage tower and immediately leave the area by air. Aaron and his Harris warriors also declared that Wu Wei and the others should leave first, while they would stay behind to fight to the death. Liliana remained silent. The intense battle had drained her strength, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her eyes were filled with emotion. A pall of gloom hung over everyone on the mage tower, no one knew what to do. As the 200 shark cavalry led by the high sea monster Orton drew ever closer, Blake rushed to Wu Wei's side, frantically pleading, "Brother Wu Wei, what do we do? Should we escape? If we don't decide now, it'll be too late." Escape? The surrounding area is a vast ocean, where can we escape to? Wu Wei remained calm, patting Blake's shoulder. "Calm down, we have divine protection, it's all right." Upon hearing this, Blake nearly burst into tears. "Brother, what time is it? How can I stay calm? Don't you have connections? Quickly call for help, if it's any later, our bodies will be cold." Blake truly trusted Wu Wei implicitly, but now he felt on the verge of collapse. "Don't rush, wait until they're closer before calling." Wu Wei patted Blake's shoulder again, and this time Blake really cried. Finally, when the shark riders were within a nautical mile of them, Wu Wei raised his arms in a perfunctory manner and prayed, "God, please protect your devout followers." "It's over, it's really over this time." Liliana rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that they were doomed. She thought to herself, "This brat, even at a time like this, he can't even pray to God properly. Isn't he afraid that if the God gets angry and ignores them, they will all perish here?" Everyone's heart jumped into their throat the moment Wu Wei prayed to the God. "Are you kidding me? Such a prayer is too casual, too perfunctory, isn't it? Is it sure it will work?" However, the fact is, it did work. In an instant, a dazzling holy light suddenly descended on the top of the mage tower. High in the sky, the majestic and solemn gate of the divine kingdom suddenly opened. What? A divine miracle. How is this possible? Lord Ilms, witnessing the scene from afar, nearly popped his eyes out. He and the sea creatures around him, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, would never have believed that a divine miracle could actually occur. But what deeply shocked Ilms and all the sea creatures present wasn't just this. With the appearance of the gate of the divine kingdom, a handsome holy angel with black hair and black eyes, wielding a white spear and riding an equally pure white winged horse, galloped out from within the gate of the divine kingdom. This war angel, whose appearance had drastically changed, was none other than Saint Luke. Wu Wei, the god of light, was currently in a rather sorry state, possessing only one war angel. Although exceptionally outstanding, the constant appearance of Saint Luke not only surprised his followers but also likely made his enemies wonder if this god of light only had one war angel. Therefore, in this situation of making enemies everywhere, maintaining appearances was still essential. So, while summoning Saint Luke for reinforcements, he subtly used a wisp of divine power to alter Saint Luke's appearance, transforming him into his current handsome, Eastern-looking face. As it turned out, Wu Wei's idea was extremely wise. When St. Luke appeared in his new form, a siren beside Ilms whispered something that immediately terrified him. What? You mean, the angel who appeared in Port Ampro last time wasn't him? Could it be that there were several other angels? The Ocean Lord Ilms's expression changed drastically, even feeling an urge to retreat immediately. He knew that, according to records from ancient times, war angels were the most powerful race in the world, loyal servants of the gods, sweeping away all heresy on their behalf. Even now, regardless of whether the God of Light truly existed, as long as the war angels were real, he, the Ocean Lord, dared not confront them directly. Heretical heretics, face judgment. St. Luke, riding his holy Pegasus, hovered high in the sky, his pure white, magnificent spear pointing directly at the approaching high sea monster, Orton, and his 200 shark riders. This pure white spear in St. Luke's hand was no ordinary creation. It had been named the Hare by the divine craftsman Jerome Duncan. It was derived from the sharp fangs of the previous trophy, the great sea serpent Visca. One of the two most deadly fangs from the mouth of a notorious, level 7 sea serpent had been forged into this hare spear. In truth, this spear was already a quasi-sacred artifact. Its sharpness alone was enough to send chills down the spines of anyone it targeted. Coupled with St. Luke's battle-hardened, peak level 7 power, it was safe to say that even a level 7 saint would feel fear and dread upon facing him. Heretics, face judgment. Another series of unified shouts rang out. Everyone present turned to look, and behind St. Luke, in front of the gates of heaven, stood 100 elite soldiers, armed to the teeth and wielding silver spears. This 100-strong elite force was none other than Wu Wei's Divine Kingdom Guard, composed of 100 of his divine citizens. Under Wu Wei's tutelage, each possessed a set of magnificent, top-tier equipment, equipped with a level 3 holy Pegasus, and their individual strength had been elevated to a formidable level 5. The appearance of such an elite 100-man force stunned the entire scene. Even Liliana and the old servant Gem, two outstanding Saint Realm experts, were frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. Level 5. Every member of the guard was at level 5. In this world, level 5 is already an extremely powerful figure. These individuals are usually revered as great swordsmen or great knights. In an army, they would be imposing generals leading troops into battle. But now, each of these generals, a powerful figure of such stature, is merely an ordinary soldier in the army of the gods. Such an elite and powerful military configuration is enough to leave anyone in the world in awe. This is the army of the gods. Long live our Lord of Light. May our Lord's holy light forever cover the earth. Everyone on the Mage Tower was in an uproar. Even the frail Winnie and the not-human Princess Hage were thrilled by the spectacle, their emotions surging. So this was the God of Light they worshipped. So majestic, so powerful, so unparalleled. Not bad, not bad, everything is as I expected. Wu Wei's lips curled into a slight smile, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Now, he needed to quickly resolve this battle. Attack. With that order, St. Luke immediately led 100 elite guards, charging straight at the oncoming shark cavalry. Far off on the other side of the sea, Ocean Lord Ilms was nearly driven mad. His eyes widened, and he frantically shouted, "Retreat! Quick! Retreat!" The enemy was a uniform force of level 5 Divine Kingdom Guardians. What was the point of fighting? Even though the enemy numbered only 100 men were enough to slaughter all the sea creatures present. Ilms valued his life highly. The moment St. Luke led his army towards them, he slipped away. If he didn't stay now, would he wait to be drowned in the sea? He did escape in time, but the Siren General Orton, leading the shark cavalry and eager to make a name for himself, suffered the consequences. Locked down by the powerful war angel St. Luke, Orton was completely stunned. Young and inexperienced, and used to his arrogance at sea, he had never experienced being targeted like prey. His shark-riding cavalry charged too fast and too close. Before they could even turn or dive after a sudden stop, St. Luke, riding his winged horse, had already closed in with the Divine Kingdom's guards. Whoosh! St. Luke unleashed a powerful spear strike, the holy light clearing a large swath of seawater below. Orton, the leading general, was thrown into the air by the shockwave. St. Luke pursued relentlessly, his spear flashing, and with a series of blows, he blasted Orton high into the sky. By then, it was too late for Orton to escape. St. Luke's 100 guards employed even more outrageous tactics. They possessed formidable combat strength reaching level 5, and a powerful fighting style that unleashed holy light. Facing any sea creature below, whether sea beast or low-level sea monster, they could almost completely and unilaterally crush them. These Divine Kingdom guards, after concentrating holy light on their weapons to a certain degree, could unleash a battle aura slash similar to that of a great swordsman, easily cutting dozens of meters into the sea. They didn't even need to enter the water, merely staying close to the surface. A single slash could often cleave a shark cavalryman or several low-level sea monsters in two. Under such circumstances, the defeat of the sea beasts and sea monsters besieging the mage tower was inevitable. In just over 10 minutes, this one-sided, crushing battle was over. Orton was personally killed by St. Luke, and the giant beast Agu, with the combined efforts of Liliana, the old servant Gem, and Princess Seasong, had its brain smashed by Liliana, dying instantly. As for the other sea beasts and lower-level sea monsters, countless casualties occurred. Those who survived were terrified and fled into the deep sea, not daring to look back. Soon after, St. Luke led his guards to clean up the entire battlefield. At Wu Wei's suggestion, all the cores and the so-called seafood were packed up and taken back to the Divine Kingdom. Wu Wei did a preliminary calculation. This time, the enemy had gone to great lengths to kill him and Princess Hage, but precisely because they had gone to such lengths, Wu Wei estimated that he could gain at least 100 points of divine power from the cores. Adding this to his existing divine power, his total divine power should reach over 300 points. It seemed he had taken another step closer to his goal of ascending to godhood. Wu Wei was in a good mood, but with the end of the brutal war, almost everyone present, except for him, collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The feeling of narrowly escaping death had left them feeling utterly drained. Hey, don't just collapse on the ground. We haven't eaten that bluefin fish yet. Wu Wei wanted to eat the giant bluefin fish, but found that the king of bluefin fish was too big for him to move. My god, you're so heartless. I can't eat anymore, the smell of blood all around. Never mind, you guys keep resting, I'll cut some myself. An hour later, Master Gaunt finally finished repairing the mage tower. As the mage tower slowly rose again, far away from the Crimson Sea, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their next destination was Patrick Island, full of land, and they would finally no longer have to face such unpredictable oceans. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 King of the Western Sea. Meanwhile, on the seabed of the Klimt Sea, amidst countless deep-sea whirlpools and coral reefs, lies a siren's dwelling. This is an enormous coral reef, teeming with life. Vibrant corals sway gently with the currents, translucent shrimp wave their pincers, busily feeding, and brightly colored coral fish dart leisurely among them. Occasionally, predatory creatures such as moray eels, crabs, and octopuses appear, creating a scene of tranquility fraught with danger. Sunlight filters through layers of seawater, leaving only a few sparse rays, like sunlight piercing through thick shadows, casting dappled light and shadows on the seabed, illuminating the entire coral reef in a bizarre and surreal way. Upon closer inspection, numerous dark caves are scattered throughout the reef, their shapes regular, each entrance adorned with various decorations, clearly the dwellings of the sirens. Judging from the scale of their settlement, it rivals any human town. The defeated army returned, countless wounded, their cries and groans echoing from the caves. Women swam in and out, tending to the wounded, their faces etched with worry. Only the young, innocent and oblivious, continued to swim and play in small groups among the coral reefs. Occasionally, a lucky cub would pull a crab from a crevice in the reef, tear off its leg, and with a snap of its sharp teeth, suck the tender crab meat into its mouth, savoring its delicious taste. In the very center of the settlement, a colossal palace stood silently in the refracted light. Its shape resembled a giant conch shell, its deep purple deep-sea crystal rock, used as its building material, displaying mysterious, wave-like patterns. Under the sparse sunlight, the entire crystal palace refracted a translucent light, incomparably magnificent. This palace belonged to the Lord of the Sea, the Klimt Sea, Alm's Reef. At this moment, inside the palace, a massive luminous pearl emitted a bright light. Bathed in light, the draped mermaid gauze swayed gently with the ripples, and the furniture carved from sea beast bones gleamed with a white, shimmering light. The entire palace was exquisitely beautiful and artistic, much like the long and glorious history of the sirens, inspiring awe. Suddenly, a door on one side of the palace was opened from the outside, and two high-ranking sirens swam in. The leading high-ranking sirens was burly, clad in scale armor, and exuded a fierce aura. It was none other than the high-ranking sirens general who had previously commanded the sea race's attack on the Archmage's tower, the Lord of the Clim Sea, Alms Reef. Behind him followed a young general, who resembled him and was clearly a blood relative of the clan. Uncle, that brat Deshava is shameless. She actually mingled with humans. She's a disgrace to our entire Sirens clan. The young Sirens general was indignant, clearly still furious about the defeat they had just suffered. All right, you may leave now. Alms waved his hand, clearly not in the mood for his rambling. The young Siren general wanted to say something more, but seeing his uncle's expression, he swallowed his words and silently withdrew. Seeing that there was no one else in the hall, Alms walked to a wall and activated a mechanism. With a series of scraping sounds, the entire wall slid open like a sliding door, revealing a huge, intricately patterned magic circle. The moment the wall opened, the magic circle seemed to come alive, radiating a dazzling blue light. Under the intense light, the entire palace faded like an overexposed photograph. Powerful magical fluctuations rippled through the hall, like undercurrents, even causing the furniture to tremble slightly. However, this intense light was only momentary. Soon, the blinding light dimmed, and the surging magical fluctuations quickly subsided, revealing a hazy, ethereal light and shadow in front of the wall. It turned out that this magic circle was actually a remote, real-time communication array. In the interplay of light and shadow, a robust, high-ranking siren sat on a seashell sofa, leisurely feeding a young sea snake with a plate of shredded meat. This was a middle-aged high-ranking siren with short, curly green hair, hawk-like eyebrows, deep-set eyes, and a strong, angular face. His long, dark green fishtail draped over the seashell bed, his posture quite casual. Yet, even in this relaxed posture, he exuded an indescribable majesty, like a supreme monarch looking down upon all living beings. Greetings, my king. Upon seeing this man, Alms, who had just appeared incredibly dignified before his juniors, immediately straightened up and bowed respectfully. Even though this was a phantom created by a magic circle, he treated him as if he were facing a real person, daring not to be the slightest bit negligent. How is it? The male siren on the seashell sofa asked casually, his voice deep and slightly hoarse. Upon hearing this voice, Alm's face paled slightly, but he still forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, I have failed again." Hearing this, the male sirens paused slightly in their feeding of the sea snake cubs, then slowly put down the tray. "Alms, you have truly disappointed me." The voice was calm yet drawn out, carrying a lingering, unfinished meaning. Alms, terrified, knelt down with a thud, his face instantly turning deathly pale. "My king, Princess Deshava is aided by two human saints, and a powerful figure resembling an angel has appeared." "Eh? Foolish." The male siren glanced at him, his gaze deep and cold. "So what if there are many powerful figures? You are meant to eliminate Deshava Hage, not those human powerhouses. In the chaos of war, you can't even take the life of a mere child. What use are you to me? I know my mistake." Alm's face flushed red and then paled as he hurriedly tried to make amends. "Please, my king, grant me a chance to atone for my sins. I have been secretly following Deshava and the humans protecting her. I am certain I can intercept her before she reaches the Patrick Islands and use her HUD to pave the foundation of your throne." The Patrick Islands. The male siren, however, paid no attention to his plea for battle. Instead, he noticed something else. He mentioned, "Deshava's destination is the Patrick Islands." "Yes," Alms raised his head nervously, puzzled. "Judging from the direction they're heading, they're definitely going towards the Patrick Islands." What a coincidence! The male siren's eyes darkened. "Based on the records in the Sea Mystic Codex and information gathered from various sources, I have confirmed that the heart of the earth we are looking for is in the Patrick Islands." "What?" Alms exclaimed in shock. "Could it be that Princess Deshava is also after?" "Impossible." The male siren interrupted him. "Deshava is not yet an adult and has no opportunity to access the Sea Mystic Codex. This is most likely a coincidence. However, this does give you a chance to redeem yourself." Alms's spirits lifted, and he immediately bowed his head to obey. "Please give your orders, Your Majesty." These next few days coincide with a truth conference at the Magic Holy Land. I have already made arrangements for the first move. You lead the army to infiltrate the vicinity of the Patrick Islands. If the first move fails, you will immediately launch a military attack on the Patrick Islands. The male siren's eyes darkened, and his voice suddenly became extremely cold. The objective this time is simple: eliminate Deshava and retrieve the heart of the earth. Attack the holy land of magic. Ocean Lord Ilm's Reef trembled, as if he had heard a terrifying command, his voice filled with doubt and apprehension. My lord, are we really going to attack the humans' holy land of magic? Aren't we afraid? HMPH. The male siren's eyes were utterly cold. The heart of the earth is extremely important to me. Those foolish human mages have no idea of its value. This time, as long as I can ascend to the Sea Emperor realm, even if that old human comes to seek revenge in person, I will make sure he never returns. Yes, my king. Ilms was slightly excited, bowed deeply, and readily accepted the order. The male siren lowered his eyes and quietly watched him until he saw his body tremble and cold sweat appear on his forehead. Then he said indifferently, "This is your last chance. If you fail again, you will come back with your head." Ilms trembled. "Rest assured, my king, I will complete the mission to the death." The male siren snorted coldly, casually raised his hand, and his image slowly disappeared from the hall. Ilms collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, nearly exhausted. For a fleeting moment, he had almost thought he was going to die. Meanwhile, far away in the depths of the Klim Sea, a male sirens who had just ended their communication with Ilms casually tossed their communication ring aside and looked up at the cave ahead. It was an incredibly deep cave, its walls covered with various seals. Beneath these seals, a colossal black shadow slowly writhed deep within the cave, its enormous roars like thunder, echoing throughout the surrounding area. A terrifying pressure surged forth from the cave center, surging and turbulent. Where this pressure reached, the seawater churned violently, and even the boldest sea monsters dared not approach. The male siren's eyes were deep and unfathomable, their gaze seemingly able to pierce through the seals and see the colossal beast deep within. "Sirrah, what do you think of my proposal?" A silent smile played on his lips, his voice seductive. "If you agree to become my mount, I will release you. Then, you can roam freely across the vast seas, and with your help, I will ascend the highest throne above them." The only response was an angry roar. At once the entire cave trembled slightly. Chapter 198 The Holy Land of the Patrick Islands. A few days later, inside Master Gaunt's Archmage Tower. 3 sevens. 3 kings. Bomb. Ha ha ha, I won. I won. Come on, stick on the cards. Stick on the cards. The lively sounds echoed throughout the hall. Wu Wei laughed, holding up 3 white cards and sticking one on each of Daniel, Liliana, and Black's faces, his expression smug. Daniel and the other 2 looked resentful, but could only obediently accept the sticking. Life inside the Archmage Tower was quite monotonous. After the initial novelty wore off, the group grew increasingly bored, and before they knew it, at Wu Wei's suggestion, they started playing the card game he had invented. Now, Wu Wei, Daniel, Liliana, and Black all had several white cards stuck to their faces, especially Black, whose face was covered in so many that they almost obscured his eyes, making him look quite pitiful. "Brother Wu Wei, Sister Nana, Daniel, you guys are really bullying me." Blake was on the verge of tears. "Why haven't I won a single game?" Daniel shook his head, both amused and exasperated, unable to bring himself to reveal the truth. In terms of meticulousness, he wasn't as good as himself. In terms of calm and decisiveness, he wasn't as good as Sister Nana. In terms of luck, he wasn't as good as Brother Wu Wei. Who else could lose if not him? As they spoke, the cards were reshuffled, and the 4 were about to start a new game when Blake Litton, sitting facing the window, suddenly brightened up and ripped a note off his face. "Patrick Islands, we've arrived." Wu Wei, not bothering to argue with Blake's cheating, turned to look out a window. There, where the sea met the sky, lay a continuous expanse of green islands. Having grown tired of seeing the sea, this green expanse was a delightful surprise, refreshing and instantly invigorating. He immediately dropped his cards and went to the window. Looking down from the sky, the islands resembled stars scattered across the azure sea, forming a vast, somewhat irregular arc. Atop these islands sat numerous magic towers. Amidst the lush greenery, mage towers of varying colors dotted the landscape, their heights and density creating a harmonious balance. Some towers were connected by metal walkways, their metal and stone surfaces covered in magic arrays, shimmering and casting shadows under the sunlight, exuding a mysterious and profound aura. In the current light plane, mages are extremely rare. This is evident from the fact that Wu Wei, despite developing his territory in the Thorn territory for so long, has encountered very few genuine mages. Moreover, only mages of level 4 or higher are qualified to possess their own mage towers. The more floors a mage tower has, the stronger the mage. Normally, there is only one mage tower in a given area. Only in mage-rich regions like the Patrick Islands can one find such a large number of mage towers. A sudden glance was breathtaking. Spectacular. Absolutely magnificent. The Patrick Islands truly deserve their reputation as a holy land for mages. There are so many mage towers. Blake's eyes lit up with excitement. How many mages must be on this island? More than you've ever seen in your entire life? Wu Wei also felt that the Patrick Islands were far more impressive than he had imagined. Without the suppression, whether overt or covert, from the Light faction, mages who firmly believed in truth had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. However, Wu Wei was more concerned about the heart of the earth. Now that they had reached the Patrick Islands, how far was the heart of the earth? Once he obtained the heart of the earth, he could repair his godhood, greatly increasing his power and strength. Although Daniel and Liliana weren't as excited as they were, after being cooped up in the mage towers for several days, seeing land felt like returning to the human world, and they were in quite good spirits. As they spoke, the distance between the Archmage towers soaring in the sky and the Patrick Islands grew closer and closer. Suddenly, the Archmage tower suddenly trembled for no apparent reason, and a deep hum emanated from its depths. What's going on? The four were startled. However, before they could react, a cold, mechanical voice pierced through the layers of defenses, ringing out from the outside, "Warning! Warning! You are about to enter the airspace of the Mage Association. Please halt your advance and land at the location designated by the Mage Association. If you insist on continuing, it will be considered a provocation against the Mage Association, and you will bear the consequences. Warning! Warning! You are about to enter." The cold, piercing alarm repeated incessantly, causing everyone in the hall to freeze. The Mage Association? So advanced. Wu Wei was bewildered, almost thinking for a moment that he had wandered into the wrong movie set. What was with a strong sci-fi movie vibe? While the group was still stunned, the piercing alarm had already sounded for the third time. Jimmy Gaunt's Archmage Tower, however, continued to fly forward. On the Patrick Islands, 6 exceptionally tall mage towers seemed to be triggered by some mechanism, their peaks suddenly erupting with dazzling light. Layers upon layers of magic arrays rapidly activated within this light. The next moment, 6 beams of light, red, green, blue, white, yellow, and purple, suddenly shot forth from the towers. The 6 colors intertwined, instantly weaving a dense net of light across the entire Patrick Islands, like an inverted giant bowl enveloping the entire islands. Terrifying magical fluctuations rippled through the sky, as if the end of the world had arrived. The air itself seemed to thicken in that instant. Simultaneously, atop the 6 mage towers, 6 dark cannon muzzles slowly rose, terrifying magical fluctuations converging within them, an indescribable powerful aura locking onto the approaching Archmage tower in the sky. Hiss! It's the Patrick Islands magical defense system. Daniel suddenly realized. I remember now, it's a magical cannon left over from the last magical era. A single salvo is no less powerful than the attack of a top-tier saint-level expert. Holy crap! The group, who had just been completely bewildered, were instantly horrified. Although they had a saint-level expert here, could the Archmage Tower's magical defense array withstand such a powerful magical attack? Jimmy's alchemy lab still had a bunch of strange experiments, some of which were just as dangerous as the magical cannon. If the Archmage Tower were bombed, what if a chain reaction occurred? Everyone gasped in shock. Without a word, Liliana instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot out, ready to rush to the alchemy lab and drag Jimmy Gaunt out while there was still time. The usually unassuming old butler, Jem, immediately rushed out and unhesitatingly protected Daniel and Black. Wu Wei was also completely devastated, preparing to summon Saint Luke to save the day. He used this body the most in the mortal realm and had completely immersed himself in the role. If he died for such a ridiculous reason, how could he ever come down to earth again? Would he be a zombie? However, their preparations ultimately proved useless. Just as Liliana opened the hall door to rush out, Jimmy stormed in, looking furious. He was still wearing the special protective suit he wore during alchemy experiments, and his gloves were still on, clearly indicating that he had been startled by the noise outside and hurriedly interrupted his experiments to come over. Are those old geezers in the Mage Guild bored? All they do is this useless stuff all day long. Jimmy got cursed, but his hands moved quickly, stopping the Archmage tower in a few swift movements. As soon as the tower stopped, the piercing alarm abruptly ceased. Everyone inside the Mage Tower breathed a sigh of relief. My god, even being attacked by a siren wasn't this thrilling. Blake wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, only then belatedly realizing that his limbs had gone weak. He'd been drenched in a cold sweat from fright. Daniel, Liliana, and the old butler Jem were also in a terrible mood, their unfriendly gazes sweeping over the culprit who had left the Mage Tower uncontrolled due to his obsession with experiments, Jimmy Gaunt. Jimmy Gaunt shuddered, instantly sensing something was wrong. Why are you looking at me? It's clearly those old bastards from the Mage Guild who are being dishonest, and I've already, however, before he could finish speaking, Liliana and the old butler Jem had already rushed forward, dragging him outside the hall. A moment later, screams and pleas for mercy came from outside. Daniel looked up at the ceiling, pretending he hadn't seen or heard anything. Blake glanced at the door, then at his cousin, and decisively chose to side with his cousin. He was quite frightened just now and had no intention of speaking up for Master Jimmy. Tisk, poor old Jimmy Wu Wei clicked his tongue in sympathy, but had no intention of speaking up for Jimmy at all. Instead, he turned to look out a crystal window. He saw that the 6 giant magic cannons that had been pointing at them had retracted, leaving only the magic defense array covering the entire Patrick Isles still in operation. The huge magic defense array emitted a 6-colored halo, which was quite awe-inspiring. Under the 6-colored halo, the entire Patrick Isle seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. The huge commotion just now had obviously alerted many people. Looking over now, he felt that almost every Mage Tower had people looking out of the windows. Several children had even run onto the sky bridge to watch the excitement. Although he didn't know what they were saying, their expressions were quite excited. Wu Wei had only glanced over casually, but seeing this, he was speechless. Did anyone care about these children? They dared to run out to watch the excitement at a time like this? What if this wasn't an accident, but something that really meant trouble? The people of Patrick's Islands probably also found it outrageous, because in just a short while, someone rushed onto the pier, grabbed a group of children by the ears, and dragged them back. Ha, Jimmy. It's you, you old codger. I wondered who it was, making such a commotion as soon as you arrived. Suddenly, a rough voice came from outside, the tone disdainful, yet with a strange familiarity. Wu Wei glanced over and saw a mage about Jimmy's age, flapping a pair of snow-white wings, slowly flying out of a Mage Tower. Snow-white wings? Wu Wei was stunned. If he wasn't so sure that he only had St. Luke, his war angel, he would have almost thought this was an angel that had come out of nowhere. However, Wu Wei quickly realized something was wrong. Although the wings looked like angel wings at first glance, they were only similar in shape. In reality, the movements were stiff, and they didn't have the holy light and filter effect of angel wings. They were completely different concepts. It must be an alchemical item, and a rather rare flying device at that. However, he remembered Jimmy mentioning that the most common flying equipment used by mages these days seemed to be magic carpets and flying skateboards. Just as Wu Wei was filled with doubt, the mage had already flown to the outside of the Archmage Tower. He was a slender middle-aged mage with a square face and an air of authority. His dark blue mage robes actually gave him a majestic and imposing presence, a completely different style from Jimmy's. Alright, stop hiding, your Mage Tower is one of a kind in the world, everyone knows it's you. The mage reached out and tapped the defensive magic circle outside the Mage Tower, complaining with a look of disdain. Who's hiding? Who's hiding? Jimmy, having finally escaped the one-sided onslaught from Liliana and the old butler Jem, was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He immediately opened the crystal window and retorted, "You old geezers, if it weren't for your airspace and warnings, would this have become so awkward? There weren't so many problems when I was here last time. Why don't you mention how many years it's been since you last came?" The mage outside rolled his eyes and retorted without any politeness. Besides, the association notifies all members of every new regulation via magical letters. As an honorary member, you must have received one. I bet you were too engrossed in your experiments to read it, right? Jimmy was speechless, his face turning red with frustration. Herr Wu Wei had originally thought that people who practiced magic would be serious and boring, but it seemed that at least the old man outside wasn't dull. Wu Wei couldn't help but glance again at the white alchemical wings behind the mage. Little guy, what do you think? Aren't my wings pretty good? Noticing Wu Wei's gaze, the magician, unconcerned about their complete unfamiliarity, casually boasted, "These angel wings were specially made for me by Master Richard. They're one of a kind in the entire Patrick Islands." Wu Wei opened his mouth, his expression unusually complicated. Big and clumsy, they'd easily become a target in battle. Of course they're one of a kind. Jimmy scoffed disdainfully, "Only someone like you would enjoy such flashy but impractical things. What do you know?" The magician was so angry he jumped up and down. "This is my dream. Come on. Do you think I don't know you?" Jimmy rolled his eyes at him. "You think giving yourself wings makes you an angel? Stop daydreaming, you should just stick to being the president of the Magic Association." "Shut up. You can slander my character, but you can't insult my dream." The two, one flying outside the window and the other standing inside, actually started arguing in that position, oblivious to everyone else. Everyone in the Archmage Tower watched in stunned silence. The president of the Magic Association? Everyone was shocked. Was the president of the Magic Association really so unconventional? Chapter 199, The Conference of Truth. Nana, is he really the president of the Magic Association? Blake felt his idol image shattered. Ugly Liliana covered her face, genuinely wanting to deny knowing these two frivolous old men. But at this moment, she could only bite the bullet and say, "Yes, this is the current president of the Magic Association. But don't be fooled by his usual demeanor, he's only like this in front of old friends. Normally, he's very, very proper." Wu Wei rubbed his nose, speechless, yet also feeling a sense of "I knew it." He knew that Jimmy Gaunt's old friend was no ordinary person. He just hadn't expected his friend to be the president. It seemed that exchanging for the heart of the earth wouldn't be a problem this time. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the president and Jimmy Gaunt argued more and more fiercely, oblivious to others, revealing each other's secrets and pointing out each other's weaknesses. Judging from this, their relationship seemed really good. After a long while, the magician finally stopped arguing. All right, I'm too lazy to argue with you today, let's get down to business." "It's all because of you," Jimmy muttered resentfully, but ultimately quieted down and didn't continue arguing. The guild leader, floating in the air, straightened his collar, instantly switching back to his previous upright and dignified demeanor, and nodded kindly to Wu Wei and the others, saying, "The greeting from before doesn't count. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the magician Keith Wood, Jimmy's friend. Welcome to the Patrick Islands. As for the guild leader, please don't take it too seriously." Given his polite and courteous attitude, Wu Wei and the others naturally wouldn't offend him and returned the greeting politely. Keith Wood. Daniel felt the name sounded familiar, then remembered something, and his expression immediately became respectful. "You are Deep Blue Wings, the water magic saint Keith Wood? So you are also the president of the Magic Association?" "That's me." Keith Wood nodded reservedly, while raising an eyebrow at Jimmy with a smug look. "Look, even a kid knows me by my name. I'm quite famous, aren't I?" Jimmy sneered arrogantly. "That's all you've got." Seeing this, Wu Wei quietly nudged Daniel. "Deep Blue Wings, sounds pretty awesome." "That's right," Daniel said with admiration. "President Wood's expertise in magical defense arrays is extremely profound. 20 years ago, an unprecedented tsunami struck the waters near the Patrick Islands. At that time, there wasn't this magical defense array here yet. The most powerful president of the Mage Association was away on business, leaving the entire archipelago leaderless. The strong mages were alright, but most of the low and mid-level mages were too weak to escape and powerless to protect themselves, almost leading to disaster. At the critical moment, if President Wood hadn't risked his life to step forward and lead his mages to find and activate the ancient magical defense array on the Patrick Islands, they could have withstood the raging tsunami for 2 days with a broken array, surviving the most powerful moment and saving the low and mid-level mages. The magical defense array on the islands was completed after that, and it's said that Wood contributed a lot to it. Daniel pointed to the ceiling and added quietly, "I heard that Mr. Wood almost ran out of magic power several times back then. My magic teacher spoke of him with great admiration, saying that he and the Deep Blue Wings investigated countless times." "I see," Wu Wei suddenly understood. He really hadn't realized that President Keith Wood had this side to him. However, human nature is complex, and no one wears their true nature on their sleeve, so it's not surprising that he didn't see it. There have been a lot of people coming to the island lately, and the large berths for guests are all full. Jimmy, even if you go with a guide mage, you won't find a place to park your huge mage tower." Keith Wood seemed oblivious to the two children's whispers about him. After exchanging a few glances with Jimmy, he got down to business. "Fortunately, the association has reserved berths specifically for honorary members' mage towers, and the locations are much better than the berths in the port. I'll take you there." With that, he flapped his pure white wings and flew through the window, beginning to direct the group. "Isn't the Mage Association's port supposed to be able to hold 100 ships? How come there's no space?" Jimmy retorted habitually. "You guys aren't spreading false information, are you?" However, despite his words, his actions were decisive. In no time, he controlled the Archmage Tower and flew in the direction he indicated. With Wood present, the magical defense array of the Patrick Isles was no longer on alert and slowly disappeared into the sky. "What do you know? 100 ships is a thing of the past. The port can hold 200, let alone 100. If it weren't for the sheer number of ships arriving these past few days, there would be no shortage of space." Keith Wood, while pointing the way, glanced at Jimmy with his usual disdain. The two were engaged in a lively verbal battle, but their actions were perfectly coordinated, as if they didn't need any communication at all. It could be said that their words and actions were completely different. "Is this okay?" Blake stared in disbelief. "Is their relationship good or bad?" "Probably good." Wu Wei was also at a loss for words. Jimmy was probably really toxic. It seemed abnormal if anyone he was close to didn't tease him a bit. Even he himself often felt the urge to tease him. Seeing that the two were just arguing pointlessly, Wu Wei and the others gradually lost interest and huddled together to discuss the situation in the Patrick Islands. Daniel also gave them a brief account of the history of Patrick Island. The history of the Patrick Islands dates back to ancient times, during the last magical tide. Initially, it was just a gathering place for a few close-knit mages, which gradually evolved into a magical market. Over time, many mages chose to settle here, leading to its current state. The headquarters of the Mages Guild wasn't originally located here, but moved here in the last few thousand years. Previously, due to the strong suppression by the Church of Light, the Patrick Islands, though famous, didn't have a large population. It was only in recent decades, with the decline of the God of Light and the increasing number of people learning magic, that the Patrick Islands gradually achieved its current prosperity. As they spoke, the Archmage Tower, led by Guildmaster Wood, descended onto an island near the center. The verbal sparring between Archmage Wood and Jimmy temporarily ceased, and he began to introduce the situation of the Patrick Islands and related precautions to everyone. Several serious incidents have occurred on the island in the last 10 years or so, and the regulations are stricter than before. Except for Jimmy, this is the first time for all of you. You need to register your identities at the office and receive identity tokens before you can move freely. I'll take you to get your tokens first. Before leaving the Mage Tower, President Wood branded each person with his magic, solemnly reminding them, "With this brand, you are my guests and will not be attacked by the magic array. But you cannot stray too far from me, or it will trigger an alarm." They had already experienced the consequences of triggering an alarm. The group, including Wu Wei, nodded in unison, indicating they would not wander off. Jimmy opened the door of the Archmage Tower, and the accompanying Harris warriors, led by members of the Mage Association who had been notified, headed towards the office in batches, while Wu Wei and the others followed President Wood out. They had only taken 2 steps when Wu Wei suddenly remembered something. "Wait, we have one more person." "One more what?" Blake paused, then realized, right, one more. How could I forget her? Reminded by Wu Wei, everyone immediately realized Desheva had been deeply affected by the last incident, and her personality had become much more withdrawn. For the past 2 days, she had kept to herself, not participating in their entertainment activities, to the point that they had almost forgotten there was such a high-ranking siren in the Mage Tower. Liliana immediately went to the guest room and brought Desheva out. The betrayal of her own kind seemed to have robbed this little princess of her last hope. Even when Liliana pulled her into the hall, her youthful face remained expressionless, silently doing as she was told. Her once clear and beautiful dark green eyes were now dim and filled with confusion. A high-ranking siren? Seeing Desheva's signature jewels and long blue hair, Wood raised an eyebrow in surprise, turning to Jimmy with a questioning look. Jimmy briefly explained the situation to him, and President Wood sighed deeply. Although he personally disliked the siren race, He couldn't bring himself to be heartless towards this little girl with a tragic past. He reminded her, the Patrick Islands are adjacent to the Siren race, and there are often conflicts. The mages on the islands aren't very friendly towards the Siren race, and some extremists might even provoke trouble. If the little girl wants to go out, it's best to disguise herself to avoid trouble. The others agreed, found a cloak to conceal Desua's presence, and then followed Mage Wood out of the Archmage Tower. The Archmage Tower was located halfway up the mountain, and the group walked down the stone steps for about 15 minutes before reaching the foot of the mountain. Huh? Why is there a magic circle here? Blake looked ahead in confusion. He saw a hazy light screen hidden among the trees ahead, clearly the trace of a magic circle. The magic market is just outside. This is a soundproof magic array, set up to prevent the noise from the market from disturbing the association members' rest, Wood explained. As he spoke, the group passed through the light barrier. Instantly, a cacophony of voices rushed towards them. Fluttering ribbons, glittering signs, banners with giant characters floating in midair, magic barrels that spun like tops spewing out flyers, a bustling commercial street appeared before them. Separated only by a magic array, the inside and outside were completely different worlds. Huh? Here, Blake exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. The others also looked astonished. Wu Wei, who hadn't had high expectations for the Patrick Islands, was also surprised. Who would have thought that beneath the canopy of what appeared to be an ordinary forest from the sky, there was a hidden paradise? Moreover, the commercial street before them was filled with traces of magic, giving it a surreal, sci-fi feel. He glanced around and saw numerous shops selling alchemical items. Alchemical items, which were hard to find elsewhere, were commonplace here, readily available. Shops selling alchemical materials, magic robes, and magical beast materials were everywhere, their shelves overflowing with a wide variety of goods, all of significantly higher quality than those outside. This place was truly an alchemist's paradise. Moreover, unlike outside where mages were rarely seen, mages were everywhere on the streets here. Mid-level mages were commonplace, and occasionally, mages could be seen soaring through the air on flying carpets or gliders. No wonder the Patrick Islands were called a holy land for mages, it truly lived up to its name. The office is just across this street. Follow me closely, Guildmaster Wood led the way, guiding the group into the crowd. Along the way, many recognized Wood and bowed in greeting. Following behind Wood, Wu Wei and his companions were forced to endure stares all the way, and could vaguely hear people curiously discussing their identities. Wu Wei and his group finally gained a clear understanding of Chairman Wood's status on the Patrick Islands. Huh? Could those be dwarfs? Blake suddenly brightened up, pointing in a certain direction to signal Wu Wei to look. In the direction he pointed, several children, only as tall as a human thigh, were hopping forward. Strangely, these children not only looked mature, but also had full beards, clearly resembling adults. There really are dwarfs. Wu Wei was also somewhat surprised. As far as he knew, dwarfs were quite rare on the mainland, yet he hadn't expected to see them here. With this discovery, Wu Wei carefully examined the crowd on the commercial street and indeed found quite a few non-human races, dwarves skilled in blacksmithing, dwarfs skilled in crafting mechanisms, sand people with fire as their totem, and even an elf wearing a cloak. Having been here for so long, this was truly the first time Wu Wei had seen so many races at once. It seems the Patrick Islands are quite something, Wu Wei mused. Why are there so many people? Walking through the surging crowd, Jimmy felt uneasy and couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Truth Conference is about to begin, of course there are a lot of people. Wood glanced at him. Every year during the summer festival of a double moon year, the Patrick Islands hosts the Truth Conference, giving young magicians from all over the world a chance to prove themselves. You and I participated back then, you haven't forgotten, have you? The Truth Conference? No wonder, Jimmy finally understood. What's the Truth Conference? Blake looked around curiously, and upon hearing the new term, habitually asked Daniel beside him. The Truth Conference is a once-a-decade magician's grand event, Daniel immediately explained, living up to expectations. The Patrick Islands have a unique geographical environment, due to the refraction of light. Once every 10 years, 2 moons appear in the summer night sky, and this year is called the double moon year. The Truth Conference is held during the double moon year. The Truth Tournament is only open to young mages under the age of 30, making it the best stage for them to prove their abilities. Over the years, those who have reached the finals of the Truth Tournament have all been exceptionally talented magical geniuses. Therefore, the Truth Tournament is jokingly referred to as a showcase for genius mages. I see, Blake suddenly realized, but then a new question arose. Wait a minute, why are other professions here at a grand gathering of mages? He found it strange. Although there were many mages on the road, there were clearly many other professions as well. Young man, the purpose of the Truth Conference is to explore the Temple of Truth. And truth transcends race, gender, and other distinctions, Daniel explained. I've heard that the current Mage Association advocates equality before truth for all beings. Even a pirate warrior is welcome to participate if he wants to seek the truth. He paused, then added, the reason there are so many alien races on the island is because of this. Only during the Truth Conference will young people from many races come to participate, perhaps gaining worldwide fame. Of course, the majority are still humans, so, we've really caught a lucky break. Not only can we see a magician's competition, but we can also see so many alien races, Blake said, his eyes sparkling with obvious excitement. Although Daniel appeared calm, he was still only a teenager, and his eyes also revealed a rare hint of curiosity and eagerness. On the other hand, Wu Wei, who lacked common sense, reacted much more calmly after learning all this. There were countless competitive events like the Truth Conference online. He was tired of seeing them, so how could he possibly be excited? If he were to participate himself, he might pay more attention, but as for just watching the spectacle, he wasn't particularly interested. He had come for the heart of the earth, and now he just wanted to quickly complete the process to obtain it so he could return to his divine kingdom to repair his divine status. In the past few days, due to the limitations of his divine status, his number of followers had barely changed, with only a small number of casual followers becoming devout believers, a far cry from before. This made Wu Wei, who was used to the constant increase in followers, feel extremely uncomfortable. As for the divine power he had invisibly lost, he no longer wanted to speculate or calculate it. The thought of calculating it would only cause him heartache. While they were talking, the group, led by Wood, had already crossed the block and arrived at the office behind it. The office was also shaped like a mage tower, but it only had 3 floors, clearly not a proper mage tower. With President Wood personally leading the way, and with the influence of the alchemy master Jimmy, the mages in the office naturally didn't dare to be negligent. After verifying everyone's identity, they quickly issued temporary identity cards to each person. The entire process took less than 15 minutes, faster than the speed at which they crossed the block. The temporary identity token they received was a dark blue metal plate. As long as they carried the token on their person or in their storage ring, they could move freely in open areas without being attacked by the island's magical arrays. With this token, the group no longer needed to closely follow President Wood and could finally move freely within the Patrick Islands. Chapter 200 The Whereabouts of the Heart of the Earth. The temporary identity token they received was a dark blue metal plate. The plate was decorated with simple lines depicting waves and a mage tower, a minimalist style that carried a unique charm. Wu Wei noticed that the simple lines contained a faint trace of the laws of magic. Though subtle, it was already quite remarkable. He subconsciously glanced at a mage tower faintly visible outside the window, lost in thought. It seemed the ancient heritage of the Patrick Islands was indeed true. Just keep the identity token on your person or in your storage ring. The island's magic array can detect it. President Wood demonstrated its use to everyone. Now you're free to move around. Go explore. The association has recently produced quite a few new magical achievements. They're quite interesting. With that, he prepared to take his leave. As the president of the Magic Association on the Patrick Islands, he was quite busy. If Jimmy hadn't been a decades-old friend, he wouldn't have personally come to greet them. Hey, wait a minute. Before he could take 2 steps, Jimmy grabbed him. I need to talk to you about something. Jimmy pulled him aside to a corner and whispered, I'm actually here to ask you to buy some alchemical material. Alchemical material? Guildmaster Wood was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ho, you old codger, you actually have to ask me for help now. Jimmy, who had initially intended to speak to him politely, was immediately angered by his reaction, his tone hardening. Enough nonsense. Just tell me if you'll give it to me or not. Guildmaster Wood's eyebrows shut up. I can give it to you, if you just say, Brother Wood, I was wrong, I shouldn't have competed with you for Adeline's sister back then, and I'll immediately go find it for you, and I won't take any money. You're dreaming. Upon hearing this, Jimmy nearly exploded with anger, pointing at Wood's nose and cursing. So what if I embarrassed you a few times when I was pursuing Junior Sister? Why are you holding a grudge now? Junior Sister has been married to that brat Darwin for years, even the prince has grown up, and you're still holding a grudge? So what if I hold a grudge? Wood, also provoked, rolled up his sleeves and started arguing with him again. How did this escalate into an argument? Wu Wei watched this scene with a sense of melancholy. Before coming, that old guy Jimmy Gaunt had confidently assured him that he would definitely get the heart of the earth from the Magic Association. But now, Wu Wei had a vague feeling that things weren't going so smoothly. Strange? Why do those names Darwin and Adeline sound so familiar? Just as Wu Wei was about to interrupt their argument, Black suddenly appeared beside him. He'd somehow gotten hold of a bag of Patrick Island's snacks and was happily munching on them. Listening to Jimmy and Wood's argument, Blake looked puzzled, as if vaguely remembering something. Ah, I remember. He suddenly brightened up and abruptly turned to Daniel. Your fiancé's grandparents had those names. Who knew the princess was so beautiful in her youth? Daniel gave him a blank look. Blake realized his mistake and immediately shut his mouth. Everyone knew that shortly after Daniel's accident, the kingdom's princess had cleanly and decisively broken off her engagement with him, showing no respect whatsoever to Daniel or the Lytton kingdom. Wasn't he just rubbing salt in the wound? Wu Wei hadn't expected this old scandalous affair to be connected to Daniel, and couldn't help but glance at him. The young man's expression was calm, but his eyes lacked their usual gentleness, instead revealing a dark glint. Sure enough, even with his calm demeanor, Daniel was still quite bothered by the matter. After spending time together, Wu Wei had completely come to regard the boy as one of his own. Seeing his expression now, he felt a touch of emotion. If given the chance in the future, he wouldn't mind helping Daniel teach those who kicked him when he was down a lesson. Stop, stop, stop. On the other side, Jimmy Gaunt, who had been arguing, finally snapped out of his heated state and quickly interrupted Wood. I'm not here to argue with you today. Don't speak yet, listen to me. I'm here for a material called rock soul, the one you helped me identify before. He described the characteristics of that material in detail, explaining, this matter is very important. My lord has issued a divine decree for it. You must help me. As he said this, Jimmy's expression was unusually serious, completely different from his usual self. Wu Wei nodded secretly at this. Although Jimmy Gaunt was usually jovial, he was a very persistent person at heart, and his faith in Wu Wei, the god of light, was now very high. He was determined to find the heart of the earth for his Lord of Light. I vaguely remember this material, but... However, thinking of the current whereabouts of this rock soul, he couldn't help but show a troubled expression. What's wrong? Jimmy sensed something was wrong and quickly asked. This time, it's really not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you, it's just that this rock soul has long been out of my possession. Guildmaster Wood frowned deeply. Back when I was trying to break through to the saint rank, in order to gather the resources, I exchanged it for the association's public treasury. Later, many other mages also exchanged for it, but they all returned it to the public treasury because they couldn't refine it. Then what are we waiting for? I'll go exchange it for right now. Jimmy was overjoyed and pulled him towards the association's public treasury. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Wood pulled him back helplessly, sighing. If you had come a few days earlier, it would still be in the public treasury. But unfortunately, it was chosen as one of the prizes for the champion of this truth conference, just waiting to be awarded to the champion after the conference. Can't the prize be changed? Jimmy frowned even more deeply. The champion's prize doesn't have to be a rock soul, does it? If it were a few days earlier, I could have changed the prize. Wood's expression was helpless, but tomorrow is the official start of the truth conference, and the prizes for the champion, runner-up, and third place have already been announced. If we change it now, what will become of the Mage Association's credibility? The Mage Association has stood the test of time for so many years because of its credibility. On this issue, President Wood would absolutely not back down. Jimmy immediately fell silent. Wu Wei, who was standing to the side, also had a headache. Of all the things the Mage Association could choose as the champion's prize, why did they have to choose Heart of the Earth? What kind of inexplicable luck is this? He couldn't help but think, if all else fails, he could just snatch the Heart of the Earth. No, that won't do. Wu Wei shook his head. He had no grudge against the Mage Association, and stealing things for no reason wasn't his style. Besides, The Mage Association was very powerful and possessed the most advanced magical theories and alchemical techniques on the light plane. Rashly making an enemy would do him no good. He already had enough enemies. It seemed he had to approach it from another angle. Actually, getting the soul of the rock is both difficult and easy, Wood suddenly said, seeing Jimmy's worried expression. How so? Don't you have a few juniors with you? Wood gestured with his chin towards Wu Wei and the others. If any of them can win the championship, wouldn't the heart of the earth be yours? Jimmy rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Is the championship so easy to win? Didn't he know the strength of the people around him? Daniel is a swordsman, and Blake is a bard. Their professions are completely mismatched. Wu Wei's profession might be a good fit, but with his level 1 strength, what could he possibly do? The only one with even a sliver of hope was his newly recruited assistant, Cody. Reminded by the two, Wu Wei finally understood. It was indeed difficult for others to win the championship, but for him, it might be different. A dignified god of light, if he couldn't even beat a bunch of human children, he might as well just buy a block of tofu and smash his head against it. He hadn't considered personally participating before. But personally participating wasn't a bad idea. He could treat it as experiencing life. As long as he won the championship at the Truth Conference, the heart of the earth would naturally be his. The Truth Conference was tomorrow anyway, so it wouldn't take too long. After thinking it through, he walked over to Jimmy and said, "There's no need to be so pessimistic. Since things are already like this, we have to try participating first. If it really doesn't work out, we can always try to buy it from the champion." That's true, Jimmy nodded helplessly. That's all we can do. Since you've decided to participate, hurry up and register, Wood reminded them. The registration deadline for the Truth Conference is noon today. If you delay any longer, you won't be able to participate. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Wood. I'll go register now. Wu Wei bowed to him and turned to register. Wait a minute. Blake grabbed him, completely bewildered, still reeling from the abrupt turn of events. Brother Wu, you really want to participate in the Truth Conference? But you're not a magician. What does it matter if I'm not a magician? The Magicians Association hasn't stipulated that only magicians can participate in the Truth Conference, Wu Wei said righteously. Although the chances of winning the championship are extremely slim, it's my duty to serve the association. How can I not do it just because the hope is slim? Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I'll give it a try. But, Blake's mind was a bit of a mess. He felt that Wu Wei's words made sense, but something still felt off. Not only Blake, but even Daniel, Liliana, and the old butler Jim were stunned, their expressions showing a shock to their worldviews. The Mages Association doesn't stipulate that only mages can participate in the Truth Conference. Wood, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, not only didn't try to dissuade him but also gave him a friendly push with a smile. Although your actions are unprecedented, they don't violate the rules in principle. The worst-case scenario is that you'll be eliminated in the first round of auditions, Mr. Wood is right, Wu Wei agreed wholeheartedly, ignoring the bewildered expressions of the others, and walked to the counter with a look of self-sacrifice, saying to the clerk behind the counter, "Friend, I want to register for the Truth Conference." He had noticed when he was getting his identity card that this counter was not only for registering visitors but also for registering for the Truth Conference. The clerk handled countless registrations every day and was extremely familiar with the process. Hearing that Wu Wei wanted to register, he didn't even look up, casually took out a palm-sized parchment scroll, and while asking for key information, prepared to register him. Name, level, occupation. Wu Wei, level 1, occupation, bard. Wu Wei's expression was calm, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with the information he provided. The clerk silently looked up, staring at Wu Wei for a moment, as if doubting his ears. Wu Wei nodded firmly. Yes, it was exactly what you heard. The clerk. He looked utterly bewildered, but still maintained his professional ethics by saying nothing and silently registering the information. The moment the information was recorded, a stream of light flashed across the palm-sized scroll, and at the same time, a stream of light flashed on Wu Wei's identity card. The admission ticket and identity card are linked. You can bring your identity card directly to the competition tomorrow. Thank you. Wu Wei felt relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. Now, all that was left was to wait for the competition. Friend, I want to sign up for the Truth Conference too. Just then, Blake suddenly rushed to Wu Wei's side. Brother, I think you're right. For our Lord, even if the hope is slim, we should still try. Brother, don't worry, I'll go with you. He seemed to have figured something out. His eyes shone brightly, his cheeks flushed with excitement, and he seemed to radiate a holy light. Wu Wei was speechless. He was only participating because he was confident, so why was this idiot joining in? Did this guy really believe the reason he just made up? Name, rank, occupation. The clerk didn't care about the reason. Hearing that Blake wanted to sign up, he professionally took out a palm-sized parchment scroll to register him. Blake, as if completing some sacred mission, said earnestly, "My name is Blake Linton, rank 2, occupation, bard." The clerk paused, then silently raised his head, staring intently at Blake. "What's wrong?" Blake looked blank, completely oblivious to the clerk's signal. The staff member silently bowed their head, quietly registering information and explaining the rules according to procedure. However, their expression seemed dazed. "Since my cousin is participating, I'll join in too," Daniel said with a smile as he walked over. "Since everyone's participating, count me in too." Winnie also walked up behind Blake with an embarrassed look. "I'll go with the young master." "Count me in." The siren princess in the cloak glanced at Winnie with an inscrutable expression, then suddenly walked up behind Wu Wei and spoke curtly. Jimmy's assistant, Cody, looked around and silently walked over as well. In an instant, except for Liliana, everyone in the younger generation had signed up without exception. After everyone's information registration was completed, the staff member's expression had changed from dazed to numb, looking at Wu Wei and the others as if they were a group of lunatics. Who in their right mind would knowingly participate in the truth conference when their profession was unsuitable? Were they looking for trouble? "Sister Nana, aren't you going to join in the fun?" Wu Wei looked curiously at Liliana, the only one who hadn't signed up. Liliana glanced at him, then turned her head away expressionlessly. Wu Wei was about to ask again when Daniel quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "The truth conference is only open to young people with a bone age of 30 or younger. So what if it's only open to young people?" Wu Wei muttered subconsciously, then suddenly realized. Liliana's information showed she was 35, already over the age limit. Ahem, the weather's nice today." He awkwardly changed the subject, pretending he hadn't asked anything. Liliana snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with him. The truth conference didn't start until tomorrow, and since they had registered, they didn't have much to prepare. Seeing that they had plenty of time, they decided to stroll around the magic market together. The magic market was very lively, with many novel things. They ate and shopped, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.